Welcome in. 8 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour, a brand new day together. Good time gang settling in, ready to go. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the next hour. Also, we'll be talking some great outdoors with good friend Dan Moultrie. He'll be here. We'll be talking some of the Moultrie Mobile. They've got a lot of products that were just unveiled last week at the Archery Trade Association show, and so a lot of big news coming out of the Moultrie camp, and so we'll talk to Dan Moultrie. We'll also have Daniel Wilson with us here, VP of GM of Moultrie Mobile, and so we'll catch up with him and talk the great outdoors, which I know a lot of us love to get out in. Also, don't forget your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you want to chime in on the conversation, feel free to call. Now, just keep in mind they'll be unscreened, so when we say hello, you actually be live. So that's there for you as well. Let's bring them in now. To my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey, boys.
Hey.
What's happening? Everybody good?
It's happening. It's happening. It's popping.
It is.
Something kind of funny happened at the house yesterday, and we every now and then, probably a couple of nights a week, Terry will declare it's let's go for a walk. And we've talked about this before, and I think y'all can agree that sometimes my wife walks so fast, I ask her, should we just be slow jogging right now? Because you're walking so fast, I can't keep up with you. Well, she comes home from work, and she's like, hey, it's spaghetti night. And we're like, okay, I'm doing some stuff. Reese had come in from work. He was taking a shower. And all of a sudden, she's on the phone, and she says, hey, go for a walk with us. And I'm like, well, I guess she's talking. Is she calling Reese? He's in the house. And so she hangs up, and she's like, you ready to go for a walk? And I'm like, yeah, I guess so. She's like, a coach. Let's go. And I said, who are you talking to? She said, Reese. And I said, what are you trying to get him to do? I want him to go for a walk with us. I said, babe, he's been at work all day. He's just gotten a shower. I mean,
Yeah.
Well, he needs to go for a walk with us. I want him to go for a walk with us. I'm like, okay, well, let's just see if he goes for a walk with us. 5 minutes goes by. No Reese comes down.
Yeah.
I don't
I'm
blame
like,
you.
okay, I get it. And so I'm trying to like be Reese's buddy here and go, hey, let's just go, honey. Hey, let's go upstairs and get him. Well, no, if he's not coming down, let's just go ahead and go. And so we head out and we start walking, and then she's trying to talk while we're walking like we're jogging. And I'm like, we're either going to have to slow down and talk or just start jogging. So we get down probably about a half a mile away from the house. I think the goal was just to get a half a mile or close to a mile from the house, turn around, come back. And then all of a sudden, she turns around and she's like, ah! And I thought, my gosh, somebody is about to jump behind us because there was no cars. She got startled. She looked behind us, and it was Reese digging. I'm talking about he had sprinted from the house to catch up with us the entire way, and he caught up with us. But at first, we were right in front of a daycare, right in front of a gas station close to our house, and I literally thought, my gosh, what's about to happen? Because she looked over my shoulder, and she's like, oh, my gosh. He startled us. Yeah, I was like, oh, my God. And I turned around, and I'd be dadgum if Reese doesn't he just books it. He's like, my goal was to catch up with y'all.
He was running.
And I'm like, wow, youth. So you jumped up, no stretching. If I'd have done that, I couldn't walk today. And I'm talking about he was digging. And finished the walk with us. And we walked, had a great night together, came back, watched a little TV, ate dinner. It was a good night. But
did you ask him why he was late getting there?
I did say, when she was not really paying attention, hey, buddy, I had it covered.
Yeah,
you know.
done. You could went in
He's
and watch
like,
television.
No, I kind of wanted to get out anyway. Of course, he was regretting it because it was starting to turn cold.
Yeah, it was
and how about the cold run when that cold air hits those lungs?
Oh, it's bad.
You start coughing a little bit.
I do every time. It was kind of nip yesterday.
Yeah. Right around dinner time.
It was cold this morning.
Started getting dark and kind of started turning a little bit. And then this morning when I left, to your point, everything, all the windows were frozen over.
I was glad that I hit the automatic start before I went outside.
See, I didn't because I didn't think stupidly, I didn't look at the forecast, I guess.
I knew it was going to be chilly.
Yeah.
And it's pretty funny because when I hit that, the dogs go nuts.
Oh, do they really?
Up. Oh, yeah.
Oh, they like
every time.
Okay. They bark.
And they start hollering.
Really?
Yeah. The truck startles them every morning.
Do you try to tell them, hey, it's every morning, guys?
Yeah, they can't grasp that.
Yeah. So I had to actually sit in the car for like a minute or
I hate
two,
that.
and I was like, man, I feel like a
Did
loser.
you spray
Why did I
like water on it and hit it with the wipers?
No,
with your sprayer?
no, because I just hit defrost on max, and just let
Yeah.
it sit for a little bit, and then it started melting up, and it gave me two
was
really
cold
big
in there.
holes in the window where I'm like, I can see real good.
A lot of times I leave a little quick on that.
Right,
I'm
right.
looking through like this much. you know, so.
Probably should give it a little bit longer.
The remote start's been the greatest
Yeah,
thing
it
ever.
has. It has.
Of course, you have to remember to do it.
Yeah. I tried to do back to Reese a solid, and I said, hey, you might want to hit that remote start and not be like me.
Yeah.
Sit in the car for 2
Driving,
minutes,
looking
looking like
through
a
the
goodie.
Peephole. Yeah,
But yeah,
It
it was
was
it was a
frosty.
good night and a cold morning where we live.
Yesterday, I want to clean up something because I think, we educational here on the show. Got an email yesterday. I normally don't do this, but this interests all of us. And so the dog docking the tails.
Mm-hmm.
Where did that come from? Why do
Yeah,
we do
I
it?
saw that email.
So this is from Anna.
Mm-hmm.
Anna owns and runs a horse farm. And she said that working dogs' tails were docked so that the owners wouldn't be taxed. This is back in the day.
Taxed?
There was a luxury tax on non-working dogs. Imagine that. Government get involved. So listen, she said, my understanding is that it was a UK thing, but she had Rottweilers that were also docked. The other understanding with newer working dogs like Aussies, Speedy and I got Aussies, is that it is a preference thing. Aussies have thin tails that can be easily stepped on by livestock.
Yeah, and it's because they're a herding animal. They don't want them.
but they're not doing that now.
Well,
No,
some of them, you're right. Some of them, but
They're not
that's
gonna be
what
stepped on by
Mine's
livestock.
on the couch right now.
But that's what she said. Yeah, my two were asleep on the couch when I left.
Yeah, not a lot of livestock.
She said that our heelers usually have had tails because their tails are thicker and don't get in the way when working. Most breeds are now going back to not docking the tail, which they gave us a choice. I just thought presentation was better, so we went with
Ours
docking
didn't have them when we got ours.
Poor
I
dogs.
don't know. I love what she goes on to say about the rat terriers and the pointers, and some of the other breeds have longer docked tails so that hunters would have a handle to pull the dogs out of holes and away from the treed animals.
Yeah.
So that was a way for them to kind of control them, is to hang on to that tail a little
And
bit.
then you have dogs. I think they do this to Dobermans and Great Danes. When they cut their ears.
Yeah.
Because I come up one time at this house, and this Great Dane, of course, he's like a horse anyway, and he had this foam thing on his head,
Right.
holding his ears up. I guess while they heal.
Yeah.
So I guess they were
They
trying to
want
be
them
sharp.
They want them
We're trying to
pointing
be
up,
sharp
not
there,
laying
too.
down.
Yeah.
They have to keep them that way for a while.
I said, well, because you saw where PETA was trying to get UGA retired because they say it influences people to breed those type dogs that have health problems. They say the English Bulldogs, they breed them with the more ugly faces and they can't breathe and all this. That basically, they're saying that breed of dog needs to be done away. Quit.
That's nice.
You're
I wonder what
encouraging
they think of the pug.
Same thing.
Boy.
They're
Thanks,
bred
Anna.
here.
That's good info.
Yeah, it really is.
I didn't know that, and that
I
was
love
So
how she
basically, we
signed
just
it.
do it now
Yeah.
because it looks sharp, but there
Yeah.
was actually a time when there was a
there,
reason.
there was a point to it.
Yeah.
No pun intended. Now they just, for some reason, we still do that. But some don't. Like, we had an Australian Shepherd named Millie, and she did have a tail.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So,
I don't know.
who knows? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
As a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 is going to depend on the team members that you surround yourself with. That's why you got to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently. They make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on job qualifications all on one platform. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Terms and conditions apply.
If you like burritos, which you do because everyone does, you should try Taco Bell's Chipotle Ranch and Salsa Verde grilled chicken burritos. These masterpieces start with a warm flour tortilla that we stuff with grilled chicken. But the real stars here are the bold sauces, Chipotle Ranch or Salsa Verde. In fact, the chicken is the stage upon which these sauces shine. Like this mic is a stage for me to spotlight my theatrical range. 2 chicken burritos, 2 bold flavors, $2 each. Order on the Taco Bell app. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only. Contact local store for prices, hours, and participation, which vary. Tax extra while supplies last.
Inflation's everywhere. We see it at the pump, the grocery store, heck, even going out on date night. That's why we like using Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out. With Upside, you can worry less about inflation because you get cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app. Use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of that first tank of gas. That's 25 cents or more back on every gallon using the promo code BUBBA25 or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. You'd like to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are you of all the ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you won't find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Let's get you started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. And for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and a 32-hour battery life. Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Get 15% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Are you prepared for the unexpected? Now, it's only a matter of time before your out-of-warranty vehicles in the shop costing thousands. You can be prepared like us with CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans to fit every budget and includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car eligibility. Call CarShield now to save 20% on your plan, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. 1-800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
The gravy, please.
We are rolling back 21 minutes past the hour. We thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show today. As we said earlier, Dan Moultrie will be in. They're coming off the big Archery Trade Association show, and there's Moultrie Mobile products that were unveiled and going to be released, and we're here with some exciting news today with Dan, and so we'll be talking about Moultrie Mobile and have a great trivia question with Match Moultrie and give away some cool stuff. So all that's there for you next hour. So be standing by for that. Greg actually letting Dan in now. And we always let Dan in with the hopes that his beautiful wife, Patty, has made something. So we'll see if that happens today or not. And so that's there for you. This is some crazy.
Evidently, he's gotten lost.
Yeah, I guess so. Well,
or Greg, he can't wait to get into any food.
Well,
so.
Greg gets lost with what he's doing, not necessarily like locationally lost.
Right.
He starts to talk and then forgets that we're live. Yeah, and gets to hanging out. Yeah. There he is, Mr. Dan Moultrie.
If you wouldn't have had food, Greg would not have come out there.
I see one's already missing.
One's missing.
Yeah, I thought so too.
There's going to be another missing.
Welcome in, Dan. Good seeing you. As Greg said, Happy New Year, buddy. No, he did. All right, so we'll talk the great outdoors with Dan coming up. Looking forward to that. This one here is going to get Greg going. Really, all of us. We were talking pre-show about this one, and I saw this story a day or so ago, but Daily Mail picked it up and ran with it. And there's a story out that Aretha Franklin's song "Natural Woman" is now deemed offensive to trans women. There's outrage. There's outrage.
You know what you're doing? You're just admitting you're not a natural woman.
Right.
If you're mad about it, if you're truly a woman, you shouldn't care, right?
Right. Well, you would think.
You shouldn't care.
Activists are now demanding the song be removed from Spotify and Apple Music.
Now, who are these activists?
There's a group that is out of Norway. It's a TCMA. It's a Transcultural Mindfulness Alliance.
Oh, that sounds like
a group
fun
started this year and has since made its presence known with a series of polarizing posts on social media.
Well, I got news for you. If they've just started and this is their first project, everything must be well out there. It must be in pretty good shape. Is this what you're down to? I know we say that all the time, but it's the truth. You're worried about a song. I mean, who cares? Okay, first of all, you're from Norway. You're white as everything, so you're probably being racist to Aretha Franklin. Let's play that game.
Right,
if we're going to play it, let's play it.
Yeah, you're right.
How about this? Look at them, and the answer is no. So eat it. I mean, what are you going to do?
Right. It says, and this is their post.
No.
This is their post here. Aretha Franklin's 1968 song, "Natural Woman," is harmful to anti-trans stereotypes.
Harmful?
There is no such thing as a natural woman.
You're being correct.
The song has helped inspire acts of harm against transgender women.
And we're proving that. Give me the data on that, on how these acts of harm that are tied to Aretha Franklin's song, "Natural Woman." Nobody would have even thought about it if they hadn't brought it up. I promise you, nobody's thought about it. Nobody said, "Hey, I was listening to Aretha the other day. It really made me mad about trans women." I tell you, I'm done with them. I'm gonna stomp all that out. And you know why? Because I heard that song and it fired me up. That has never happened. Bottom line is, I have an organization. We ain't got nothing to do, so we got to come up with something.
All right. So later on, deep into the article here on page 3, so you got to really turn some pages to get to it. I'm hoping this is the case, but they say they can't verify. Social media users were quick to question whether or not the account, started just days ago, was a joke designed to fan the flames fueling the ongoing war between progressives and the political right. But they can't verify if it is or not. I'm hoping that it is.
Here's the point.
But my gracious, if it's not.
There was a time when we would have laughed immediately and said, "Man, that's funny." But in today's world, and some of the things that we know are true,
right,
that are asking, this makes it believable. Hopefully it's a prank. Maybe it is. That'll make me feel better if it's a prank. I hope it is.
Have you ever seen the I can't give this story anything. It's ridiculous.
It's a prank. I'm telling myself it's a prank.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
That movie about her respect with Jennifer Hudson, that's a good movie.
I haven't seen it.
That's a really good movie. And
you, Greg
and Speedy both, y'all love music. You love the history of it. You'll love this a lot. So I want to honor her with that because these
I definitely want to watch that.
Good night.
It's a crazy world out there, my friend.
Speaking of music, got a question from the audience that pertains to this. I think it's a good question to insert here. When you listen to music, do you pay attention to the lyrics? Do you pay attention to the music? Or do you listen and simply enjoy?
Wow. Well, I'm going to tell you where I land. I normally listen and enjoy, but hanging around Rick and Greg as long as I have, they seem to be more interested in the lyrics and the meaning of the song and how well it was written and all this kind of stuff, which has made me now pay more attention to the lyrics of it. But like I've learned more about songs and their meaning than I ever knew, and it was songs that I loved in the '80s or whatever. I'm like, wait a minute, that's what that meant, really? But I didn't even know.
We've all learned that hard lesson.
Yeah, because I wasn't paying attention to the lyrics.
For me, it's the melody and all that first. If that gets my attention, then I eventually get to the lyrics.
Okay,
but they're not immediately what I look at.
Okay,
unless it's something ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's obvious.
Right.
We've all had those moments that you're talking about, Speedy, when we're in the car with our kids or with our wives or other family and friends, and we'll be sitting there just bobbing our head and we're getting into it, and all of a sudden we'll start actually listening to the lyrics, and we're like, wow, okay, I didn't have any idea. So many years I was blaring that out.
Oh yeah.
Had no idea.
I think as you get older, and I think as you get older, you start listening for deeper meaning.
Oh, of course. And
like
then when you
about.
have kids too, you're listening to lyrics because you don't know what's playing in the car or what they're listening to. So as you become an adult, you do change. But I have learned a lot from the Burgess brothers on the meaning of a lot of songs and what they were saying, and things that I was listening to and singing in the '80s. I was like, wow, so that's it.
Well, I love when we have the words wrong.
Yeah, that's good too.
That's a better one.
Yeah,
well, I told y'all.
We're passionately wrong.
Right,
We sing it really hard.
Yeah.
I told y'all just last week, shared this with y'all about that. I thought it was saying working like Riley, and it was twerking like Miley.
Yeah.
I mean, goodness gracious.
Don't know what working like Riley would have meant.
I don't know. I was thinking working hard, and
like there's a Riley that works hard or something.
Well, I'm sure there is.
Okay.
My son-in-law.
They seem to use that song
he's a
on
hard
like
worker.
sports and some motivational type stuff. So I was like, okay, well then this is Riley
Probably
must
talking
work.
about Pat Riley.
Riley must bust his A.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're making big changes this new year or you're just settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio accompaniment. On this journey, I know that for me, that's crucial. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. For premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, they feel, and they sound better than ever with optimized gel tips for that perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are so comfortable, and they will not budge. Trust me, Raycons give you 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, and they're priced just right. With Raycons, you get quality audio at half the price of the other audio brands, and it's no wonder their everyday earbuds have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Now's the time for you to check them out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today. We'll get you an additional 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to score 15% off. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there. I've done that. They don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan. Or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Have you tried an American-made Helix sleep mattress yet? Unlike a lot of other mattress companies, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility right here in the States. You order, they ship your mattress directly from their facility right to your front door for free. And if you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll come pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress, which we love, by the way, and the 12,000 5-star reviews what they're saying about Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you and your partner with a perfect mattress just for you. Plus, you've got that 100-day risk-free trial. They also have plus-size mattresses and kids' mattresses ranked best mattress winner by Parents Magazine. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. We'll get you $350 off all mattress orders. That's the best offer yet. helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it
All right, rolling back 25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Dan Moultrie already here, sitting down at our conference table / dining room table and hanging out with Bill Bubba Bussey and enjoying some great biscuits, it looks like, that his beautiful wife Patty made for us.
Good biscuits.
And I know, Greg, you've jumped off into it.
Yeah, I had
What we
sample.
got going on in there? What is it?
It's like a sausage, cheese, good deal.
Okay. Oh,
Biscuits are crispy.
sausage,
I like a
cheese,
little
good
crispy
deal.
biscuit.
Oh, yeah, I noticed the biscuits
I
were
like
done
them
well.
done
That's
now.
good.
Undercooked biscuit and me don't get along.
Yeah. He'll be on with us next hour, talk the great outdoors. You'll match Moultrie, and his prizes, look, we've talked about it, that, they're finer than he is crazy with his question. So, and he laughs at that. But Match Moultrie will be next hour. We'll talk about some big news coming out of Moultrie Mobile as they come off their Archery Trade Association show where they announced some new products with Moultrie Mobile, and we'll talk about that next hour. This here, I've got some audio for y'all. You're obviously going to be able to tell what's going on, but I thought it was kind of interesting. Tom Brady was and Jim Gray were together on the podcast Let's Go, and Jim Gray just asked Tom Brady about his retirement and timeline on decision and all this kind of stuff. And, of course, Tom used some language, but it's beeped out. But if you're wondering where Tom Brady is on his retirement, here's an answer for you.
Any type of a timetable as to what you might want to do regarding your football career?
Jim, if I knew what I was going to do, I'd have already done it. Okay? I'm taking it a day at a time.
I sense you're antagonized by the question.
You're scratching. I appreciate your asking. Thank you.
You remember... Am
so
I
he
wrong?
apparently doesn't know.
I think they do that podcast together. I think it's
Okay.
him. I think there was one. Anyway, But do you remember when Jim Gray used to make everybody mad?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, of
Karl
course
Malone,
yes.
And I can't remember.
Pete Rose, I think.
a bunch of them.
I mean, that
Good
was
night.
his deal. He would ask just ridiculous
Yeah,
questions, and
right.
they'd all get to hollering at him.
Yeah.
Karl Malone was really mad.
Yeah.
I forget what it was
You're
about.
talking about secondhand. Sometimes their reactions and their
It
live,
seems like it
and
was
they'll
a
be like,
boxer
"Good
that got
night."
him too. A lot of people. He did it on purpose, I'm
Right.
sure, but he was really good at it. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
But boy, he could touch a nerve.
Boy, could he?
Yeah, he could.
But it's obvious they have a pretty fun relationship with each other as far as going back and forth. And
Are you clear though on whether Tom
I think I
made
am.
his mind?
I
up yet?
think
don't
I am.
I don't think he has.
I think I am. I think I understand completely that that
okay,
Tom's not
Tom.
really sure what he wants to do.
Yeah.
It's good. It should be pretty interesting though, as far as
where
where
in
he
the world
goes,
would
if he
he-
comes
Go
back
the
and all
house,
that.
Tom.
I mean, we're all saying that, and he
I'm
might.
not. I kind
but
of want him
he-
to keep playing.
I guess.
But you just wonder
That's true,
with
either
the
way.
state of quarterbacks in the NFL, and there's so many that need them right now. He could really fall into a situation
could.
where he could win another Super
Yeah.
Bowl.
Is he ever, if he keeps hanging on? This year, team-wise, it wasn't successful, but individual, it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't a failure.
Mm-hmm.
Is he ever going to do that way? Walks out and just stinks it up.
You know what? Well, and I hope it doesn't happen. I don't want anybody to get hurt. But okay, I understand that. But if he's going to keep on going, there's going to be an injury that ends.
Well,
his
he-
career.
Yeah,
he
you're always
does-
because he really looks fragile.
Well,
yeah.
but he plays a game. His style doesn't lend to many injuries. I know there's always it's football and it's rough, but the reason he's been able to stay as healthy as he has is because of his style of play. He's not out there running all over the place.
No, he's not gonna touch
He's
it.
smart enough to get rid of it when he needs to. Those
I'm
type
talking
things.
about
But
more
the
of like
players
a.
respect him enough to not cheap shot him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? More of like some weird thing, like a defensive end actually rolls into it,
Yeah, it
or
happened.
leg whips him into the knee or something. Nothing that really goes against his style, but it's just the game.
Yeah.
I mean, and
Well, and
who
if that
knows?
happens, he'll have
It
surgery and then
happens.
he'll live a nice life.
Off his
speaking
hundreds of millions of dollars.
Speaking of football, and I haven't researched this, probably shouldn't be bringing it up, but I have read a little bit on it, not a whole lot. But are y'all up to date on the Damar Hamlin conspiracy theories? The quarterback,
No.
the quarterback, the cornerback
I'm not.
for was he safety? Safety for the Buffalo Bills that went into cardiac arrest
I
on the
heard
field, and they had to
conspiracy.
save his life and all this.
Is this a body double thing?
Well, here's the thing. And I saw a number of social media posts, and I'm talking about blue check mark people asking questions because he has not done one interview. That you haven't seen his face at all. They claim
What do you think
he needs oxygen, but yet he has a mask on, and he goes to the game this past weekend.
Yeah.
And
He's
nobody
in the window
and
there.
everybody the family is seen, everybody is seen, but there's everybody saying this person the skin tone of this person did not match.
Wait a minute.
Does not match
We got
his.
a
They're
conspi-
saying this.
They're saying
That-
that it's not
and-
him.
right? And that
Now, why?
his that here's the conspiracy. You ready? Look, this
Bring
is
it
not
on.
Speedy. Okay,
I know.
saying
no,
this. This
I
is
did
what
hear
people
this
are
yesterday
saying.
This
from
is what you
somebody I
think.
didn't
Some people are saying
halfway
he's
pay
died.
attention.
Well, then he
And-
would have just
okay.
died. Why would you cover that
And
up?
that other people are saying that
They've been
his
saying it.
health is pretty bad, and I'm
Why
trying to
would you
figure
have
out
to
why
do
what
any
the
of that?
what the
Let
agenda
me
is
guess.
here.
They're going to tie it to the vaccine or that he had COVID. Or they'll do
Well,
something.
there's some of those out there that hey, when's it just going to come out that this is the vaccines? Whatever. The conspiracy theorists are way out there. But
Sure.
people like is it Jason Whitlock? Okay, with
I know him.
Clay Travis on Outkick. He hasn't necessarily come out and said, "Hey, there's a conspiracy." He's just asking questions. Hey, everybody. Damar Hamlin has a very bubbly personality. He has a really good personality. He does really good interviews. He comes to the game. Why not step in front of a mic and a camera and just go, hey, I want to thank everybody,
That's a good point.
for your prayers
legitimate,
or whatever. But he's whisked away. He's not on camera. His family's seen, but his family looks nervous and like they don't really want to be seen. And he's the only one that's not seen on camera. Nobody could go near him. And the camera angles are from the outside looking through the
glass.
the glass, and he's all you can see is his eyes. He's
And
got
it
a
was snowing
mask
so hard
on.
you couldn't
It's
see him.
snowing, and he's waving. It's almost like they're trying to hide his identity. And Jason Whitlock was basically going, all I'm asking is why. Well, I mean, why
has he had a sit-down interview?
Right. Well, how come
Press
there
conference.
hasn't been? If it's not a sit-down interview, it could be just a walk up to the mic,
press conference. Hey,
of some kind.
Thank everybody.
Yeah, or just go up to somebody if it's the broadcast team or somebody and just go, hey, just want to thank everybody, or whatever. And so I'm saying that to say not necessarily I believe it, but that's what the questions are being asked on social media and other platforms as to why his face hasn't been seen at all. And then he goes to this, is it a mural that's on the side of a building and it shows him in his uniform and he's given his classic
we already got a mural
heart.
up?
Yeah.
We've already painted a mural.
He's doing the heart with his hands and he goes in front of it and takes a picture. Okay? But in the picture, he's still got his mask on. You can't see who it is.
Okay.
And everybody's like, why the hiding of identity? What's going on?
Yeah, so basically, ever since he's been released or whatever, no one's, except from distance, we've had no
you couldn't
footage of him sitting there.
Right.
Now that they bring, you're right. I haven't seen anything like that.
Yeah, and it's
saw him with snow falling up in the window.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird.
It is.
It is. Strange.
It's very.
I'll
it's
give
very
you that.
strange.
It is
and there's even people now. Look, they'll take it too far. Understand this, right? There's even if you want to entertain yourself, if you got 5 minutes, and some of you might not, go to comments and then really see what people are thinking on different posts. Some comments are from a former player that knew him. Hey, I know him. Those aren't his legs. He's got his legs are different. They're different tones. Now he's in sweats. It's when he's standing in front of his mural on the side of a building. And so you can go deep into the conspiracy theories. But Jason and others that are a little bit more reputable are just saying, not really going down that track right now, but I would like to know, how come he hadn't done an interview? If he's well enough to come to a game or whatever, why are we hiding his identity to where you can't see his face or anything? What's going on?
Now you got me thinking.
Yeah, I'm surprised you weren't all over this. When he brought it up, I thought Greg's about to be all in.
Some reason I just hadn't really followed it, but now that you bring it up,
and there's
weird.
A lot of and
that is weird.
There's others that they're saying that his health is
no conspiracy theory guy.
No, and he actually what was kind of weird is that he retweeted a tweet and then commented. He retweeted with a comment. And he said, I don't know if I'm ready to go here, but I am asking, what's going on.
Yeah,
and the person was like, reports are that he needs oxygen assistance, right now to kind of get. But somebody that needs oxygen assistance has a mask on with no oxygen tank with him at the game.
Just a mask.
And it just went on and on and on.
You're talking about oxygen mask. That's what he's wearing?
Well, no, he's wearing a mask like a COVID mask.
Okay.
What they're saying is he currently has to have help.
So it would be making no sense.
And he wasn't getting help in that situation.
No, he wasn't. You're right. It's hard to breathe with a mask on.
And these are questions. These are questions I'm asking. I don't know, so please don't repeat that.
So Speedy says.
No. that I am just wondering. The tweet came from Stu Peters, and this is who he retweeted. He says,
Mr. Peters,
I'm a real conspiracy theorist now. Sorry for questions how a man having to use oxygen is not carrying oxygen, wearing a mask when you need oxygen, and walking with a pep in his step after dying suddenly and being brought back to rib-breaking CPR before skin lightening. They're saying his skin tone's not even the same. Now, Jason Whitlock says, does the handling public appearance of Damar Hamlin yesterday make any sense? ?
Really didn't.
Twitter is asking a lot of questions. I've given my theory as he's protecting his marketability. Anybody else find yesterday very interesting? In other words, why the hiding of his identity? What's going on?
Yeah, like when it showed
and
his
it
family.
Is a valid question.
When it showed the family, he wasn't with them?
Well, no, it showed the family on camera walking in and they saying, hey, or whatever. But when he walked in, you didn't see him and whatever. And look, maybe the man needs his privacy, and that's the simple explanation to it all. He's still recovering and he's not ready to make a public appearance. Maybe he just wanted to be at the game and have a private suite.
Possibly.
And just enjoy it,
Probably.
and he's just not quite ready yet. And that could be a really easy explanation. But Jason and
today's
others,
world,
others are saying that from his camp, somebody just say that.
That's
Somebody just say,
valid.
hey, you know what? He appreciates everybody. He's just not quite ready to be in front of the camera yet.
Yeah, he's still recovering.
Right. But when you don't do that, now everybody's wondering, what in the world?
The plot continues.
Yeah. But
How about that?
who knows? But didn't he post a picture of him from the hospital bed
I think
one
so.
time, waving, saying,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, doing the heart
He's
thing?
been out there on social.
Has
Yeah.
there not been a video of him talking? I thought there was.
Not since, I don't believe.
and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you are 65 or older, you know this. Watching your hard-earned dollars fly out the window on healthcare costs is so frustrating, but here's some great news. If you missed the December 7th deadline for open enrollment, it's not too late. Here's something that can really help. It's MediShare 65 Plus. MediShare is a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. It's people who encourage and pray for each other too. MediShare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. It's a great way to fight inflation, too. You can lock in one low monthly price for up to 10 years. Plus, it's easy. You can use any Medicare-approved doctor or get 24/7 telehealth access from the comfort of your home. So worth looking into. MediShare 65 Plus is open for enrollment, and if you join right now, before January 31st, your second month will be free. So don't miss this chance. Call 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you like burritos, which you do because everyone does, you should try Taco Bell's Chipotle Ranch and Salsa Verde grilled chicken burritos. These masterpieces start with a warm flour tortilla that we stuff with grilled chicken. But the real stars here are the bold sauces, Chipotle Ranch or Salsa Verde. In fact, the chicken is the stage upon which these sauces shine. Like this mic is a stage for me to spotlight my theatrical range. 2 chicken burritos, 2 bold flavors, $2 each. Order on the Taco Bell app. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only. Contact local store for prices, hours, and participation, which vary. Tax extra while supplies last.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there, I've done that, they don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off, But A, vegetables, not a huge fan, or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start
8 minutes until top of the hour. It is the kickoff hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show sponsored by carshield.com/Bubba. Are you prepared for the unexpected? You know, everybody says you need to be, right? Well, facts are it's only a matter of time before your out-of-warranty vehicle is in the shop costing you thousands. If that unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready to shell out $3,000, $5,000, $9,000, whatever the cost might be? Something that maybe you don't have, you don't have to worry if you, have carshield.com/Bubba, because they'll take care of those repair bills. Their administrators, I should say, will have your back as they understand your car is more than just getting you from point A to point B. Traveling by a car is a way of life. From picking up the kids to going to a new restaurant to going to work, cars are a daily essential for all of us. And carshield.com/Bubba offers protection plans to fit every budget and includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car eligibility. Call carshield.com/Bubba now and save 20% on your plan, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. The number again is 1-800-451-7776. You can also go to carshield.com/Bubba. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, we are rolling back now. Everybody's kind of getting in. The guys are here and ready for the main show, and that will start right after top of the hour break. All right, so and on the Damar Hamlin thing, those are the rumors going around. You kind of make of it what you want. There's a common sense approach that a lot of people are seeing, and that is the man just had a major cardiac event. He's going to have some time to get back. He just wanted to be at the game, but yet didn't want to make a public appearance as far as being interviewed or whatever. And it's just going to take some time. Yeah. And then you've got the other side that's like, well, then why not just say that? What's really wrong? And then your mind can just wander at that point. So make of it with what you want, but that's just what's out there, and got a common sense approach, and then more of the conspiracy theorists. So,
y'all want a QFTA?
Sure.
All
right, I'm gonna give you a choice.
All right.
Political entertainment or food?
Oh, food.
Okay. Afraid you'd go there.
Food.
Afraid? Then you should have just asked us one then.
Well, no, I want to give y'all options.
Food.
I was just kind of afraid you were going to go there. Do you have anything that you cannot enjoy eating today that you had previous years when you were in your 20s, as a kid, even in your 30s, and because of our bodies changing, is there something that you just can't eat today that you used to could, that you really enjoyed?
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy.
And this is coming from Tom, won't give his last name, because he said that he used to love Asian zing wings. He can't eat them anymore from Buffalo Wild Wings.
You just tears the stomach up?
Yeah.
Or just.
Yep. He said it's a rough day when he does that. Yeah.
I don't think there's anything that I can eat. I'm trying to think for something I used to eat that I don't eat now.
Yeah. And
not necessarily for, let me think.
So you're going more on the my body can't handle it. Not it's because I have a sweet tooth, but if I go sweets, it's real bad.
This is I eat something today in 2023 that it's going to be,
deep
a rough
fried
ride.
Stuff messes with me. That it
Does
used
it?
to not.
Really?
Yeah. If I ate a lot of it.
Yeah.
Like if I go fried fish, hush puppies, fries, Oh, that'll get me.
Yeah, it gets you because you're not used to that.
Yeah,
because you don't
if
eat
it's a lot
of
of deep fried
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Now 1 or 2, but if I have like a big deep fry meal.
Yeah.
And I don't know, to his point, the Asian zing, if it's the sauce or not, but I've noticed that
Probably.
with me
I think it
with
is.
wings.
Yeah.
You know, it's. But I mean, I don't really do the Asian zing or honey barbecue or and all that. It's more just a hot or mild.
I like all those you just
Yeah, they're
There's
all good.
There's a it's
Hey,
weird. It's weird with me. I just admit it. But like when we get those burritos, I can take the eggs and bacon from one, and it's great for me. Fills me up, no problems. But I do the sausage and egg. Sausage gets me. Anytime I have sausage on a pizza or just in that little burrito.
It does me a little bit. I know
Was that pre-gallbladder with you too?
Don't
or was
know.
it post?
I think all my issues like that are after gallbladder.
Okay.
Has been removed.
Yeah.
But that is the one thing that I can't. The sausage I can't conquer. Anytime I've got sausage on anything, it's not going to be good.
Yeah. Met some friends at Buffalo Wild Wings the other night. Terry and I did, and another couple. It's good friends of ours.
Ooh,
and
I got friends.
And I felt a little
popular.
frou-frou for not ordering wings, and he did. And I was like,
You ordered something like grilled chicken or something.
Well, I did.
like
I did the. I did a. It's kind of like a sandwich type deal. I just stayed away from wings.
Who'd you ask?
But it was
what they were.
No,
ordering?
I didn't actually ask.
You
anybody.
actually looked at the menu and ordered.
I wish they would. I wish
Damn.
Terry would have just ordered for me. But I
What are you
did make.
getting?
I did make a decision, and it was because of what I knew would happen if I went the other route. I knew what would happen. You know.
Yeah.
All right, real quick.
He had to be influenced by something.
No, I didn't. I ordered my own thing.
Political.
It was really hard.
Let's jump off that and real quick. This will be quick. Would you rather have an all-access pass to any NASA facility? Okay,
I like that
in the country,
that's
but
pretty cool.
it was cool until I'm about to mention this. But you have to be accompanied by John Kerry and Al Gore.
What?
Or you can go any meal of your choice, okay?
Any meal? We're back to food?
Listen, any meal of your choice and hang out for the day with Harry and Meghan Markle.
Oh, good night.
I'm
None of that's good.
I'm going to NASA because I'd like to see them two goofballs up close.
Yeah, I'm going to NASA too.
I just want to study them.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to make fun of them.
Right,
Can I make fun of them, or do I have to be nice to them?
Do whatever you want to.
Right,
it's your day, Greg.
That's right.
Do I have to
Looking
have
at
a
rockets, making fun of people.
Yeah, you have to have a long face the whole time?
Southwest 1380, start turning southbound there. There's a Southwest 737 on a 4-mile final. Will be turning southbound. Start looking for the airport. It's off to your right and slightly behind you there. And altitude is your discretion. Use caution for the downtown areas.
Okay, could you have the medical meet us there on the runway as well? We've got injured passengers.
Injured passengers, okay. And is your airplane physically on fire?
No, it's not on fire, but part of it's missing. They said there was a hole and someone went out.
Oh my gosh!
and just I can't imagine.
Wow, she was calm. You got to give her that.
Well, I mean, this is training. I mean, this is the thing.
Yep.
You know, it goes back to everything. That's why you train, so that you will be calm in these situations. But to your point, all the training in the world is just a guess until you're in the situation to see if you ever apply it. And
she had a lot of experience.
She certainly
too.
applied it with
military and all that. So,
but you know, if you're in that position, you have to be a person who can stay calm, or all hope is lost.
Yep.
And
so
she did.
It is a disaster, but it could have been much worse.
I mean, that's the person you want sitting there flying that baby.
Now we'll get into exactly what happened with the engine. I saw some technicians in one report that were examining the engine, what was left of it, and they said they definitely was signs of metal fatigue. So, you know, then we'll get into the maintenance of it and when was everything supposed to be checked and replaced and all that. So,
but you're 20 minutes into the flight, you're kind of settling in, going,
"Oh, sure you are." Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
You know, 32,000 feet. I'm just going to chill. Headed to Dallas. Oh my goodness!
Still amazing to me. Still amazing that apparently, because we're looking at them, people took time to take pictures with their phone.
Well, I think a lot of them were recording messages for their loved ones because they didn't know if they were going to get the plane down or not.
Right.
Or what else was going to happen.
Look at the woman in the light blue hat. I'll tell you something in the break.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the 9th running of the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama. It'll be the 4th race on the Verizon IndyCar Series circuit. It is coming up this weekend. And Ryan Hunter-Ray joins us on the show again. What's up, Ryan?
How's it going?
Well, I understand you're in the boat about to go. Are you fishing today or just cruising?
Yeah, we're fishing. We went out yesterday afternoon and caught 7 tuna and a sailfish. So we're trying to get the wahoo on the boat now.
Oh, we're going to focus on wahoo today.
So, Ryan, where are you out there? I mean, are you in whereabouts is the boat this morning?
We just had a bite. Yep. We're a mile offshore, basically, trolling for wahoo and tuna. So we're just off Fort Lauderdale, basically in between Fort Lauderdale and Boca Raton, working our way up the coast.
So I'm sorry then that you're having to do this interview.
We apologize. Just go ahead and reel it in if you need to.
Yeah, this is now I've got that feeling when you walk over to somebody's husband who had to come to something your wife planned, and you're like, man, I'm so sorry you had to be here.
Our bad.
So
hand somebody else the phone on the boat if you're reeling it in.
Yeah, do you even want to talk about racing? You just want to talk about fishing? I mean, it's
Ron, we won't know what kind of boat you got.
So I have a 42-foot yellowfin. So it's a center console with a tower. So it has a gap tower on it for fishing. Yeah. So.
Oh, when you have a tower, say if it's got a tower, that means somebody means business.
Yeah. That's sure enough boat there.
Yep. The tower definitely is it's a game changer when you're offshore for fishing weed lines and all that stuff. You could see so much more going on.
So. I mean, I guess we can talk about racing.
We're kind of daydreaming what it'd be like to be on your boat right now.
Have you gotten to the point now, Ryan? And look, let's just be clear. We've talked to people that I know you love to race, just as we've talked to people that love to be, musicians or singers and songwriters or, whatever, and then an entertainment business. And then there comes that point where they have this thing they really love, kind of like you today with the tower, like you like it, out there on the water, and they go, well, now I'm kind of fill in the blank. I do what I do professionally so I can do this. Yeah. Are you now racing so you can fish?
Yeah. That's, it's like this is what I have to do to keep, you need that kind of offset from racing. I think this is what does it for me is to get offshore, kind of just unplug for a moment. It keeps your sanity in many ways. So, yeah, this is my love away from racing. Fishing.
Yeah, well, and you did pretty well yesterday, and hopefully you don't let us interrupt the wahoo today, so we'll wrap it up here in just a minute. But let's talk about, this is the 4th race on the circuit, and of course you've had success, of course winning the Indy 500 in 2014, that's always going to be the walking dog, but, you've been the champion of the series, that's big. How has this particular track treated the team? What does the car look like for this weekend?
Yeah, it's been good for us. I mean, we've had 2 wins there, so we won in 13 and 14. Obviously, we need to do that again. That's our only goal is to get our third win there. But this year, it's a completely new car, new aerodynamics, new package completely. Car looks great now.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new day on a brand new hour, and we're excited to spend some time with you. This hour right here starts with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Somebody with an opportunity this hour to match Moultrie. So prizes galore. A couple times we'll hear from Moultrie this week. We'll update you on that this hour. Also, your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get to those. We'll also take stories from within our show, within this country, and from around the world. And we'll unpack those too. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, all here. They've given you a kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler now joins Team Rick and Bubba for his duties on the YouTube channel. Our big boy statue looking reassuring as he always does. And over there is the other half. We've been doing this 29 years. Working on trying to complete number 30, the Silver Tongue one. The man with the golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in.
There it is, Bubba. Already gone.
Yeah, about it.
Already gone.
Already gone.
I know that we need to unpack the latest from Moultrie, and I know you. I can't wait to hear the question today. I can't wait.
It's always it's always mysterious in its own way because you just don't know. And we call it match Moultrie because you can't Google these answers because, quite frankly, it's caused such controversy in the past. So we've dropped the hammer and said, you got to match what Dan says it is. That's the only way we can continue this without massive lawsuits.
Well, and he and Speedy said it in the kickoff hour. I've really never heard us say it this way, maybe off the air, but I heard Speedy say it on the air. It's the level of prize that he brings that causes us to tolerate it. I mean, if he was bringing in here some Kiwi prize, buy one get one free frozen pizza, we wouldn't tolerate these questions. And what it is Dan is more fine than he's crazy.
Yeah.
And so that's really it.
To a level.
Yeah. Right. Now he can push it.
Yeah.
Where you begin to question. But anyway, so that'll be coming up a little bit later on. When I look at the state, and I said this to someone yesterday, and you could see concern come over their face. They'd never really thought about it. They were making some comment about the state of the world. And I said, well, how would you like to have a job that every day you went in, you couldn't get around it? It was laid out in front of you, and you could truly see the state of this place every single day just looking over the headlines. And for a minute, I saw compassion. I saw them look at us and go, I know y'all have a good time, but I never really think about sometimes how hard y'all have to work to get through all the garbage. We have so lost our minds. When I see that one of our discussions today, and I saw this yesterday, and my wife and I were discussing it, that M&M's actually thinks, well, here's the worst part, that maybe people actually do spend time being concerned about what candies think. Yeah. And I thought to myself, y'all know that M&M's it's candy.
Yeah.
That's not their real voices.
Right. Y'all know that there's no live M&M candies.
Yeah. So when you criticize it, you're criticizing something that's not real.
And they're different colors,
Correct.
so I think they cover diversity pretty good. The
They
fact
do.
that it's a bunch of different colored
Especially the
candies.
green people.
Right, yeah. But see, once again, this is what happens when you attempt to say there is no gender and then you try to honor a gender. It all goes bad.
It does.
So
It does.
because now these two are mutually exclusive, and they cancel each other. This society has frustrated M&M so much.
Yeah.
They're just not going to have. They're not going to have spokes candy.
They've just thrown their hands up and said, forget it.
Well, they should have never gone down that road because I don't need to be told. They could just be candies. I don't care if they're. If you want to have no gender, you can have that in candy.
Yeah.
Because we
I
have
see
to make
nothing there.
we have to make candies. They can't reproduce themselves.
No.
So you could just
Now, wait a
you
minute,
could just,
wait a minute,
yeah.
Rick. Some of them have peanuts, some of them don't.
Well, no, that's a great point. That's a great point.
Bubba,
So
you are
saying
correct.
you're saying in the world we're in, the peanut M&M could declare they don't have a nut.
Oh, wow.
Right, and live as if they're one of the
Yeah, there you
others.
go.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, we're talking about candy. We're talking about candy.
We're talking about talking
we,
candy.
We are talking about candy. And
Talking candy.
And the Mars company, who makes M&Ms, they honestly feel like they're distraught over their spokes candies.
Yeah.
Over trying to honor women and gender. It's in candy now.
Candy.
We're talking about candy.
Candy.
We are. I feel like
Cartoons.
Iverson on practice.
Yeah, I feel like Iverson. Are we talking about practice? I mean,
We're talking like we're talking about people.
Well, candy. So we've got a candy controversy over all this about pretend. We're pretending that candies have
Yes.
legs and arms and talk.
We don't like what they wear. Rick.
We don't like what they're wearing.
Nope.
Candy.
Don't like it. Rick.
Look, let me tell you something. If this is your big issue today, we've said it 1,000 times. You're blessed beyond.
Yeah.
You think Kimba's worried about this?
No,
today?
no.
Kimba ain't worried about this.
I think a lot can be said when you look at what is your problem today.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of tells you where you are on the universal scale of what's happening.
Yeah.
What's happening, Jack?
That's
you know?
right. Yeah. You're all over that.
Wow.
Yeah, but you're right, Rick. That's just one of many today that we have.
I can't believe. I honestly can't. I can't. I couldn't believe that there was some attempt at serious commentary on this. I mean, spokes candy. It's candy. I mean, we don't have
like
these
Dan,
are not real people.
It's like Dan trying to whisper.
I know he can't do it.
That right there.
I have no idea.
His tribute to JT. Was JT, other than Moultrie, the loudest whisperer you ever heard?
Oh, you got to be in a shooting house with him. You wouldn't see a thing.
All right, we'll be back. We'll jump into what all we got to unpack with Moultrie. I mean, it's candy.
What is it, Rick?
It's candy. It's pieces of candy.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep.
Great runs. I mean, the racing's been excellent. The show's been phenomenal, and it's basically like an experiment every time we go to a new track. It's so to answer your question, I don't know. It's going to be for us. It's going to be we have a lot of work to do in practice to get the car to be where I need it. But it's so far so good. I mean, we have two fifth place finishes, and then we had a long day at Long Beach. Ran into some troubles during the race, but we're looking forward to Barber. It's one of our favorite races, so
Right.
we love coming to Birmingham.
Yeah. Speaking of barbers, what is your strategy there? Is there a particular thing you try to do there that you maybe do different at some of the other tracks? I know down the road at Talladega, a lot of the NASCAR drivers, they always say just avoid the big one. You know it's coming. Some like to be in front of it, some behind. What do you do at Barbers?
Well, Barber is it's a road course, and it's a flowing track. You need to have kind of a rhythm to it. So it's a really, really challenging track. You can't ever get two laps the same there, it seems, because of all the inclines, undulations, the compressions through the corners. It's a really challenging lap to get the lap right. So you're just trying to make the most of it. Basically, you set the car up for the high speed corners and just deal with whatever you get on the slower speed corners. But the higher speed corners there, we're pulling north of 4G in the corners. I mean, it's huge compression.
So do you do two? I know you set up differently for oval versus road course. That's obvious, but do you go as far as to have, like, I know a lot of times people have cars that are just, this is our car. We go oval. this is our car, we go road, or do
Yeah.
you just set the same car up based on the situation?
No, we have two different chassis for each one, and the cars are set up completely different for the two. We have, our oval car has completely different aerodynamic package on it, smaller wings than the road course package, which has the bigger wings for more downforce. So, the oval setup is asymmetric. The car is basically leaning to the left. On the oval car, if you let go of the wheel, it pulls left hard. It's set up for going, obviously, for going left all the time, but. Yeah, the road course car is completely different, and that's what we'll be rolling out this weekend.
Have y'all figured out how to I know when they first built the course, it was great. Everybody loves it. The facility's phenomenal, but the passing was difficult. But that seems to have gotten a little better. What's this current situation with the ability to pass at Barber's?
Yeah, our races have been amazing there. I mean, lots of passing.
Yeah.
And big credit to Firestone on that because of the different tire compounds that we have.
Yeah.
We have to run the primary, which is the black sidewall tire, and the alternate tire, which is the softer red sidewall tire. So you have guys on different tire strategies, and that makes the racing, very interesting, mixed up. You have comers and goers, guys that are, moving through the field, guys that are falling back, and it just really spices the whole thing up.
Well, I don't want to put any pressure on you, but Channing Tatum is the Grand Marshal. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah, Channing Tatum. That's a pretty big
Very
deal.
cool.
Yeah, I mean,
That is a big deal.
People mistake me for him all the time, everywhere I go.
Yeah,
and,
I'm sure.
Yeah, and it gets.
I can see that.
Yeah, sure. So anyway, so that'll be going on, and if you've never been to Barber Motorsports Park, I would encourage all of you to do that. It is a beautiful facility. It's very, very, very fan friendly. If you don't have your tickets already, you can still get those at barberracingevents.com, barberracingevents.com. And get out there and cheer on the yellow 28, and I hope you have a great run. We did a pretty good job. We talked about racing a good bit.
A little bit.
Yeah.
The whole time I'm thinking, what are they reeling in?
I know. We got anything on the line at all?
Yeah, we caught a small tuna so far, so it's going good.
Ron, if you win again, can we come fishing with you?
Absolutely, guys.
All right, if you win. And you're there, you're in victory lane. Say, I can't believe I've won my third time here at Barber Motorsports Park. And you know what that means? Rick and Bubba, let me know what weekend's free.
We're going fishing. Yeah, absolutely.
That's great, man.
Thank you, Hunter.
I hope the Wahoo pay a price today, buddy, and I hope you do well this weekend. Be careful.
Thank you, guys. Look forward to seeing you.
All right, man. See you, buddy. Ryan Hunter Ray from his boat, fishing about a mile off the beach there in the Atlantic Ocean around the Fort Lauderdale area. Trying to get them Wahoo today.
Say yes to Linzess.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us again today. Dan Moultrie is here. Dan's here. So Dan Moultrie joins us for an update on the great outdoors, an opportunity for you to win something really cool before we're done. Dan Moultrie and Daniel Wilson, who's the VP and General Manager for Moultrie Mobile, join us on the Rick and Bubba Show. So first of all, welcome back, Dan and Dan. Glad you guys are here.
Good morning. Everybody get your mobile up.
Everybody get your mobile up. You have just returned from the ATA. Tell everybody what is the ATA and why were you there?
It was the Archery Trade Association, and it's the first real big show of the year. It's kind of taken the place of the SHOT Show. The SHOT Show's still out there, but it's become more gun hunting related. It's really ATA, and if you've got a new product in the hunting industry, you're probably going to introduce it to ATA. And let me tell you, Daniel took the house by storm with what he introduced this time. And we've been telling y'all good stuff's coming. You're going to get to hear about it, a little of it today.
Yeah, well, it's straight from the ATA, straight to the airwaves via the Rick and Bubba platform.
Why not let's introduce one more new camera on Rick and Bubba, Rick?
I'm loving it. I love the innovations that you made with the Edge, but now you're telling us, Daniel, talking to you now, Wilson, because let's face it, Moultrie is a spokes candy. You're actually the one who works on this. He's the cartoon, but you're the one who's actually doing it. So Daniel, tell us a little bit. Yeah, it's right. Yeah. It's like, you see Bubba and I, our names right there on the logo. Here's a little cartoon. But if you really need to know what's going on here, probably want to ask Speedy, Greg, Helms, Adler.
I think what Rick is saying, Ronald McDonald doesn't really cook hamburgers. But I think Dan does.
Y'all have put that in a good light here. I like that.
Yeah, Dan's been spending time on some other products, but Dan's the one that makes sure his logo's on the cookie.
That's right.
So let's.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
and
by the way,
good cookies too, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. Yeah, thanks for those, and also thanks once again to Patty Moultrie for setting up some delicious breakfast.
Yeah,
thank you,
Patty.
Yeah,
thanks, Patty.
Thank you for that. So, Daniel, what was the big announcement at the ATA that we now announced today on the show?
Yeah, we had a couple of new products that we announced at ATA. The first one is Edge Pro, our new flagship camera for 2023. In a lot of ways, it's the big brother camera of the Edge. It builds on the Edge camera that we launched last summer, so it'll have the same built-in memory, no SD card required. If you've ever been fumbling around with an SD card, wishing you had the right one, the right class, the right speed, the right size, right whatever.
Many times.
Oh, my goodness. You'll never want to set up a camera without built-in memory again after you set up this Edge series line of cameras. It also has the auto-connect technology, which means it auto-connects to the strongest signal. You don't have to pick between the AT&T and Verizon camera models anymore.
That's a game changer.
It's a game changer. It makes setup easy. It also lets you have peace of mind that when I set this thing up, the camera's going to figure out what cell tower it needs to be on. I don't have to worry about it. So it builds on and includes both of those two technologies, and it adds some things like live aim and better night images and better megapixels. We always look to advance and to push technology further. But the big deal is that it has AI built into the camera, artificial intelligence. So that camera knows, it can identify what it's looking at, and it can filter out false triggers and triggers of non-target species. So historically, you've had to settle and say, hey, if a raccoon triggers my camera, a raccoon triggers my camera. I could get 1,000 raccoon triggers one night, and it's burning up your batteries and your data plan and wasting your time.
No question.
Here, you can just select, I only want deer pictures or just bucks, just does, whoever would do that, vehicles, people, and you can toggle everything else off if you want to. So you can only get in your image gallery what you really care about. It really gives the power back to the hunter. So that's huge.
Thus, the result of that, though, is the big deal, though, Daniel. It is the battery life.
It's the battery life.
Because you're not uploading stuff
no.
that a bluebird comes by and hits it, and you don't get it.
Yeah, it's a total game changer.
Yeah, but without this technology, I know when I look at my pictures, raccoons, squirrels, a lot of times crows. Yeah. Now I want to see the turkeys, but the turkeys will come in there too. But you probably want to keep them. But
you can keep them.
But yeah, there's a lot of animals that I really am not interested in seeing. And it does eat up a lot of battery, and you're because a lot of times, even when you get ready to go through your pictures, say you were at work. Of course, Sherry says apparently I don't have this problem, that I look at them immediately when they come in. but
we all do.
Let's say you let them build up a little bit because you're in the middle of something. It is sometimes frustrating to go raccoon, and you're trying to get to where you want to get. And it's eating up battery. So I love this.
Imagine an image gallery with nothing but what you want to see in it.
I love that.
Dan, I've got some problem with mine. It keeps taking a picture of a fat guy opening and closing gates.
We can filter that out.
For me, too, I just thought about this. Can I toggle Gary out?
Should be able to.
Gary, would it kill you to walk over and cut the camera camera off while we're filling up.
Well, no, you can pause it for a little while, Rick.
Sure.
Unchecked person.
Yeah. But and the other one is really good, especially when you're trying to figure out what you got buck wise.
Yep.
I mean, we all love seeing the does and knowing that we got a lot of deer, but there comes a point where you go, okay, I've established I've got a good bit of does here, and I see how healthy they are and all that.
Yep.
Now I want to see, what
you can
bucks
focus,
on it. Yeah.
and you can do it. You can adjust it all remotely. So if you say, hey, right now I want everything great. Okay, this part of the season, maybe I want to dial in and just focus on the bucks, or my battery life is starting to get low. I need fewer images. I want to stretch this out. Yeah, swap to buck only. So it's real flexible like that. The other side of it is because it has the AI built in, there's also detection zones. So if you've ever had grass grow up in front of your camera in the summer, or a branch fall down in a storm, or you have a licking branch set up as part of your setup, or you're in a security context and you've got maybe a highway in the background or a road that you don't want to trigger on, you can deselect those zones from our app, and it'll only trigger and capture images from the rest of the frame. So it really gives you a lot more control over what can trigger the camera.
One interesting deal you told me out at the show, and it stuck with me. He was saying, remember I was telling you that I was getting different settings of the images, and I think you told me 20 foot was the optimal, or
20 to 30 is a good
20 to 30 foot. Is everybody says how far should it be, and to get there, 20 to 30 foot for the edge is prima, and that's about what you want it away from, and so that really works.
Well, that helps you when you're setting them out.
Yeah,
it does
for sure.
Yeah. We're expanding the field of view a little bit too on Edge Pro, so instead of Edge at 40 degrees, Edge will be 50 degrees, gives you a little bit more there, and it has live view aim via Bluetooth in the field. So instead of taking a picture and trying to guess and say, is it aimed right, you can actually just see it live on your phone and aim the camera and make setup a whole lot easier. We're just trying to make setup as easy as it can be.
Oh, man.
That's awesome.
Good night.
Well, it seems like you've hit on a good middle ground of making it easy for the Rick Burgesses of the world.
Yes.
And then giving you control to play with it, which is what I like.
Yeah,
we keep you guys in mind when we're
you all do. I mean, y'all are both the ends of the spectrum. And this is the gospel truth. When Daniel comes down and we're doing research and ideas on the cameras, I've got it on a Big Chief legal pad, and Daniel's like you, Bill. He's got it logged out, but before he leaves, he goes, "Can I have that page off your Big Chief?" He does. I promise you.
Every time. Let me take a picture of that page.
Yeah.
Well, that's why it's called Rick and Bubba. We represent all men. That's right. One end of the spectrum to the other. So there it is. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. We'll find out more, and we'll get closer to your chance to win.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For being here. It is the Rick and Bubba experience.
Greg, welcome back from your. I see you got band-aids, band-aids all over you.
Yeah, I got a few band-aids.
Now I saw a picture now of.
Wow.
I was talking to our mother yesterday.
She thought it was funny.
Getting our plans together for me taking my 77-year-old dad and 76-year-old mom to see the Eagles tomorrow night.
That'd be fun.
Tune in for Friday's show.
Yeah.
So trying to get that plan together. And so my mom asked me, have you seen a picture of your brother yet? And I said, no, I haven't. And she says, well, I'm not going to send it to you because I know you'll put it out somewhere and try to give him a hard time about it. And I said, you're not going to send me that picture? And she said, no, I'm not going to send it to you because I know what you'll do.
You talking about what Speedy's trying to do right now?
Yeah. That is exactly what I'm talking about. So, fine. But she said you were immediately going to get Band-Aids because you weren't going to wear that apparatus. You look like a mummy.
I stopped on the way home and took part of it off.
So did you? So they put.
I did. Follow doctor's orders.
Y'all see me walking around Walgreens with that on my face trying to find some Band-Aids.
Are you supposed to do that?
Yeah, on those where it wasn't that big a deal.
Yeah, I mean,
Rick, they told him wait 24 hours.
No, that was just for these two.
And it hadn't even been 24 hours now. It took him 90 minutes to start ripping stuff off his face.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Greg, that can't be
it's
good.
not comfortable.
All right, so I know they went to the one place. How many times have to cut on it? The main one under the nose.
They went they went one time on this one on my lip and twice on the neck.
So
when I say they take it and then they go look
Greg,
at
that's what you had on?
Yes.
Look on RBTV.
But here's what's weird. They saw some other spots and they wanted to biopsy them, so they did that. But so that was I didn't need all that.
So
you're spots.
You're driving home like that?
Yeah.
And
then I
what
tried
does that
to
look
keep,
like next to it?
I got rid of those and I got down to the two. They said keep on 24 hours, and I thought, well, I know I'm not going to do that, but maybe I'll keep them on until I go to sleep because I ain't sleeping in that.
No.
And But I couldn't make it. I had to get them off.
All right, Greg, here's one thing I was concerned about.
But
You walked into a store with that on you, but they think you were coming to rob the place?
I know. I mean, I had to go in. And
look, if that guy walked into your store,
that's the way I was.
Are you concerned?
I know.
It's
like I was in a car wreck.
I'm very concerned.
You haven't had bloodstains on your face.
Hey, give me everything you got in the register.
I mean, don't you think that was a little much?
Well, they know what they're doing.
When I see what you,
they could have band-aided them 3.
When I see what you have on right now, that looks like that was more.
Now
than,
these 2 are supposed to still have that on it till about what time? About 10.
So you've put on a Band-Aid.
Yeah, he's completely bypassed what they told him to do within an hour and a half of leaving the place.
No, I kept those on longer.
What, 4 hours?
About that. Yeah.
So 20 hours less than what you're supposed to.
That's
do.
20 hours short.
All right, I'm
still supposed to have it on.
All right, Rick, say something to make him
Big
laugh.
They're not comfortable.
Rick, say something to make him laugh. I want to see how he laughs because you're not supposed to move that upper lip.
Well, he's already thinking about it. You better start laughing now, aren't you? So you there you go.
See, it's supposed to stretch now. There's stitches in there. Y'all.
How many stitches you got?
I don't know. It's not many. And he they'll let you take them out. He asked me, and I said, "Can I take them out?" He said, "Yeah." He sent me home a little pack.
What is this thing?
I'm gonna take them
What
out.
is this thing with you and Dad obsessed about taking your own
I don't
stitches
want
out?
to go back.
I could understand, Rick, if it was on your back or on your arm. This is on your face,
No,
right
but
under
there's
your
not
nose.
many.
You think you'd want a professional doing
There's
that
not
one, you
many.
know?
There's not many.
This is one of those things where
I got it.
This is one of those things where I thought I
Mustache will hide it.
I thought I grew up normal. And I realized the things that my dad did were not normal.
Oh, he always takes stitches.
And one of the things, taking stitches out at our house was just, he just gets pocket knife up. Those ready to come out.
Yeah.
You leave me any longer, you're going to mess up. I said, well, yeah, that's why I'm going back to the doctor. We ain't going back to the doctor. This is the man who taped the end of my toe back on with athletic tape.
Yeah. If you thought.
I thought that was normal.
Yeah. But
Thanks, Dad.
You see that.
I should have been calling people. I didn't realize the situations I was put in.
Yeah. Mom said she realized she actually thought he knew what he was talking about. Then
Right.
she got over. She goes, I don't know what I was thinking.
Right.
But there was no way I was walking in this room with all that other. I mean, this
Right.
is bad enough. Just a Band-Aid.
Yeah, you should be with me tomorrow night when I'm going to have to find a way. And I've tried to explain it to Dad that Glenn Fry is dead, and they replaced
Rick,
him.
don't even tell.
They replaced him with Glenn Fry's son and Vince Gill.
Don't tell.
Now, when that Vince Gill curve comes in there, that's when it's all going to go south. What's Vince Gill doing in the Eagles? Yeah. Dad, we've talked about this.
So they
That's
have
the first thing he's going to say.
They have 2 members replacing one.
Right.
See, I thought they had them, and like one of them did some dates, the other one did.
That's
other
what I
dates.
thought too. But I talked to somebody who actually seen them. They said what happens is Glenn Fry's son almost goes back to the early stuff, the more country sounding stuff. And then when they get past that, and they've also taken Vince Gill and given him Take It to the Limit, which was actually Randy Meisner.
Mm-hmm.
And they've actually, and I think Glenn did try to sing that after Meisner left. Didn't he?
That's a tough one.
So it's like, but they said the harmonies now with Vince Gill in there with them, and
yeah.
their harmonies were already phenomenal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I hate to say it, they say at times it may even be better.
Well, you got an extra player.
And look,
there
don't
on
think
the-
he'll pick a little if you don't.
Well, they talked about his guitar playing also. 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Daniel Wilson is here, VP and GM for Moultrie Mobile. You guys, coming out this summer, the Edge Series just took another step. Now the ability to customize what we want to see. If we don't want to see squirrels and crows and raccoons and possums, take them out.
Take them out.
Take them out, and then if you want to see just deer, you'll see just deer. If you want to see just bucks. Now, are you exaggerating that? I mean, I understand about how the AI could read maybe deer versus a raccoon, but we're literally male and female.
Literally male and female. We have trained this model with,
No way.
with tens
Bubba,
of
how?
thousands of images.
Bubba, how?
Well, I mean, it looks at the pixels. If it sees a little bone on top of the head, it goes
right
buck.
Right.
Bubba, you're right.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, because I'm sure no way it can see any other way to know. So
Yeah, well, that's the only thing it can see is pixels, little dots.
I was about to say so.
Little boxes.
So every now and then we hear the legend of an actual female deer that has antlers. So if that happens, you will see that one.
It would be tagged as an antler deer.
Right.
That's correct.
Right. And who are we to do gender anymore anyway? But anyway, so that really is fascinating, and then the ability to pause it, the ability to do really.
You have total control over it. Total control over that camera. And that AI not only recognizing the species, but also the zone that the activity is happening in. You can gray out zones, give you control over what areas of the frame trigger the camera, live aim, improved night imaging, faster trigger speed. It's got it all.
Okay. And we don't need a card. I will tell you that the taking away of the card was just like, I remember Moultrie, because you're the master marketer. You knew how many times as we were working through the different levels of learning all this, you would get down to your place, you're all excited, you get your camera out, you can't wait. I mean, you get your batteries in, and also you're like, I don't have a card. And y'all start putting a card in there, which was, that helped. But now we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Dan, we've come so far from getting the film out
and
going and getting
Can
it
y'all
developed,
believe it?
and then going back and picking them up, and you just couldn't wait to see what was on there. And about half of them was a branch or something,
Daniel and I were in a meeting at ATA with one of the major camouflage lines in the world, and they were talking about their accolades, and both sides were trying to show what they were going to do for the other one. I said, look, the hottest deal in the show is cameras, and we antiquated every other camera in this show by removing the SD card and having the hookup deal.
No doubt.
And it was quiet in the room.
It went quiet.
It did.
Dan, is that what you call it, the hookup deal?
I
like that. We got the hookup deal.
Yeah, it is.
All right, so now
it is. So let me tell you, that just changed everything as far as ease of operation, because you get out in the woods, you don't know what towers.
But now let Daniel tell you. Daniel introduced another product.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
So coming this summer too, we're now taking this technology and we're going to apply it to feeders.
We are.
So talk about the Feed Hub.
It's called Feed Hub. It's bringing the power and convenience of cellular technology to feeders. So it's a universal digital timer in a box, along with a feed level detector and the app on our phone. So this product works in the same Moultrie Mobile app that you know and love for your cameras, and it allows you to control your feeder, adjust settings remotely, see what the battery level is, see what the feed level is.
Come on.
Know if it's clogged or jammed and if it's been throwing feed properly or not. It really is a product designed to give you peace of mind, let you know, because when you leave that feeder, you're trusting it to do its job, to feed the wildlife. And so when you leave, you don't always know what's going on. And planning trips to the field, knowing, Dan, what's the current feed level in all your feeders right now? Do you have any idea? Unless you fill,
but that'd be it, because we filled them
No,
up.
but I can hear it. This is an actual conversation. So especially during the season, you're really trying to minimize how much you roam around where you hunt. Non-hunting roaming. If you're not hunting, you really don't want to be in there unless you just have to. And there's that feeling where you went in there and you're like, well, there's the only way I'll know where my feed is. I got to ride around today and check all the feeders.
Look.
Well, I can hear Gary right now. Hey, when you's down there, when you's hunting, look down there. What'd that feeder look like? And you're like, well, I don't know. I think I put the binoculars on it. There's feed in it. Well, how do I know how much is in the whole deal? You don't know.
Plus, think about if
don't get out there and walk around now. And I'm like, well, how are we going to check it?
If you got a group of guys that you're carrying down or kids, and you're going to put them, and you want that feeder to have been going off, think if it hadn't been going off, and now, or if you had a 4-hour drive to your camp and it hadn't been feeding, you're going to be mad.
Yeah, you're going to be mad.
Now you eliminate that. That's a huge deal.
So you can be sitting there at work, like we all do, checking our deer pictures, and now you can get, hey, we got a feeder that either is clogged. I got to go address that. I got a feeder that's low. Okay, I know. I know now that I need to go address that. So when we get ready to hunt, they're ready.
Now, absolutely.
And are these add-ons to existing Moultrie feeders, or is this going to be a new feeder itself?
You can add it
Good
on.
question, Speedy.
That's a great question.
That a boy.
You can add it on to a Moultrie feeder. It's also compatible with other brands. We don't want you to buy other brands, but we also know that there's millions of feeders out there at this point, out there in the wild, and so this is universal. You'll be able to take out the old timer, put this one in, install the feed hub in the lid, and then you've got the whole setup ready to go.
Okay.
So how does it sense how much is in there?
It's magic.
Is that secret sauce?
There's magic.
Is that secret sauce?
Yeah. It has a time of flight sensor in the top, and it's measuring. We have characterized all the different hopper sizes, and it can tell how long that signal takes to bounce back.
How about that right there?
Just
even I followed that.
Just exactly
basically,
like on a boat.
Basically, it has radar in it.
Yeah.
Bubba, don't give all their secrets.
How did y'all?
He just said it. What it was.
How did y'all get Moultrie to approve it being used with other people's feeders? That doesn't sound like Moultrie. Moultrie has the attitude.
There's
of
business guys in the room that wanted to make this thing compatible.
Rick,
we will have a special
deal. You can sell more.
Yeah, more of those. But
we will have a special deal if you buy this with a new Moultrie complete feeder setup or just a Moultrie kit, there'll be a mail-in rebate that we'll have.
Okay, there it is. I knew there was something in there.
Attaboy.
Yeah, but no, I see what you're saying. At first, he panicked, and he said, "Well, now why would we let anybody have our something that we?"
Yeah.
And they said, "But Dan."
There's millions of feeders that we didn't sell.
Right,
out
yeah,
there.
and now they have
now
to
there's
buy,
millions we
instead
did,
of
but
buying,
there's millions we
instead
didn't.
of buying nothing from us, they're going to buy something from us.
There will be a
You know?
Moultrie logo tucked inside of every
Oh, yeah.
feeder out there.
That's what I
Yeah.
like. That's it right there.
Can my feeder tell me that an antlered deer is eating out of it?
Not yet. Your camera on the feeder can.
That's right. Stay there 20 minutes eating.
Well, so what it is, it goes back to what, Bubba, we see it in our own industry. As this technology becomes more dependable and more solidified, use it. You know, there was now you're going, guys, wherever you go now, I mean, we have access to Wi-Fi. We have access to these things operating. Yeah. And we have cell service that, and you guys designing, if this brand isn't good here, go to the other tower. I mean, it's really, really fascinating where this is all going.
And the Edge camera, that platform is really good.
Yeah, it
so
is.
I know there's a pressure always to come up with something new every year. I got all that, but stay with that base because it's solid. It's performing well.
Yeah, it is. I agree with you 100%. It's just so simple to operate, and it seems like it's high quality, sturdy.
Yeah, I mean,
durable.
it's getting the pictures I need.
Yeah, the pictures are good. By the way, just got a text. Can you set the new Edge camera to detect Black Panthers only?
Is that an option?
All right.
Look, Dan's already got his phone.
We have a friend that might need to do that.
See who else said that.
Well, out west, they may want Panthers on there,
Black ones in particular.
Well, I mean, whatever color.
I guess what I'm saying, could you
Panthers
set
are Panthers.
Can you set it for predators, or now are we really concentrating on trying to see different?
Not yet. It's
they would
deer,
be in that
turkeys,
category of
vehicle,
non-deer.
people.
They'd be in the non-deer.
Right now, it would be. The great thing about it, though, is we can update that, and we'll be adding species over time to that camera's model. So all that can be updated over the air, and that's a great point about all of our cameras right now. You don't have to fool with a firmware update. You don't accept or deny or try to go do it. It just happens automatically over the air.
So good.
And that's another game
takes
changer.
care of itself.
For
sure, it really is.
When you used to have to try to upload the firmware to the card and get the camera to read it, and half the time it'd upload it right and update. Sometimes it wasn't good. What a nightmare.
So coming summer 2023.
We want to enjoy the outdoors.
Yeah.
We want this stuff to take care of itself.
And I just love knowing if you've worked hard, you paid your taxes, and you either paid it off or you're making payments, and you worked hard to get to your club, your lease, your land, and you want to know everything about it you can possibly know, so you can maximize its potential. And all this allows you to do that and to be successful. So coming in 2023, the Feed Hub and also the Edge Pro camera, all coming with these upgrades and using AI technology to enhance the experience and to make managing wherever you get the opportunity to spend your time in the outdoors so much more efficiently. I love it.
Coming soon, you got to have the camera that's on a robot that moves around. I want it to look in different places.
Don't miss the AI technology on the security side either, Rick.
Oh, that's true.
You filter out everything but a car and a human on it.
That's right.
And then you're not getting anything except those pictures you want to see on the security side.
Yeah. Then I can go over and say, hey, then you go over to your neighbor and say, hey, we got some great pictures of y'all. Y'all can look at.
Ask them, did y'all
you must have got a lot of packages yesterday because that delivery truck stayed here a long time.
Did y'all enjoy swimming in the pool?
Right. hey, Papa, I got some great pictures of your grandkids riding four-wheelers if you want them. You know what? We'll be back. I'm nervous.
I know.
I'm nervous.
It's a dandy. Oh, whenever he says that,
Match Moultrie's next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Very good. He's a better guitar player than I thought he was.
Yeah, he's really good.
So anyway, so that'll be.
Well, Fleetwood Mac's replaced Lindsey Buckingham with two people.
Did they?
Yeah, Mike Campbell from
Tom Petty,
and the Heartbreakers, and the lead singer of Crowded House. You ever heard them?
I have, but I don't like them.
Yeah.
I know you're there to hear the Eagles hits and all, but is Vince drop in one of his maybe?
You know, they got such a catalog. I bet he can't get one in.
I
mean, they can't. What if you're sitting down right now and you got to decide what Eagles songs are going to be in the set?
That's a tough one.
Yeah, and then all the solo stuff they've done. You know, because they'll do solo stuff from Henley and Joe Walsh and
yeah. Well, see, I count all of them the Eagles, even though they did solo stuff.
Right. Yeah, if you're going to try to do the set list, you have to.
You've got to do Life's Been Good to Me. You just got to.
Yeah, you have to. I would think there's some you have to.
I'd like to make the set list.
Yeah, would you?
I mean, I'd like for us to make it.
You know what gets me?
We can do it.
How many of you agree with this? Get your hands up in the air. If you're the kind of band that has that kind of legacy and that large a catalog, and all of a sudden you're at a concert and there's a song you're like, how did this make the cut? I mean, there's every single song they do, there should never be one you go, eh.
Yeah, some of them.
I've seen them twice, and they both were. I mean, it was number one the whole time.
Well, you know what I'm about to say.
There is no time to go to the concession stand.
There's no dud.
You know, I'll ruin something, but I've already been told how they on this tour they come on. Well,
I think they had an intermission the last one I went to.
Well, they're getting old, probably so.
Yeah,
that's a lot of songs. I heard it's 2.5 hours, so
solid.
Yeah, of course it doesn't start till 8. That'll hurt.
Oh, Rick. Oh, Rick. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh, that's a take it to the limit right there.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? That's life in the fast lane, my friend.
Yep, that's mom and dad in the guest rooms. What that is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's everybody still talking and me watching that, looking at that clock, going, if I was asleep right now.
Yeah.
But it's all right. I look, it's just it'll be great.
Just video as much as you can, if you don't mind.
Well,
if you could video parking and trying to get into the arena for me, please, the Civic Center, if you could do that.
Or sitting, waiting on the concert to begin.
Right.
Hey, listen, you think Turnkey didn't have the parking handle?
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's good. Yeah. You get up front under the. Okay, that's good.
No, even better. I'm over there on the entrance off 19th.
Okay.
I'm
okay.
Right there.
Good.
Step off the curb. I'm in.
Oh, great.
That helps.
That did help.
But still,
I played the my parents are 77, 76 car.
Let me ask you this.
That's beautiful.
You do realize that my dad, because of his knee replacement and all the things and all that he actually has a handicap sticker right now and he won't use it. Does that surprise anybody?
No.
If he's not using it, I'm going to.
He said, hey,
how's his knee doing, Rick?
It's all right. Yeah, it's much better than it was. But how about he says, and I actually understand because I know people, who have real needs for handicap stickers, and I do think we hand them out to people that don't need them, and the people who really need them. I mean, it's got to be a big thing to get one of those.
So he's saying I can make it. I'm leaving that.
He says he believes that's unnecessary.
Yeah.
Of course, now and I have to get them from point A to point B.
Let me ask you this:
we don't click it on like we once would.
No, Rick, no. Yeah. Let me ask you this:
there's a lot of construction in the area too.
Yeah. It's handled for that. I'm good for Thursday.
Do you stay the whole time, or do you duck out before it's over?
No, Greg, he's not going to leave. You have to understand the reason I'm wondering about why are you taking. I'm talking about like the last beach trip we did as a whole family last summer. He rode with me, and we sang the Eagles from the minute we pulled out of my driveway till we arrived at the beach house. And then we sang them again on the way back. And he went hunting with us back in December. We sang the Eagles all the way to hunt. And
so you had to stay.
And sang the Eagles all the way taking it back home.
That's good.
He loves the Eagles.
What he's going to do, Rick, he's going to do like he did at the race that time. You remember we were in that suite on the start-finish line. The governor's there. We're all – gets about 10, 20 laps to go. They start shuffling people out. And they say, y'all ready to go? He goes, no, I'm not ready to go.
Yeah,
we're going to see the end of the race.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Very well.
And then the guy driving the van was like, oh, you got me in a handle.
No,
yeah.
we'll stay.
You're seeing 11:30 or midnight.
We'll stay for the whole run. My only hope is
make him think there's not an encore.
Well, I was going to say that I don't think I can get away with the first encore, but if they go more than one encore, I will wrap it up after the first encore. Until he looks at me and goes, hey, we ain't done. And he throws that song out that we hadn't done yet.
Yeah.
And when that happens, he said, hey, we ain't leaving before I hear Desperado. I can tell you that. I'm like, oh, gosh. They haven't done Desperado yet. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes now to the top of the hour. All right, as we come back, one more item, and then we'll get to Match Moultrie. Up for grabs today, a 2-pack Edge Cellular Trail Camera package. So you get 2 of the current Edge Cellular Trail cameras if you can match Moultrie today. But before we do, let's talk quickly one more product rechargeable batteries. So, Daniel, what's that product too?
We have a new rechargeable battery coming out, and it inserts right, replaces the AA tray in the Edge series camera. So if you're tired of buying AA's, never want to buy them again, it's a lithium rechargeable pack. Inserts right into the camera. You can have a spare one and swap them out to go recharge one at home. So that changes how you power the camera and just making it a whole lot easier to stop fiddling with AA's. And then we have an upgraded solar panel coming out. So it's a solar power pack with the battery built in. It's bigger than what's on the market. The panel's bigger, so it's going to recharge and replenish faster and keep up with that cellular camera. All designed for you to be able to stop buying AA's and stop having the camera die on you.
I'm all in that. I'm all in. Now, when are those coming out?
Those are all coming out this summer.
All summer. It's a big summer coming up.
It's a big summer.
It's a big summer coming
The
up.
solar panel technology's come so far. I mean, it's free energy. You might as well use it, right?
Might as well.
I mean,
And with the price of lithium AA's these days,
Oh,
which
my
really
goodness.
perform best in cellular cameras in cold temps, you can pay for that rechargeable pack in just 1 or 2 fill-ups. I mean, it's unbelievable.
There's so many items using it. This was the first hunting show that I saw there was some techie guys selling solar panels and solar panel upgrades.
They know we
just
need it.
because everybody in the industry needs it now.
Everybody needs it.
Yep.
Let's match him. All right,
There it
so we've got a
Match it up.
2-pack Edge cellular trail camera, a 2-pack. If you can match Moultrie today. Quail season. We love quail. Quail is delicious. And let me say that there are 4 of the 6 species of wild quail in North America. So 4 of the 6 we have in North America. Texas, by the way, has 4 of them.
4.
Yeah.
And the 2 that aren't in Texas, we're not going to give the 4. They're going to have to get those. The 2 that aren't there are the California and mountain quail.
So keep in mind, we got 6 species in North America, but we're going for the 4 that are in Texas, right?
That's correct.
So there's 4 of the 6. We just gave you. We don't need those 2. The 4 that are in Texas, we need. But here's the catch.
Oh no.
Here's the catch.
Not bad.
One of them only goes by one name, so we're fine there. Okay, but the other 3 actually are called by 2 different names.
Oh boy!
So we need all 7.
It's kind of like species of bass.
Yeah. No, my God. That's how it feels. That's how it feels.
What about gauges?
That's how it feels.
Oh no!
This is bad.
So
everybody knows it.
You're probably going to be able to get 4 of the most known names pretty quick, but what's going to be a little harder on you is 3 of the 4 go by 2 names, and we need both names they go
So,
by.
Rick, you got live ones, you got dead ones, you got ones wearing bacon jackets.
I used, and the best example I used with Rick, it's kind of like tigers and war eagles. They both apply to the name down in Auburn, but they're 2 different names.
You
Same
always,
deal on
he
the
always
quail.
has to work in Auburn.
He does.
I mean, he always does. He always does.
I had to throw that in.
Yeah, he always does. He hadn't heard the forecast, has he, Bubba? All right,
I wasn't going to throw that on you. But everybody knows that's true.
All right, here we go. All right, 4 of them are in Texas.
Good luck, Rick.
Give me those 4, but there's actually 7 total names because 3 of them go by 2 names, and we need all the names.
Man.
All right, let's go to Lake Martin, where Brett is standing by. Brett, can you tell me the 4 species of quail, every name they go by that's found in Texas?
I think it's supposed to be Chris.
Okay. All right.
But
Okay.
it's going to be the northern bobwhite,
Okay.
scaled quail, or the Arizona chestnut-bellied, Gambel's quail, Montezuma quail, or referred to as the Mearns quail.
Man, he almost got them all.
He's missing.
He's missing one.
Yeah.
Gosh, I was trying to
Yeah.
follow.
One or 2.
7.
Yeah, but one of them you pulled, I think, from the ones that are not in Texas.
Yep.
You got one of the names, but you missed a second name on one of them. Should I tell him what he got?
It's Arizona. All right. That's right.
Does that
again.
count?
It's the
You know-
northern bobwhite.
It does count, doesn't it?
No.
It doesn't. You're not.
Because
Quail.
that's more of a he's
Here we go,
he's
Bubba.
correct on where it is and where they are.
Oh, but not what it's called.
That's correct.
Oh, okay, I got it. All right, so you said Bob White. That's correct.
And that's a good.
And what else did you say?
The scaled quail.
Right, which is also called what?
He didn't have that one either.
The chestnut-bellied.
No.
That's not what they're known as.
That's not what they're called.
Match Moultrie.
Remember, you're matching Moultrie.
Yeah.
No, read that.
Gambel's
Rick.
quail, Montezuma quail,
Yep.
Mearns quail.
Yep.
Yep.
Where you're messing up is on your spot belly and Arizona. Those are not what they're called. They're called.
No, I said chestnut belly.
No. The chestnut is wrong as well.
Somebody may call that, but that's not the going name.
Good try, Chris.
That's not what you're
Match
looking for.
Moultrie.
It's Match Moultrie.
Chris, you're stomping all over it.
You are.
Yeah.
Josh in Mississippi. Josh, what do you think?
Let's go with the northern bobwhite, scaled quail, which is the Arizona and spot bellied, and the Gamble's quail and Montezuma quail, known as the Mernge quail.
Well, again, you're missing the same ones he's missing. The names for the other name for Gambles and Scaled.
Yeah, that's what we're looking
y'all
for.
are not giving the names that Moultrie desires. That's all I can say.
You're not matching what Dan wrote on this piece of paper.
But
That's all we
Rick
say.
can look at that latest Texas book right there, and it'll show you what it says. They call it.
Keep in mind, Dan wants the latest Texas book.
Come on now.
So,
this is pure trivia.
Email Dan.
Okay. All right, let's go to Gary. Gary, what do you think? Gary?
Yeah. Jerry?
All right, Jerry. It's all right.
Jerry.
Greg's in there. He's eating biscuits. All right, Jerry, go ahead.
Okay, are you looking for the other one being the blue quail?
Bingo.
That's one of them. Bingo.
Okay. Montezuma, Gamble, northern bobwhite, and I forgot they just left me.
What's the other name for Gambles? You get that one, you got it.
I was thinking blue. I used to hunt the.
No, that's the other name for Scaled. You already got that one.
It's not Chris, is it?
Yeah. Oh man. Well.
Doggone it.
Good. Hey, well, I appreciate.
That's
Hey,
funny
can I
to
ask
some
a quick
softball
question
players.
while-
No. I'm sorry. All right, so let's go to Casey and Troy. Casey, go ahead.
Hey, is it northern bobwhite, the scaled quail, or the Arizona chestnut bellied, Gambles, Montezuma, or the Mernge and the blue quail?
Yeah. She went over and above. I thought she got them all. All right, go one more time.
What's the Gambles?
She threw an extra in there. Oh, she didn't get the Gamble one? Oh, that's again. What's the other name for Gamble?
Blue quail?
No, that's the other name for Scaled. So Gambles has another name. What is it?
So nervous.
And the first guy that missed it, let me help you because I'd love to hear you get it. The first guy that said Arizona gave the best hint that he could give by saying Arizona.
I'm really confused.
I'm not, but that's why it's even worse not being confused.
Got a break.
I have to go to the break. All right. What's even worse is not being confused. I see what he's trying to say.
You're on the same level. Yeah. That's scary.
I'm so sorry, Casey. There's one that y'all are not getting right, and all the rest of you have.
It's a geography problem.
Yeah.
Dan, you're so happy. Right
you
now.
are. All right, we'll come back. Top of the hour. We'll be right back. Golly.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Which one of the Commodores was that?
Walter Orange, I
That
think.
was Walter.
Doing this part, don't you?
Hey, mama.
Yeah, probably Walter Orange.
Hey, when your name
Very few people know that song other than us.
Very few people know that on the flip side of Brick House, the Commodores put out a CB song. The Commodores did a CB song.
Yeah,
Captain Quick Draw.
Yep.
On the beat.
Bubba, it is a Bears performance before a Russian soccer match, now condemned by a New York-based animal rights group. You think the Russians give a rip what some animal rights group in New York thinks?
No, they don't. Now, Rick, this is what basically would be a minor league soccer team in Russia. And you see the bear, and what makes it even better, the bear's name is Tina.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know why that is funny. That's a funny name for a giant grizzly bear like
That's a
that.
big old bear.
Look, and the bear claps to get the crowd fired up.
I found raw footage. Now it's in Russian, but you can hear the crowd. It has audio. This one does.
They're not giving the bear much.
They give it a soccer ball, and then when they take it away, it really goes to clapping.
Okay, so there's a big bear on the track in front of the soccer.
Right.
What is it called? A pitch?
Yes.
By the way, where did I come up with that?
I'm worried about you, Rick.
All right, now
look, it's standing up on its back legs holding a soccer ball.
All right, and now
when they take it away, watch it. It'll get
now.
now it's hopping and
Boy,
clapping.
Now
Rick.
it's really got a clap going. The audience should give him more.
Oh, that's great. I
should
wish we
give
had
him
one
more.
here.
I
really
didn't-
should.
I didn't think the crowd responded to
I
this
don't
bear
think
like
it did
they
Do they
should
see
have.
that a lot or something?
Yeah, is that? Here comes another bear.
Not another bear.
Somebody get me a Moscow Mule.
What if that bear didn't want the referee to have that ball?
Oh, well, you kill him right there in front of everybody.
Yeah.
That's a serious bear, y'all. That is a huge bear.
That is.
That's your Russian bear right there. That's your big boy.
His head is as big as that guy's whole chest.
They said
is.
they
It
said
is.
that they
Don't
borrowed
talk about
him.
Tina.
Look at that.
The bear was supposed to pump up the crowd. The crowd did not seem to
No,
get
didn't work.
Gave him
They're-
nothing.
They're saying it pumped up the world. The video's gone viral.
You bring him to America, everybody get fired up.
Yeah.
So they're saying that the stadium announcer, which we could not understand, claimed that the bear, as Bubba said, named Tina, would participate in the World Cup's opening ceremony in Moscow in June.
That is funny.
However, they
that'll be
say
big.
soccer authorities have not confirmed that they will be using Tina the clapping bear. Now, a World Animal Protection Group, never heard of them. They don't have the same PR as PETA. They have condemned the stunt, saying that it's clear from the footage, and that's what I love, that they're going to be an expert on this. It's clear from the footage that cruel training methods have been used on the bear. The bear was borrowed from a traveling
How do they
circus.
know?
Well, probably was.
Rick, in Russian, and I'm
But
just
wow, look at her
loosely
clap.
translating this, no bears were hurt in this promotion.
Right, thank
So
you.
it's,
Well, there you
Does
go.
that bear look like it's abused to you?
I don't.
like he's
I
having
mean,
a
I don't-
blast.
I
Kinda
mean,
happy to be there.
He's not hurting it. He looks like he's giving like little treats.
Yeah.
So he doesn't kill everybody.
How do
Right.
they
That's
know
great.
it's been cruel training? They don't know. How about if a bear doesn't want to be treated cruelly? You can't.
Well, like I say,
Right here when
Russia,
this-
you don't know what's been
All
going
right, when
on.
this head
Well,
ref,
it is
when,
Russian.
he grabs that ball, what if that thing just said nope?
No, I'm not getting. Look, I like when he stands up and he's hopping, Rick, as he claps.
He looks kind of like you clapping. How about this? I wouldn't.
He looks like the way he's doing his paws. He looks like Les Miles a little bit.
He
you know?
does. He does. Did you see this one thing to have the trainer out there? Okay,
Right.
he's around the bear a lot. But some referee, some official walks up there and takes the ball away right there. I don't know about that.
No, one swipe, that guy's dead.
Could I
There's
have it,
no,
please?
there's no chain on that bear right there. Am I missing it?
Are you being the Russian bear?
No, I was the referee. Could I have it, please? Like the ball.
You think that's how you would say it?
Yeah.
Guys, is this bear real?
I need the ball.
How do they?
I know it's almost
Well,
like
I mean,
there's
I'm just
somebody
like
in
you.
it. Like
I know. That's
yeah.
what I'm getting
He
at.
let
is-
it out there on a leash.
Guys,
right?
that
So-
would be the greatest bear suit of all time.
Well,
Yeah, I mean that.
So we're just okay with
That's
a
Patterson
bear.
film Sasquatch cloth.
Yeah,
right
it really
there.
is. Exactly.
Hey, we've seen
No
them ride
leash, guys.
We've seen them ride bicycles.
We have. We've
Well.
also seen that turn out really, really bad.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't one jump off a bike
But the
and
way
eat the
this
monkey?
Yeah. Remember that? Remember to your point, Helmsy. Right now, if that bear decides,
How's it?
not going to happen today. I'm not into this. Killing you,
Well, that's
and
subject.
chasing whoever
Rick-
else I can catch.
Rick, look,
There's
it's
nothing
not
new
even
about
on
it.
a leash.
That's what I
Walking
mean.
out there.
There's
Well, what's
nothing
the
we.
leash gonna do?
Notice how the
Well, it
trainer
gives
is
you a
walking.
chance, Greg.
Yeah, at least you get a two-step before he
What if
yanks
it's
it
a show enough
out.
good leash?
Oh, at least.
Good
He
night.
could hang it on a rail and let you get away.
So how many people's in there?
Look
Two.
at that.
Greg, right now
I
that
think
bear can
two.
do whatever he wants to do and go wherever he wants to go.
That's a two-person
You
bear.
got two Adlers in there.
I wish Adler was riding.
you, okay?
What's that guy got in his rump? Look how he's following him.
He's got treats in his
it.
pocket.
Yeah, he does. You can tell that bear knows it too.
It's so hot in here.
Look at Tina.
Greg, what are we gonna do? Well, I'll tell you what.
Look,
I'm gonna eat a little
night.
grass. You might want to brace
Tina
yourself.
goes, I'll
Just
clap.
whispered. Hey, clap real quick.
Look
You
at the
two
snout.
clap.
Look at the snout on that.
Y'all,
thing.
the
Yeah,
crowd.
he's like, now where's the treat?
Y'all, I'm disappointed in the crowd. The crowd didn't give this anything.
know.
They know it's fake too.
Look at the
But Ham's laws on
Rick, it's Russia. They're all hammered. Come on.
Look at the soccer.
They've
ball.
all had the Moscow
They've
drink.
already had the mule and they're piled in there.
Or there's not a big crowd. I mean, it's some minor league soccer.
They're
That
trying to
is
get a
true,
crowd
man.
out.
You're right.
You know, I'd go back out if I knew the bear was going to be there.
It looks real cold there.
You
I
know,
wish we could have Tina here.
by the way, is
Outside.
there ever,
right here in this chair.
Yes.
does everybody agree with me? Is there ever a day in Russia it's not cloudy ever?
I know.
I mean,
It's like Seattle.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if I'm out there on the soccer field and they bring Big Grizz out, and I see that thing walking out with no lead. 29 years, still here, still swinging. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, out to the rest of the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba, all here. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us, and we're in the middle of a episode. I'll call it episode of Match Moultrie.
Oh my goodness! Poor guy he would not take Arizona. Couldn't make him take it. So Dan Moultrie is here. Also Daniel Wilson. If you missed our earlier segments with Dan, if you want to know the latest developments using modern technology to enhance your hunting experience, then you need to go back and catch the updates this summer. Big updates to the Edge line of cameras. The Edge Pro is coming with the ability for you to customize what you want to see. Nice. We also talked about the latest technology in feeders, being able to let you know when they need to be filled or they're clogged. We also talked about rechargeable batteries are coming to change the whole experience of battery life and changing of batteries. Goodbye AA's. All of that happened on the show today. Then we went into Match Moultrie, where usually the wheels come off of the Rick and Bubba vehicle. And once again, Dan this is just like the bass thing that we did. It's just like it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
and we're all panicking
and
he's smiling.
All that's missing is a 410.
That was the all-time worst, don't you think?
Beyond a shadow of a doubt. Well, the bass thing was pretty bad.
And then what about the astronauts?
What about the time you forgot that his company makes fish feeders?
That's good.
Do you like the astronaut one where he told us that certain schools didn't have an astronaut?
And they did.
And we got sent like 100,000 pictures of the astronaut holding up a logo.
Speaking of batteries, you got one to keep my phone battery sharp after all the emails after Dan leaves?
Bill, we accidentally missed the University of Alabama had an astronaut.
Well, you would think
that's why we call it Match Moultrie.
That's it.
You would also think, though, that you would know that there's such thing as a Moultrie fish feeder. You would think you would know that.
We were counting game feeders that day.
So anyway, here we go. Dan has done it again. We got a 2-pack Edge Sailor Trail Camera pack for you for the winter. Texas has 4 of the 6 species of wild quail in North Alabama. We don't care about those that are not in Texas.
No, North America.
Yeah, in North America. We don't want all of them. We just want the 4 that are in Texas, and we want every name they go by. And people have guessed 6 of the 7, but they can't quite get 7. And you said that the first guy who tried came the nearest to the right answer by calling the gamble an Arizona as well.
That's a great clue.
Okay, that's a good clue.
Are you okay with that?
And Texas is a good clue.
Are we going to make
them? That name.
Are we going to make them list them all again, or they just got
no?
to
They just go for that one. We know anybody who, unless you want to hear some good ones.
All right, let's go to Starkville, 96.1. Taylor is standing by. Come on,
Taylor's got this.
All right, come on, Taylor. Put this thing to bed.
So I just got to give the one.
Yeah, I think so. You knew the others, right?
Yes, sir. Okay. At the vet school here, they might call it the Calipepla gimbelli, but most folks, like us common people, just refer to it as the desert quail.
There you go. See how easy that was?
Yeah.
See how
desert
easy
quail.
The desert quail.
Hell State.
It took somebody from the vet school.
I knew that was coming.
We needed that vet school a long time ago.
Where's my cowbell?
All right, so congratulations, Taylor. As you know, we have the classic Bob White. The old Bob White. And then we have the scaled quail, which is also known as the blue, the gamble, which is also known as the desert, the Montezuma, which is also known as the Mearns.
And that's the protected quail in Texas. You can't hunt them.
You can't hunt Montezuma?
No, can't hunt Montezuma.
Or Mearns,
and that's the smallest one. You know, they protect the small dove, and they protect the small quail out there.
How about this, Taylor? Do you love to eat quail as much as I do? I love quail. I'll even order it at a restaurant if I got it. I love quail. So, all right, so we'll put you on hold. You just won the 2-pack Edge Cellular Trail Camera, and we'll send those to you right from Moultrie to you. And thank you for listening to 96.1 there in Starkville, Mississippi.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, buddy. All right, you happy now?
For getting a 2-pack, It needed to be a little
Need to be
tough,
right,
quick.
yeah.
Yeah,
But the fact you
Hey, it was.
the fact you wouldn't let the poor guy count, you didn't count Arizona.
Arizona
where deserts
is a
are.
desert, but it's not saying desert. I mean, it's got to be factually
Why does
correct.
quail have so many names? Can't they just stay with one?
A lot of different species.
Well, I mean, but if it's scaled, shouldn't it be scaled, not blue?
Mm-hmm. And I told Rick, and you were listening, Bill,
good.
in the wee hours of the morning trying to get down into the bowels of this to get a great question that somebody couldn't just
The
hammer
bowels
us
is
down.
where these come from.
You got that right.
But there was a lot of scripture about the quail, and Rick and I were discussing it, and it was really
He
cool
got all
in
fired up.
number.
Oh,
it
yeah.
was great.
And none of it had BBs in it.
Yeah, how about this? The,
I like
the ultimate chef is on record for he'll serve you quail.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so let's talk about that for a minute, though. I know where we...
But it wasn't in bacon.
Right. That one we came up with. And the Gentiles
That was
brought
an
that to the
add-on.
table. Hey, the Gentiles brought that to the table. All right, so let me go back to this. I know in our state we struggle to have wild coveys.
Mm-hmm.
Any good news there, or are we still struggling?
There's some research done, but it's very.
Is it
it's
the predators?
It partly, but it's land management, and land management practices have changed.
Right.
And in the areas where that's done, there's a real over in Georgia. There's some really extensive stuff done at Pineland Plantation,
We've
and
been
they
there,
have they have as good a wild bird population as anybody. Texas, as y'all been out there, Rick, that land that y'all hunted with us out there on the Kennedy is untouched in 300 years. It hadn't been. I mean, there's nothing changed.
Right.
So as long as you got rainfall, you got wild birds. In areas where the land management use has changed, so has the quail numbers, and that's
So
what's.
are you
that's-
saying, without saying, that our desire for other game has taken away the habitat for them?
Could,
Or is it agriculture?
More
Or is it
of it
just
is
agriculture?
agriculture and fragmentation of properties
Okay.
and
I see.
and cities moving in.
So quail, I mean, they would function better in corn patches and cotton fields
They
than
need
they
places
would.
to hide in thick edges
Yeah.
and places they can run through.
Yeah.
Sagegrass is not ideal because they can't run through it. They need somewhere they can run through. You know, kind of like a millet.
Well, how are we making any progress? With
We are.
Because
They're-
it seems
they're-
like I see
Yeah,
more
no,
wild coveys than I used to.
We are, and there's some farming practices where they're leaving edges strips just for the quail, and they have shown great progress. So all that's
good.
coming, but it's still probably the two best states in the nation for bobwhite would be South Texas and Kansas. That'd be your two states.
Okay.
We
Or
have
the- or the
I feel
female.
like we have a lot of them here because I sure do hear that Bob White a lot.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Unless we got a mockingbird that's really got a skill
Well,
out there. you
now
know?
they will fool you sometimes. They really will. Yeah. So
I had one start meowing like a cat. I
know
thought that was
yeah.
weird.
And you know why they learned that. Bye. Well, Dan, thanks for being with us. Love hearing about the latest technology. You can get all that if you missed it in the archives today on the YouTube channel or the podcast channel if you want to hear all the updates. But, you know, Rick and Bubba always keep you on top of what's going on with Moultrie. And we'll hear from them again on Thursday, too. All right, so we'll be back. 866 We Be Big. Congratulations to Taylor in Starkville, Mississippi.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nothing on it. No harness.
I put my hot dog up.
No muzzle.
Yeah.
All I do is start looking at the different teams and see who I have to outrun.
Yeah.
You know
Oh,
what I
yeah.
mean? You think about that legend. You don't have to be the fastest. Just don't be the slowest.
You know that's going to go bad eventually. It's not if, but when.
And those little soccer players, I mean, he could eat 2 or 3 of them and still be hungry.
Oh, yeah.
Appetizer.
All right, so we'll come
Greg,
back.
I can't believe you of all people buying into this.
You think that's someone dressed up like a
No, I don't think it's someone. I think it's two people.
Somebody's in a bad position right now.
They are. Goes back to the great joke.
Yeah.
That great joke. What are we going to do? Well, I'm going to eat a little grass. You might want to brace yourself. We'll be back. Greg, should Greg be spinning the wheel with stitches?
Me trying to sing that.
So one of my sons and I, and we can't figure out who gave it to who because we both have got it at the same time. And the upper respiratory thing came back over the weekend. I thought Speedy gave it to me, and then now, you know, my son says that I gave it to him, but we both were at the same place on Friday and developed about the same time. I said, it's possible you gave it to me and Speedy's innocent. I don't know. But let me tell you this. I've never been treated so poorly now that I didn't feel well. I've never been treated so poorly. It is like my wife and the other son that still lives at home, Brooks and I, who's the other one who has it, we are saying we're being treated like we're a leper colony.
Oh yeah, sure, Rick. Everybody's so tired of this long flu season we had over the winter. It's like you stepped on a landmine. I mean, you're dead man standing.
They're not even letting us eat with them. I mean, and it's like, and I thought when they crossed the line, if we enter a room now, we have to scream unclean.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, this is too. I don't want. We're not getting that.
Are they spraying everything down behind you?
You come in every day. I get a new toothbrush.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is it? Oh, you got to get rid of your toothbrush. And I said, yeah, but I not every day. And there's all you don't wash your hands enough, and there's all this stuff going on. And for some reason, it always comes back to me. I've always been referred to. My wife claims that things don't completely take me down. I just carry things and pass it on to others that it eventually goes after and knocks down. Mm-hmm. And she said, that's what I don't like. She goes, all you do is just bring stuff in, drop it off, and then keep moving. And so anyway, we're not getting treated. I mean, literally, we just have to go to a room by ourselves and hang out. And the other two members of the family are having nothing to do with it. We're completely shut out. And because
there's a certain piece that goes with that, but you would like to be able to, associate with.
Well, you
your
feel
family.
bad for your son that he can't interact with his brother or his mother. Yeah. For me, going off like you said, spend a little time on my own, I don't have a problem with that. But.
Well, and I'm getting blamed for a lot of things. I even at our house, Reese has kind of got what I got.
Yeah. Well, you kept announcing about how bad you felt for 10 days, and now we're all getting it.
Right. Yeah, it was tough.
What other conclusion should we come to?
Right. Well, now that it helps me that maybe you guys got it somewhere else. Maybe.
I don't know.
But I think Reese is on me, I think. And now JC's, I don't know. I'm getting the looks at the house.
If it was a 24-hour thing, 48-hour thing, but it just hangs on so long. Quote from my soon-to-be 17-year-old, Dad, I just started feeling good. Mm-hmm. He goes, I've been fighting this for weeks.
Yep. You just don't want to go back.
And it really hangs on. But I'm doing a little bit better. This is not as bad as the last time I had it.
So I don't blame anybody. I blame the weather. Yeah. And the transition from spring and the blooms, and the pollen,
yes,
and the cold back to warm, warm, cold, cold, warm.
Yeah,
that's what I blame it. I don't blame it on Speedy or you or anybody else.
Thanks, buddy.
But I may have something different than y'all.
Easy to say from somebody's not being treated like a leper by his own family.
I know. Well, but my family thinks that it's, they don't seem to bother them. So it's only bothering me.
And then there's the whole you have. It's an allergy. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not.
Mine's clearly an allergy.
Is it contagious? No, it's not. Yeah, maybe. and then the doctors, they can't help you. All they do is give you something to treat the symptoms so you'll feel better.
Right.
But there's no beating it. I mean, you can't eradicate it if it's viral.
Why I think we might have had the same thing is because for the first 2 to 3 days you are trying to examine is this allergies or not, and then you realize it's official. It's not. It's this is more than allergies here.
And you turned it.
It just won't.
Well, what I did,
I can't shake it.
I just put together an arsenal of symptom attacks, and I'm just living. I mean, guys, the amount of medicine that I've been taking just to kind of so I can function, it's got to be dangerous. I mean, it's like I look over and go, let me throw a little of that in there.
Yeah, you don't need to.
20 minutes past the hour. Hey! Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. Much to do. Much to do. Much to do. So as we work our way back, a couple of points to make. Looking ahead to the weekend, if you are looking to find a church that's doing the discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com near you, a couple of opportunities this weekend. First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida, continues to roll through, and Bubba, our friend Jordy Henson, will be teaching at the next Man Church. That's the next gathering. Then you'll get an opportunity to get in one of the small groups and continue one of our curriculum. We have 3 of those, a 4th one coming out this year. We'll have that available and tell you about it at the conference coming up at the end of the month. A couple of new resources coming out that we're excited about, but there's 3 already available, and so you can get into one of those. That'll be going on, and then I'll be kicking off the strategy in Jackson, Alabama, coming up this weekend. I won't be there. I'll actually be there by the magic of video doing the kickoff. We have a kickoff video that you can do if it turns out that I can't be there in the room with you, but you still want to get started. First Baptist Church, Jackson, Alabama. And then coming up next Sunday on February the 5th, I'll be with the men at First Baptist Church, Tuscaloosa. They're rolling through their second year of the strategy, and their next man church is coming up, and you can join us. They always serve a great meal there, too, at First Baptist Tuscaloosa. That's coming up on February the 5th. All that's at themanchurch.com under upcoming events, or if any of us are involved, you'll find it also at rickandbubba.com under events as well. Bubba, I'm looking at some of our options of things to talk about today, and I don't think that we can really move past this trampoline deal.
Yeah, Rick, fat man on a trampoline.
Yeah. So
this falls under don't judge a book by its cover.
You can't go past fat man on trampoline.
No.
Some people asking, have you been working out a little bit on the trampoline? This guy, he's got some girth to him, but the son of a gun's at one of these trampoline parks, and I don't know how they stay in business with all the various people who get hurt.
Yeah.
But let me tell you something. That tub of goo right there can really, really go. I mean, he's athletic. He moves around. Greg, it's one of your favorite things, big people that can move.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
They can dance or do gymnastics.
Yeah.
I feel like he'd be a good tackle.
Yeah,
I agree. Maybe a
Very
guard.
athletic.
He's a little short. Maybe a guard. Maybe pulling guard.
It's got the attention of the facility. Everybody has stopped what they're doing to look at it.
Well, of course they do.
Yeah.
I'm somewhat amazed the trampoline is able to support him.
All
I think he's got it at the limit.
Yeah. Well, this was
he's on the fringe.
2 things in play here. Amazed at his athletic ability, and amazed at the structure of that trampoline.
Yeah.
Because whoever put that together, they're also being put on display here.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
All right, so when was the
Fat
last time
man
y'all
on a trampoline?
on a trampoline? Not
been
at
a while.
not necessarily at a place like this, just on a trampoline
I
in
can't
general.
remember the last
It's
time.
been a long time.
It has been, we had one in the backyard. I guess probably we got rid of it. Oh, there's no time.
I've had enough orthopedic trouble to invite more with that.
It's probably been anywhere between, I would say, from 7 to 10 years since I've been on.
My kids were small because we had one. And I probably jumped on it with them.
Yeah, yeah. Now, Helmsy, I know you attempted to have one. It was just crazier than it was fine, I guess.
Well, no, the tree fell on it.
That's right.
Remember that?
That's right.
Which I thought was
no
a godsend.
sense replacing it. Yeah.
Thank goodness kids wasn't on it, but yeah.
You know, I know old people do this all the time, and some of y'all are like, oh, this is y'all's version of walking to school uphill both ways in the snow. You know,
Oranges for Christmas.
Right, oranges for Christmas. This is our version of it. You know, no one remotely thought of a safety net on a trampoline when we were kids. They didn't even exist.
No.
If you wanted one, you couldn't get one.
We had somebody get hurt at our school pretty bad on one.
Oh, we had people get hurt in the backyard.
What about now when they bury them so they're ground level?
Yeah,
It's a little safer.
I can remember.
Well, if you still land on the ground, it's bad.
But you're not flipping out.
Yeah, our parents bought a trampoline.
You can land on your feet.
And in the days that we grew up, that was such a bad decision. It turned into, no one just went and jumped on it. It turned into trampoline football.
Full contact boxing.
Full contact boxing when Greg had me as the champion. Remember that?
Yeah.
And he would go gather the neighborhood to come in and watch me knock them down. And then the various, like the burst injury I had, I wasn't hurt. I just did that deal where you check yourself out. Why am I not hurt?
Yeah.
It's just, sometimes you all get to jump around being rowdy and you would double spring somebody and just shoot them off of it.
Yeah.
And that's what happened to me.
Land on the ground.
I landed wrong. Somebody double sprung me and I just shot off of it in the air.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, here I go to the ground. And and I just kind of balled up like that and hit on my shoulder.
Yeah.
But I did all right. I was okay.
We fell off of it a lot.
Yeah.
As they get older, those trampolines will get a little more slack in them.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about it.
Tell Greg about that.
Yeah, a buddy of mine pretty much pulled a Rick Burgess jumping off a stage onto a moon bounce, but this was a slacked out trampoline. He jumped super high in the air and did like a belly flop thing, and his nose went all the way to the ground through the trampoline, and he broke his nose.
Oh, yeah.
Greg-
I did it and broke my tailbone.
Greg
I
broke his
jumped out of a
tailbone.
second-story window on the one. Same thing.
You've never heard that story?
Oh, your tailbone.
Oh, I couldn't breathe.
Has it been that long that we told that story? Because you may not have been working here yet.
I guess I forgot.
Yeah. Again, I blame you for that, Rick.
Well, he dared me.
Yeah.
Well,
you're responsible for a lot of.
Okay, you know how when you hit your butt hard, how
I
it feels?
dare him, and it's my fault.
I was stove up for like a month.
You
or
knew what
so.
you were doing.
I'd be trying to drive
Bubba.
an old truck with a straight shift in it, and I'd be trying to
Bubba,
hit the clutch.
if you
My
had
old butt
seen,
was hurting.
if you'd seen him jump for that second story and hit that trampoline,
You probably got damaged.
and when he went down, when he went up in the air, he grabs his tailbone, but he's going back down again. You know it, and
I couldn't move. I just laid on it. Rick was hanging out the window, going, "Man, I'll take you to the hospital if I have to, but you ought to seen your face."
I couldn't breathe. I was laughing so hard. I said, "If you're hurt, just let me know. I'll take you to the hospital." I was laughing. I couldn't breathe. If y'all could have seen that look on his face when the thought hit him, I'm going down again.
Did you try to turn over, Greg,
try
on
to
the way
land
back
a different
down?
way?
Oh yeah, there was no saving it.
You know how you try to turn, you're kicking
thing,
your arm,
boom,
I
hit that down.
can still see you push off that window. I'm gone.
Man,
You feel bad?
No,
it hurt real bad. Hurt for a long time. I mean, I couldn't
remember,
walk hard.
I remember what was sad is thinking I should feel bad and I couldn't muster it.
Yeah,
I tried to go
was a
find
good
it.
one.
All right,
You know,
so how were you sitting trying to drive, Greg? On one cheek?
Yeah, I'd move over and try to work the clutch.
Yeah. Greg has two injuries that are very interesting. That one, and then the other one, he decided to deliver the people's elbow to the beach.
Yeah, boy, that hurt me bad. That sand don't give.
He jumps off something and elbows the beach.
Yeah, like yes, you know the people's elbow. I had laid there for a long time.
Did you talk me into that too?
I don't think I was
think
part
I
of
came
that.
up with that on my own.
Yeah. No, I'd tell you who talked him into that.
So, Greg, what hurt
cocaine.
worse? The trampoline, the people's elbow, when you fell off the pole, or the truck ran over you?
Boy, there's a lot of stuff.
Well, that's good.
That's a lot of pain. That's a list of pain.
That's a list of pain.
That's Greg's house of pain.
Yeah, that was tough.
Which one hurt the most?
I think the
It's a good
trampoline,
question.
because you know how if you hit your tailbone real hard, how it does.
Takes your breath away.
Yeah,
It's probably messed you back.
I laid there for ever.
Would y'all like to know how it feels to run into a glass? I can tell you that. That happened
recently.
By the way, I found out something about that.
What?
And I may have to make a claim.
Is there video? Did we ever get video? of it?
Well, yeah. Well,
I'll tell you why you're not going to get the video of what I found out. You'll never get the video.
Oh,
really?
Actually, last week, I forgot to tell y'all, they looked at the footage and they have it from inside the, it's not concession, but food
Snack
court,
area.
snack area, whatever. They have it inside, but they don't have video from the hall.
Yeah.
Well, that must be pretty good, though.
I'm gonna tell you.
I'd love to see.
I'll tell you in the
see
break.
it?
I'll tell you in the break why that was the answer. I had somebody inform me on something. Bottom of the hour. We'll do phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll take your phone calls. All 10 lines are available. We'll find out what is on your mind today. You can comment, ask a question, bring information, whatever you want to do. You're running the show when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I'm in a I've today because for all all the different days they always will cause you to have a different attitude. Today I'm feeling very funky and I'm feeling very Eagles-like today, so that you'll hear a combination of those two worlds.
That's great. I need it.
Well, you and I dreamed of a station that was formatted, and some have tried something close, even some of the ones that we're on.
I love it.
To
by the
take
way.
these two wonderful worlds of classic rock and pure funk. Now, I'm not talking about some of this stuff that represents either one of those genres with things that are not exactly what I'm saying.
Right. It's got to be all fun.
Not weird rock
Right.
and not weird hip hop. I'm
Yeah.
talking about pure funk, like you just heard,
Right.
or pure rock and roll. And you play both of those on the same station, and we call it runk. It's rock and funk.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, so-
and I would name it Bring It 104. You know?
Oh, wow.
I like that.
Let me tell you what. And I hope we get that frequency because that'll work. I mean, bring it 100, still pretty good.
Yeah, but
You know what I mean? Bring it 105. I'm looking for some other frequencies.
Listen, I'm telling you, our programming insight has been overlooked.
It
over the
really
years
has.
by the industry.
Well said.
But I think that would be huge. But the test is, does it put you in a good mood? We're not going to solve the world's problems.
No.
We just want to. If you're driving, it makes you want to tap your toe. That's the pace I want.
I was educating one of my sons on all this yesterday, this exact topic, and I said to that as I queued Word Up, I said, "Are you familiar with this song at all?" And he said, and this hurt me a little bit. He goes, "Doesn't Auburn's band play that?" And I said, "All right, wait a minute. That's your reference point on this,
right?"
And so anyway, I said, and just what you said. Almost there's very few words that were changed. I said it this way, which is the same theme. I said, Word Up was not designed to solve the world's problems. It was designed to make you forget them.
That's right.
I said, so while we sing, wave your hands in the air like you just don't care on the way to the game, and while we say that it's the code word, none of that makes any sense.
No, it's not going to solve your problem.
I don't even know what the term "word up" means.
No, Rick,
said,
it means nothing.
I said, but I said I defy you not to move when it comes on.
That's right.
And when
get involved.
And when it cranked in, and he said, "Dad," I said, "I know. That's
it'll grab you."
I said this thing would be in heavy rotation on Runk 104.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The Runk format.
Yeah.
Do you like the station name? Bring It.
Oh, do I like the station?
I got that. I just put that bumper sticker on my car right there. Didn't you?
Oh, you can't get. Where'd I get them?
One of the shiny jackets.
How many can I have?
Have y'all got the Runk van out somewhere? I can come get one for Bring It 104. I mean, that's old school
good
right
stuff.
there. Yeah,
and you're right. We have some stations, some that carry this show that are very close to that
are
format.
close to it. Now I don't know that they would go from Word Up into All Right Now by Free.
Right.
Maybe
No,
but
that sounds good though.
But boy, what's wrong with that?
See, the purist would have a fit, but not me.
No, taking care of business.
Because you know what?
Followed by drop the bomb.
Because you know what?
That sounds like
I want to bring it.
good.
Isn't that a fun station?
Yes.
And like I said, we got some that are toying with it.
You can hear the drops right now.
Okay. Oh,
Bring It 104.7.
Bring It 104.
And you could play into so many promotions with that.
Oh yeah.
When you have your breakfast club, Bring It breakfast. Bring It lunch. Bring It dinner.
Oh yeah.
See how quick you went to food.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's just standard.
What makes you happy?
Did we not say we were talking about fun? Aren't we?
That's right.
That's right.
Right, so
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Nobody cares. We're gonna have fun with it.
Tell your friends to bring it to 104.
You could have so much fun with that.
Good.
Golly.
Oh yeah, we're bringing it.
I think I'm gonna start a pirate station on that today in my office.
Do you bring it?
If you drive through the plaza, you may hear it.
You bring it.
You bring it.
Well,
Rick, would you like to bring it?
I love it. After
Consider it brought. That's what when we have concerts coming to town. That's the donut for it.
$35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. So as we make our way back, before we get to phones, and we are doing phones right now, the real Greg Burgess taking those now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You'll get your shot. Bubba has a news update on a story out of football.
Yeah, the University of Alabama's offensive coordinator, Bill O'Brien, has been hired to the same position with the New England Patriots, where he was at once upon a time.
So Bama fans who were ready for O'Brien to go, he's so terrible, the Patriots hired him.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I got that right. So it's time for him to go. And Pete Golden, and take Pete Golden with you on the way out.
Yeah, he's gone to Ole Miss. So Alabama will be starting over with a offensive and defensive coordinator.
Look, Bama's got a high standard. If you can't do no better than last year, you got to go.
2 losses are not tolerated, Rick.
Well, they shouldn't be. Not if you want to be excellent. All right, so 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Marshall standing by in Mississippi, and you can join us too. Marshall, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Everybody.
Hadn't heard nobody talk about it. There's a new Western movie that me and my wife watched on Amazon Prime. It's got Nicolas Cage in it. And I got to tell you, it's pretty good. I wanted to pass that along
Yeah,
to you.
we actually did mention it on the show. Now, none of us have seen it, so I'm glad you told me.
It's great. It was good.
Here was my question. Are you familiar with Clint Eastwood's Unforgiven?
Unforgiven. Oh, man, I was probably a kid.
Okay.
Wasn't that one of them old spaghetti westerns?
No. It was later than that. That's the one. You know, he used to be the killer, and he kind of tried to kind of get his life.
Had a familiar feel to it.
Yeah. So when I saw the trailer, because I did watch the trailer for the Nicolas Cage western, it felt like an attempt at that storyline again.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Almost like True Grit. Yeah.
Was it good?
I thought it was. Now, there was a little bit of language in it, but it wasn't bad enough for me to cut it off.
Yeah.
And but I don't know if I'd let small kids watch it, but it was a good movie.
Well, just the violence and all that too. It's probably a movie like that's not a good small kid movie anyway. But okay, but you're saying as far as a western, you thought it stood.
It was worth the watch.
Okay. All right, I've been wondering about that movie, so thanks, Marshall. When you see Nicolas Cage now, it's no longer an indicator that the movie will be good because he went through that run where he was hurting for money, and it's like the word no didn't even enter into his. He took every movie there was.
Right.
Is it The Old Way? Am I showing the right
that's
picture?
It. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
And is that in theaters or is it streaming?
No, it's streaming, and it's also available on other streaming. Amazon Prime does have it, but I also saw it was available on Apple as well.
Okay.
On their stuff. So, but I haven't watched it. I watched the trailer. And you're right. He hit on. I didn't think about that because of the daughter. It's almost like they took Clint Eastwood's Unforgiven storyline and then True Grit and kind of mixed them together. And that's all I'll say. But you can watch the trailer. All I'm talking about is the trailer because I haven't seen the movie.
Yeah. You know one of his movies I like the best, Family Man. Have you ever
I
seen
love that movie. That's a great movie. Virginia, Craig is standing by. Craig, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, man, you guys were talking about Greg jumping out the second story onto a trampoline. It reminded me of when I was growing up, this kid at the end of our street was a little crazy. We all liked him. He was a little off. One day he decided to jump out his second-story window with a golf umbrella.
Oh, my God.
They're bigger than just a regular rain umbrella. So he had a football helmet, and it wasn't a real football helmet. It was one of those plastic ones that has your favorite team name on the side of it.
No.
Elbow pads and knee pads, and he jumps out. And so he gathered us all in the backyard so we all watch it. And for like 1.5 glorious seconds,
that was my
the umbrella
question.
worked. And then all of a sudden it went pointed upward like Wile E. Coyote, and he just rocketed to the ground. And he broke both his legs.
Oh, wow.
And he had to have one of those casts with the spike in the middle with the 2x4 in between. And he was walking around like that Mr. Pretzel guy for about 6 weeks. He would do things like that.
I love that guy. Every neighborhood needs that kid. And
he was it. He was our guy.
Now, we all had them. But go back to this. That was my question, and you answered. So for about a second and a half of glory, he had it.
But then it turned inside out.
A tiny bit of Mary Poppins there, and then boom, it just went up.
Well, that's what carried in the rest of his life was that second and a half.
Yeah.
For a second and a half,
He didn't talk about falling.
I love it. We in our neighborhood, we had this hill, and every neighborhood that was worth a darn had a hill, and we would literally ride anything down it. I mean, our parents were nowhere to be found, and if somebody got something for Christmas that had wheels on it, we go, let's see how it acts on the hill. We'd ride a wagon down that hill. We'd put together like stuff, when you'd always try to build one of those carts. Yeah. We'd get up there and try it. It would crash, come apart, roll down the. I mean,
our brakes were not what they needed to be.
We would come down that hill on anything. Let's go to Casey in Alabama. Casey, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Don't tell me if y'all ever did this, but going back to the trampoline, we used to always have two people jumping real high, and the first one would land right before the second one, and that recoil from the first person would just shoot the second one right up into the air. There's no telling how many times we got ejected from trampolines doing that.
Yeah, I told the story earlier. You might have missed. That's how I got knocked off of it one time, because usually I was the biggest kid in the neighborhood, so everybody wanted me to double spring them. And when I go to the pool, they do the same thing. Hey, will you get behind me when I run out there? When I'm in there, come up and hit it and double spring me off. I was in high demand to either pick something up or bounce people.
Have you seen? They have them on the water now, like at the lake.
Oh,
these real big ones, and they'll bounce. I mean, they'll send somebody 40 foot in the air.
Absolutely, I've seen that before, and it can be I mean, they really can send people a really long way.
Yeah,
and
it's a
hurt
little
people.
scary.
Kevin in Alabama. Kevin, go ahead.
Nicolas Cage, there's a new movie out called Willy's Wonderland, where Nicolas Cage does not have a speaking at all.
Not
You
familiar
ever
with
seen
that.
that?
I don't even know what to say to that. No, I know
It's
nothing.
like a slasher movie.
No, I know nothing about that. Sorry. Let's go to Randy in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Randy, go ahead.
Hey, Biggins, how are y'all?
Good.
Hey, I need y'all's help on something, man. Tell me if I'm wrong. Guys need to ask guys if they've done something wrong, and you guys I'm going to. Watched the Alabama game last week, and the entire television crew was all female. It aggravated me so much through that game. Am I wrong for being that way?
No, you're just being honest. I mean, now there's men that will say it didn't bother them, but they're patronizing women. They're not serious. They just think they're supposed to say that. Don't apologize for being honest. I mean, it's just preferences. It doesn't mean you think women are inferior to
the
men.
high-pitched noise of every time there was a dunk or the. I was angry by the end of the game. I'm like, man.
Of course you were.
Well, and I think what Rick's saying too is, in this cancel culture, hate speech world, you should be entitled to your opinion on
Thank you.
preference of listening to a ball game.
Right.
I mean, there's got to be some things that's still your choice. And you just don't prefer that. That doesn't mean you hate women. Your mom was probably one. You probably married one.
Yeah,
and,
might have a daughter.
May have a daughter along the way, but it's just a preference. And like you said, it's the high pitch is sometimes unpleasant for me too. When Rick does his imitation of somebody we don't want to hear, which you wonder why do we imitate something we don't want to hear? But that's
Right.
another topic.
It is.
But it hurts. It hurts your ears. It hurts my ears.
Yeah, it does me too.
But I'm not. There's some I don't. I mean, there's maybe some people it makes no. I mean, they don't care either way. And there is a couple of female announcers I've heard that do not hurt my ears, and I never even really thought about it.
I'm going to say this.
But the ones that hurt my ears, I don't want to. I don't want to listen to. It's unpleasant.
I'm going to say this right now, and this is my honest what I think is true. Okay, because again, we're living in the time of patronizing, so trying to get sincerity is tough because some people are so afraid of a mob. They'll just say whatever the mob demands, whether they mean it or not. But I will say this. I think there are men that watch sports that have no preference. It doesn't bother them one way or the other, okay? And then there's men, and those are very few, by the way. Then there's men that honestly, they're just saying, I just don't prefer to hear women call sports games where men are playing, and I just would rather not hear that. And that's the majority. I don't think there's one man that prefers a woman to be the announcer on a men's sporting event. I don't think there's one man on the planet that would say that's my preference. There are men that say, it didn't bother me one way or the other. Very few. Most it does bother, but they're afraid to say it, just like the caller. He didn't know if he was allowed. There's none that said, oh, if it was my choice, I would like to hear a woman call this game. There's none of those. Now, there's some that will say they are, but they're not telling the truth. There's just none. That's their preference. They would always take a male announcer over a female announcer if they had a say. Some say it doesn't bother us like it does some of y'all. Some, the majority, it bothers greatly. But there's no one that says, man, I just wish a woman was doing play-by-play right now. None.
I'll say this: probably most women prefer men.
Correct. Yeah, we've said on the air 1,000 times.
The biggest critic are the women.
Oh, no, we've said on the air 1,000 times. 1,000 times. One of the biggest mistakes that marketing people make is thinking that women want to hear women. They really don't. A lot of times, they can be okay with it. But if you want to hear somebody be critical of a female announcer or a female host, let the women start talking about it. Now, it may have nothing to do with their voice. It may just be what they wear. But it's coming. Let's go to Caden in Mississippi. Caden, go ahead.
Good morning. How are y'all?
We're good. Hope you're okay.
Doing good. I just wanted to talk about the M&M spokes candy situation.
Unbelievable.
Mars Candy is actually being sued right now because they have heavy metals in some of their chocolate. And I don't remember if y'all remember last year, there was a big kerfuffle about a lot of the candy companies that use chocolate were getting their chocolate from companies that use forced child labor. So maybe the spokes candy switching up their shoes or whatever is to get attention off of some of the issues that they're having.
Well, okay. I really wasn't familiar with that. I guess that's possible. I can't even believe, to your point, it must be a distraction because I can't believe we're having a serious conversation about Spokes candies. I honestly can't believe it. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More to unpack on the program today, and we'll do that when we come right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, after do you bring it, you pause and go, we do. And then you hit it.
Oh, it's so many.
Huh?
Do you want to
I
bring
need to
it?
copyright that right quick.
Consider it brought.
Oh,
You
yeah.
go right into the.
Oh, you kidding me?
Oh, talk about the. You got something there.
And there's about 3 people that I would love to watch their facial expression when they heard the station for the first time.
Oh, yeah. We're bringing it from Piedmont.
Yeah, I wish some of these.
List all the cities in your market. We're bringing it from.
Yeah, I mean, and for all of you that's bought these clusters, y'all got stations y'all are losing your butt on. Give us one of them.
Yeah, we'll handle
We
it.
can do better than what y'all do it with.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick,
Which means
Rick.
8:10.
Everybody who's seen this tour says I can expect 2.5 hours.
Okay.
So
I'm
that's-
calling midnight. That's kind of what I
Yeah,
call
and my-
11:45 midnight.
And
for you.
my dad won't leave till they do Desperado, and they said bad news. That's the second encore.
Mm.
You don't get them out of that building until they do Desperado. You know,
Greg,
I know. Greg, I'll have
second song of the second encore.
Mhm. Greg, I'll have so much for you tomorrow. So much.
I wonder how long their set is because they got so much material.
2.5 hours.
2.5 hours. I'll be honest with you, and I love music as much as anybody, but I like my concerts about 1:45.
Greg, no, let's go a step further. I'm only 53, which means, my parents are, eclipsed me by 20 plus years. I'm done with concerts before they're done with them. I mean, they're like fired up about going. I haven't been to a concert. I don't know when, and don't ever want to go to another one. You know what I mean? But just,
It'll be one of those when you sit down, you'll go, okay, I'm good.
No, I'll be glad when I'm there, and like I say, the part of Dad loving the Eagles makes it all worthwhile. But I'll enjoy that time together with them.
But 2 hours.
But as far as me, without some special reason to go to a concert, I wouldn't be going. I love the Eagles. I just don't.
No, I'm with you.
I'm just
I'm
kind
the same way.
of the concert experience,
right?
And all the things going on in my life. It doesn't make it.
It's hard to
the
fit
top.
it. There was a time when we would stop everything.
Oh,
to
you'd
go
stop
to
the
a
presses.
concert.
You'd stop the presses.
We're going.
But
When
anyway,
you heard somebody was coming to town, you really wanted to see them.
But everybody,
it was one of my favorite things to do.
and Bubba, you've said this before too. They are in live in concert one of the most talented, best sounding bands you're going to hear. So that's great. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
And everybody who's heard them said no matter how old they've gotten, he said that they're as good, if not better than they've ever been.
Well, there you go.
So it'll be great. And all the memories I got of Eagles songs and Dad, it'll be a great experience.
Yeah.
And the boys are getting to go, so they'll have a good time.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be good.
Oh,
It'll
good.
be great.
Oh, so you got them helping. So that's huge. I didn't know that.
They're really
That's a
gonna
big party to get to.
Well, here's the deal.
They're going to hate that 2.5 hours.
Greg and I, it's going to be 6 of us.
Oh, wow. Taz, man, I need you to put him in charge, Brody, of documenting the night.
Okay.
That's right up his alley.
It is. He loves
So
it.
Okay.
it's all 6, did you say? Going?
You've
Sherry,
got to let him know.
Sherry's going. 2 of the boys are going. Mom and Dad, here we go. Going to the Civic Center. Got a little road construction to make it even more interesting.
Oh, yeah.
right.
Yeah, you got to go through
Keep
downtown.
it good.
Yeah,
Get
road,
around that.
road construction.
Y'all going to show up early, play a little Top Golf?
Yeah. Just make a day of it.
VIP parking, huge on my part. Sorry about that. But we have a brother and sister
thought
that's going
ahead.
tonight in the studio. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I said, how close can I get? They said pretty. Of course, I'll get there, and that guy won't have my name.
That'll be a nervous time for
Been
you
there.
right there. Oh, yes.
Been there.
Well, no, I'm on there.
Right.
Oh, nothing worse than a will call. Nothing worse.
I know.
Oh, I'd rather have them in my hand. I don't want to go there just hoping that I'm in some folder somewhere.
Yeah, I have.
And they do overall a great job,
do.
but it's me. I think it's me that causes
Oh,
that.
no question. I
And
don't.
as an only child, and I have to have my stuff in hand, it's even worse.
Well, I have the ticket, so that's not a problem because
Yeah,
I always.
Okay,
yeah.
good. So you're just on the
What I
parking
don't
lot.
have is I got to have my name's on the parking.
Right.
Oh, that's even worse
Yeah,
because
'cause that-
there's a lot of things can go wrong there.
Yeah.
You get to that little arm, and they're like, just let it up, man. Let me in.
When you say your name and they go,
Can I tell you what
they
else?
keep looking. You're like,
Burgess, how
"God."
you spell that?
Can I tell you what else can go wrong on that too? is because there's so many me's out there, and the people who have to deal with all this, they've yeah-yeah'd a lot of us.
Yeah, that's right.
And so we'll get there, and there's not as many spots as they've told people can park in there.
Are you saying they overbook, kind of like they do airplanes?
Yeah, well, you know what I mean, because what they say is you got somebody that, you know, maybe it's some corporate sponsor, and then you got people that buy tickets from you a lot, and you're going to take care of them, and you should. But then all of a sudden, Burge comes out of nowhere, and he's an every now and then guy.
Yep.
And you go, yeah, old Burge can park a car in there, and then you don't realize that I'm car 15 in the 14 spots.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh boy.
Yes.
But it can happen. So I'm just talking about you and I. We've been around long enough. We know the potential.
And then
things
you go like way off somewhere else and park at a restaurant and have to Uber in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now let's also hey, let's think about this. I thought about that, by the way.
Yeah.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so let's get in some stories today. We continue to find all kinds of classified documents with our president.
Rick, this is breaking news. This is the first day in several days that we haven't found any.
Okay.
But it's early in the day.
It is.
Yeah. I mean, it could still happen after lunch.
It could. So
Basement Joe.
we've got some of that out there. Now, remember, the president, unfortunately for him, told us that when they found classified documents at the private residence of former President Trump, that was irresponsible, and we cannot let that stand. But now he's in that same crosshairs now, and it's funny to watch him shuck and jive on that a little bit as best he can. But Peter Doocy's always there for us. He has a question that is very unique that he's going to ask Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, and it gets an "Oh my goodness, Peter" from her. So here's the interaction.
When you found out that the FBI had located even more classified materials in Wilmington, which four-letter word did you use?
Oh my goodness, Peter.
Can't say. President Biden is still intending to run for re-election in 2024, right?
I'll just repeat what the president said after the midterm election, which is he intends to run. I'm going to be very careful from here.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness, Peter! Oh my goodness, Peter!
Peter, you're just...
She actually kind of thought that was a good one.
She
did.
She did. Because she was thinking what word she said.
Right. She's like,
came
how
to her
did
mind
you
pretty
know?
quick.
Never seen that side of her.
It came to her mind pretty quick.
It did. It did.
Oh, you can't. You can't even.
Well, Peter, I said.
Yeah, and I know
Were you in there?
Yeah, I know you don't have this today as far as video, audio, but and I'm moving this other one, but this Whoopi Goldberg thing.
Hey, Whoopi.
Yeah,
What now?
Well, Whoopi is speculating. She did this on Monday. That President Biden declassified all the documents discovered in the recent months when he was vice president. But I thought,
Well, if they're declassified, why don't they show them to us?
right. So really, if his credibility is not being compromised, because Joey Behar told us the reason why we believe him,
Right.
is because he's honest and
Yeah.
tells. And what was the other? Not a thief.
Not a thief or
Not a
liar.
thief, and he's honest. Because the Biden family, they've just been as pure as the driven snow.
Yeah, Joe's brother's quite a character,
Yeah.
too. You don't hear as much about him. He's a little more clever than Hunter is.
Yeah.
He's goofier.
Yeah, but she's trying to say that presidents and vice presidents can declassify these, and anyway, so
Why didn't they just say that then?
Yeah, I don't think.
I've never heard
Don't you
anybody
think
say
that would
the
be the
big
first
picture.
That'd
thing?
been the first thing I said. Yeah, I declassified them.
Don't
So-
you think the
so eat
Biden
it.
administration that would be the very first thing they would have said? But Whoopi knows something they don't know. She's come up with something
I
they need
haven't
to think
heard
about.
anybody say the vice president can do it.
But,
Have you? Other than Whoopi.
But please remember, Whoopi almost is suggesting y'all may not have thought about this.
Yeah.
And like she's got some kind of inside track on this. So anyway, that's out there. And then Vice President Kamala Harris gets herself in a bit of a bind today because she wants to get up and talk about the marking of the 50th anniversary of the landmark Roe v. Wade decision that granted nationwide access to abortion on demand. And she's going to try to tie it to the Declaration of Independence. And I don't know if she realizes she's in a bind or she'd already crossed it out before she decided to read it, which she smoothly does it. So I guess she had this intention all along. But pick up on what part of it she leaves out, since she's using it to mark the 50th anniversary of abortion on demand. Here we go.
We collectively believe and know America is a promise. America is a promise. It is a promise of freedom and liberty. Not for some, but for all. A promise we made in the Declaration of Independence.
Here we go.
That we are each endowed with the right to liberty and the pursuit of happiness.
You misquoted it.
Left one out. Left one out. I did it on purpose.
She left out a couple of things. She left out.
Wow, what a speaker.
She left out life, which is would go against what she's trying to speak against, and she left out that they were given by the Creator.
She dropped God out of it. She dropped God
and
out
life.
of it, and life, because if God granted you the freedom, He probably didn't. He also told you some things not to do with that freedom, which would be to murder or take innocent life. So she leaves out life. So this is the problem. Vice President, we're not talking about just some citizen like Goodens like in here. Vice President, you cannot take the Declaration of Independence and just edit it to try to use it to make some points you want to make.
Have you noticed, I think what she is trying to do, and I may be wrong, but I think she's trying to emulate President Obama's speaking meter.
Yeah.
Do you remember the way he would make a speech? And he would stop.
Yeah.
And he would go up and he would go down when he stopped.
Yeah.
And she's trying to do that same meter of speech, but she's just not doing it as good.
No. Well, she's also editing. If you're
going to quote the Declaration of Independence, it's printed out. Just read it.
Trying to think of his name. David. Is it Barton, who has Wall Builders?
Yes.
So we had him on the show, and this is why she edited this out. He made this quote. I've never forgot it. If you don't get life right, you mess up everything else.
Yep.
So he said, when you're voting, if you're voting for a person that doesn't get the right to life correct, they're also going to most likely vote things that will damage the country, not help it. They got to get that part right. Yeah. If they don't have that right, then their whole world view is off. So she says she's so bothered by it, she's not going to mention it, because if you're going to do the anniversary of abortion on demand, just whenever I want to, I ought to have access to it for whatever reason, then you can't use the Declaration of Independence, because it talks about God has endowed us with certain rights, and the very first one is the right to life.
Yep.
So you got a real problem going there for this celebration. And so you know what she did? Yeah, you're right, Rick. So I'm just leaving it out. God's out and life's out. Now I want to talk to y'all. What I'm trying to say is the Declaration of Independence gives us the right to do whatever we want. And that's just not true.
The Declaration of Independence gives us the right to do what we want.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Let's
Not
think
bad.
about this.
You always have to have it back.
Pop's 77, and he'll go to the bathroom.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And I don't know if you've ever
Because
tried.
he's probably drank 2 pots of coffee.
Yeah, he would have already drank 2 pots of coffee before he got there, and he's going to ask me where the bathroom is as soon as we get in our seats.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've been in a big old arena, but the bathrooms are not just around the corner.
No.
A lot of stairs involved.
Yeah.
Really got to remember what number you're on.
Yep.
You know?
So that'll be a big part.
And have your ticket in your pocket, because they'll look at it again when you come back.
Sure. A lot of that'll be going on.
Sure.
Flashlights.
You have to chalk this night up, and I think you're there,
Mm-hmm.
where you're taking your mom and dad for just to have a good experience, and whatever you see of it, you see of it.
Right.
If some of it is you getting food or drinks or going to bathrooms, whatever
Whatever it takes.
that's just part of it.
And you know what? For all the things they've done for me, this is that time of life where you pay them back.
That's it.
There you go.
You know
That's
what I mean?
it. That's the way you got to look at it.
That's where I am.
Because you know your mom could run a list of things she did for you.
Right. Didn't need that late game last night. That hurt.
Oh yeah, no. Hey, I've discovered, and I think we all have at this age that we're at now.
You know how you have to build up to the long day.
Yeah.
Y'all, Rick, listen, I look 36 hours out in advance.
Right.
Trying to
One
buffer.
late night we can handle. 2, 3 in a row, that's when you start
wearing down.
Yeah.
You know, when you get multiple.
My bedtime last night.
The Moultrie gets clogged up.
Yeah, my bedtime last night, because of what I've been through, there was no way to settle down immediately. My bedtime last night pushed toward that terrible witching hour. You know, for us, it's anywhere between 11 and 12.
Oh, that's awful, buddy.
Yeah, and then tonight it's going to be.
I'd need a stretcher.
It'll go midnight easy.
Yeah.
So
look for a punchy show Friday, is what you're saying.
By the way, it may be
Like that.
It may be one of my finest moments Friday. How about this?
'Cause here's the bad thing.
You know what you can say out of my seat on Friday? Get ready for it.
Get ready, which I love.
Here's another thing about when you have that special parking up close. If it's one of these concerts where everybody stays, when you're leaving, it's bad because you're way in.
Boxed in.
Thanks, Greg.
It's great when you get there, but it's not good when you leave.
Well, I'm gonna do that thing that we do because first of all, you have to understand with my family and my wife, when she married into our family, she said I've never seen anything like it. My family doesn't go now. I do, but the family, mom and dad, are very hospitable, and which is great. It's what everybody loves about them.
Yeah.
But they'll talk to everybody on the way out. You know what I mean? And if you've ever tried to leave church with them or something, I mean, you can't get out. I mean, they're always the last to leave everywhere. I mean, they talk to everybody. You think Coach didn't talk to everybody?
Well, I love that because I was just thinking the other day. I don't visit with everybody enough.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of head into the wind and keep trying to take off and land. And, you don't get to stop, smell the roses, Rick.
Well, let me say this.
See, I'm the opposite, guys, and my family gets mad at me because I talk to everybody.
Yeah.
I want to say hey to everybody, just quick.
Well, apparently, I'll add you to the list. I will say of all the things we all need to be concerned about in different categories of our life when we stand before our Lord and Savior. When my mom and dad and apparently Helmsley stand before Jesus, they will not be in trouble at all for not being hospitable enough. Right. Because they will talk to everybody on the way out. And Dad now's at that point now where he doesn't meet a stranger.
Yeah.
So he's gonna talk. He'll talk to everybody.
You know everybody around you.
Right.
Yeah.
Then there's gonna be all these things where, like he coached somebody in 1967. You know what I mean? And then he'll have that's a lot. 35 years worth of people being coached. It's a lot of folks.
It bothers my kids very badly. Yes.
But you'd like to get to lunch at some point.
I know.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
6 minutes past the hour.
Working on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. The gang's all here today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. And right over there he sits. He's rock mic number 2 for 29 big ones. Mr. Bill Bubba Bussy. How you
Rick, so glad to be here, and thank all of you for your thoughts and prayers, and hopefully we'll continue to get to sit in old seat number 2 for a long time.
So more testing today?
More testing today. It's our 2 days of tests we get every 90 days.
And look, this is just the check-in. They haven't seen anything or anything like that. Part of Bubba's
surveillance mode, they call
ongoing
it.
recovery
Surveillance.
is let's make sure nothing and catches is reared its ugly head again, and we are fully expecting that to be the case, but. That's what the testing is all about.
That's right.
So more of that today.
Stay on top of it.
All right. So do we do this? Do we even do this next?
No,
How
not,
about-
not yet.
How about I was going to tell you, I would take 15 CAT scans to 1 MRI. You know what?
So-
The old donut's so
Yeah.
much better than the tube.
Now you haven't
not even
you
close.
don't have you didn't have to do an MRI, did you?
I'm CAT right now.
Yeah, I can't get back in there.
It's tough. It's tough.
I thought that I was just like you. We were talking about this off the air. There was a time when an MRI did not bother me in the least.
It does now.
talking
to
about
me.
Yeah, and then and now it's like my mind keeps playing. My mind has become too powerful.
That last one I had to have had a. There were 2 or 3 different ones.
Crazy
I think
noises.
the last
Crazy
one
noises.
was about 45 minutes. And the guy doing I said, do we need to break and come out? And I was like, man, I knew if I got out, I'd never get back
Never
in.
go back in.
And so I just tried to force myself to stay in there.
But are you like me that this is new?
Yeah.
It didn't
yeah,
bother me in
yeah,
the past.
It didn't either.
I have things that bother me now that did not bother me when I was younger.
The old CAT scan, though, it's not as bad, but that dye they hit you with, it was a little hot yesterday. So.
Yeah,
I was a little goofy when it was over. I don't know if it's because I hadn't eaten or what.
Right.
Yeah.
But
I told Betty, you better get me some food quick.
Do you remember the elbow injury I had that basically took me into an episode of House?
Yeah.
Right. When doctors were arguing about what was wrong
Yeah.
with me, and I had to remind them at one point that I was actually in the room and that I could hear some of the things they were saying.
I'm right here.
I'm right here. I just heard that, and it was the orthopedics versus the disease versus the general doctor.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that episode of
Yeah.
House? And so I had never been bothered by an MRI, but it's like people started talking to me about it, and it got in my head.
Yeah.
And they said for us, the big thing was they were trying to see if the elbow had
You hurt your elbow?
Yeah, I hurt my wee elbow. that the elbow, whether it had an abscess in it or not, and that all these staph drugs I was getting, is there an abscess in there that we're not penetrating, so surgically we have to clean it out. Okay, that's what the discussion was.
Right.
Orthopedic said it was blood and that the staph was defeated. The general doctor said the staph was defeated, in his opinion, and he got in a lot of trouble because he let me eat because they were preparing me for surgery, and then he thought surgery was not going to happen.
Oh.
And then the disease, what are they
Infectious
called?
disease.
The infectious disease people said, "Well, I'll tell you one thing: if we're wrong, he's going to die." And I was leaving.
What?
I was about to leave and go on an international trip.
They said
And, well, they just said if we miss this,
it'll get you.
yeah, if we miss
You go
this,
septic.
so they're basically saying we can't miss this, and so eventually you're like, okay, I'm with them, and
Right.
by the way, it turned out the orthopedic was right, by the way. But anyway, so they had to do an MRI, and I heard something about an MRI that they didn't want, that I don't think I was supposed to hear. But anyway, so I get there, and I had done them, but it had been a long time. And so I had to lay my elbow up by my head and go in with it out like this. And so,
That's comfortable.
Like an idiot, they said, "You want headphones?" I said, "No, I don't need headphones." And they just kind of looked at me, and I was like, "I don't need any headphones." and just shoot me in there. And so I go in there, and suddenly the minute I get in there, it's like it's so snug. And then my mind started going, snug, awful snug in here.
Yeah.
And then my shoulder goes, did y'all feel that? Like that. And my mind goes, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And I was like, what do you guys?
I start thinking if I have to get out quick, which way am I going?
I start telling everybody, we got to, let's just get through this. Stop all this.
Eyes to brain. Just stay closed.
I close. Why are you opening? Don't. Oh gosh, you're right. That is right on us. Shut your eyes. And then I was kind of okay, and then the noise started.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That noise.
Well, see,
that
a lot
noise
of
is
people,
like a transformer has a hold of you and is eating you.
Think that the headphones are for the noise alone.
See, that's what I thought.
And it's not.
Right.
It is for the noise, but it's actually to distract you from your mind wandering.
Right. And for the first time in my entire life, it got so loud in there, combined with me feeling it on me, that I pressed the button. And they're like, you got to come out. I said, I got to get out of here.
Yeah.
And they
throw me out of this.
And they backed me out. I said, give me the headphones. I put the headphones on. I went back in and finished.
Yeah.
But it was a mind game. It was awful in there. I don't want to go back in there.
Well, yesterday too, during part of the CAT scan when they do the dye, you have to hold your breath. You know.
Oh yeah.
And you do it the first couple of times, and you think, well, it's just no big. And then that last one is
make you hold it
long,
longer.
and you're coming out, and you see the countdown on the front of the machine. You're like,
no, that's
you're
so
like,
true. That's so true. They do that when they do the heart thing.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah. It's just
mine's an amazing little thing.
You know what though? I'm so glad we have that technology. It's amazing what they can do with it.
Yeah. I can't wait till we go to a full universal one-payer system, or we won't have them anymore. You have to drive 8 hours to find one.
You know, we do. We're so blessed. We got MRI and CAT scan machines on every corner.
Oh, sure we
in
do.
our town.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Sure
just pick which one on what road you want to go to.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
What?
Somebody just emailed, "Hey, thanks, Rick. I have an MRI today."
Well, get the headphones.
Yeah.
Just get the headphones. You can work through it.
Distraction.
I'm so sorry.
Speaking of holding your breath,
my mind, it can be such a good thing. But
Yeah, it works good, but if
does.
it turns on you, it's bad.
Yeah. You had mentioned
Sorry
holding
about
your
that.
breath. This special forces challenge that the celebrities are doing on Fox. It's
How about where
games.
they throw them underwater in that Jeep?
And
That's
you have
tough.
to you have to spend 20 seconds underneath there, and most people think I can hold my breath
But
for
that's a
20
long 20
seconds or
seconds.
whatever. So anyway, whenever they started doing the challenges, we started holding our breath, watching just to see how long we could. How long do y'all think y'all could hold your breath now?
I can hold my breath probably
45 seconds.
Yeah,
Maybe.
somewhere.
I really think I
No,
can.
the way you answer is like you're holding your
Well, I was
45
holding my
seconds.
breath. I was,
Yeah,
Well, I know I can hold it for 30.
Right.
Yeah. I can probably do close to a minute. Yeah, probably 45 in there.
It's a long time.
You've got to really be
No, I can do it.
strategic about when you let your air out.
Yeah.
That's the key.
Right.
Sometimes longer.
Started really breathing heavy on the couch watching.
The most I've ever done 6.5 minutes.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
No.
That's back when you were a frogman.
How about this? Have you ever seen those guys?
Oh,
that
Oh,
don't
the
use
deep-
any air and they do the deep dive.
Deep dive when they go down on that.
It's like anything
But
else.
you
You can
but
train.
they'll have convulsions coming out in a
Well,
second.
yeah.
You gotta train.
Why would you do
You
that?
gotta train.
I don't want to do
Why would
it.
anybody want to do? I won't want to be the champion of that.
I don't either.
Greg, try to hold your breath. Ready to go.
But that show intrigues me. Where is it? I want to see that show.
It's on Fox, and I understand that. I've gotten emails. Hey, if you like this, they did it with ordinary people, and here's a link or whatever. But this one is pretty interesting because they've got like a former Navy SEAL guy. They've got some dude that has done so much they can't even say what he's done.
But
and
can
they
you
put them
really-
all through from Dwight Howard all the way down to
Can you
reality
really-
stars.
Can you really just walk up as a celebrity and truly go through what special forces go through?
No, and
they dumb it down a bit.
Oh wow, you're breathing again. Huh?
Oh,
I was
you want me
watching
to
you.
say? Okay.
But Rick, actually, a lot of them leave. Scary
bet.
Spice is on there.
I bet they do.
Really?
leave.
Yeah, but it was pretty.
I heard you say
interesting.
Dr. Drew tapped out.
He did. He, I guess, got dehydrated or something after
Drew
the first deal. Because when they showed up, they're in some desert in Jordan or something. I don't know, but it looked like they're in some faraway place. And they come out and they put him through the ringer right out of the gate. And I guess that got him dehydrated or something. He started feeling nauseated and had to go get some. And they said, okay, we can give you IV, but if we give you IV, you're out. You got to tap out. And he was getting pretty bad, that nauseated feeling. So he had to tap out.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
There's a number of different personalities on there, but it's entertaining.
What day is it on like regular TV?
I don't know. We went through Hulu because it's available through there.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure when it's on live.
All right, we'll be back 15 minutes past. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up with more to cover and more of your phone calls still to come. Hang in there.
Rick Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you said you had a question.
Well, yeah,
or an observation, or whatever.
Yeah, I have to ask this question because we have a lot going on here at the show. If you're new to the show, we have interns that come through from universities all over the country.
Yep.
We have more from the southeast because of our geographic location, but we've had them from Purdue, we've had them from Florida State, we've had them out west of various places. Probably over 250, 300 over the years?
Oh, yeah, at least.
If you look on our webpage, you can see some of those from the past. But I had a story come to me this week that I thought was very funny. And we also have golden ticket seats here. If you've never been to our studio or haven't seen it, we have people come in for a live studio audience to watch, and we have a big group here today.
Yep.
But I thought it was a very intriguing story that just screamed for inner perspective this week. We had a young man who was in college, and he's studying very hard, going to go in the medical field, and he had two things on his table, on his plate for this summer. One, he wanted to be an intern on the Rick and Bubba show. The other was go and do some work for Harvard in the medical field.
Wow, what a swing.
Well, that's about the same.
That is something else.
Yeah.
What a swing.
Comparable.
Harvard called him back and accepted him. He never got a call back from the Rick and Bubba show.
That is unbelievable.
Wow.
That's how tough it is.
Good night.
And the craziness of it, he's in our studio audience today.
Is he really?
Is he really?
Where's Blake at?
Hey, Blake.
Blake, come forward a minute.
Come here, Blake.
How hard is it to be an intern on the Rick and
It's
Bubba
not
show?
that very. And really,
This
when
is
you hear
funny.
some of the ones that's been through here, you wouldn't think it's very
Goodness
hard.
gracious, I'd take him today.
Yeah. So
Who'd you reach out to?
Blake, tell us how all this came about.
Well, long story short, Greg just never emailed me back.
Nah,
Look at that face.
Look, if Harvard's interested, you won't fit in around here. I made that call
Hey,
early.
I sent that email about 6 months before I sent one to Harvard. So
That's funny.
yeah.
So you got into Harvard, couldn't get into Rick and Bubba University.
Yeah, I know. I didn't have the SAT scores, I guess.
So what are you doing? I know you and some of your hopefully future doctor friends are here today, right? So what are you studying to be and where and all that?
So we've already got our undergrad degree, and we're all in medical school. We're first-year medical students right now.
Yeah,
so all
you
we
have
do
no business here.
Well, you talk about a tough climb.
You will thank me for that.
Yeah, I didn't do enough school to be on the show. So.
No. You know what I would say about you? Don't you feel smart enough?
So what are you going to be doing this summer since the Rick and Bubba option was not open for you?
Yeah. Since I had to kind of follow up on my plans, I really don't know. I'm doing research there. Medical school takes a handful of students every year to just come in and do some in-house research, get some mentorship, and take some classes and a little bit of everything. I get to fly out to Boston. Never flown either, more than to Disney World. So
right.
So you applied to Harvard Medical School, and they said yes, we'll take you.
Absolutely. But I emailed Greg.
Nothing I've never.
Wait a minute, you're a
And it was
pre-med
sounds of
student. Pre-med, right?
I was pre-med. Now I'm in medical school.
Well, my point is, I don't think they would recognize this internship if you were trying. I don't believe they would have recognized
I had been
it,
selective on the
considering this
applications
is.
I put it on. But.
So I just wanted people who have been interns here to know that it is
There
a
you
tough
go.
process
Yeah.
if you made the cut.
Let's
just keep it in mind.
Let's please run the list of who made it.
Goodness gracious.
McPippet.
Big Pippet made the cut, Rick.
What was the kid that wouldn't drive on the interstate?
Bruiser.
Fake news. We got to throw that out there.
Yeah.
I know she's. Yeah, I mean, I know we just had her, but
Nervous Cletus running the board at Master Control.
No one
Nervous
ever.
Cletus.
No one ever have
Blake,
tell
maybe
fake
next
news.
year.
Yeah, hey Blake.
Yeah, reapply. We reevaluate every year.
Thank you, Blake, for trying.
When you go back for your master's, holler at us.
Yeah.
Harvard Medical School, yes. Rick and Bubba show.
Well,
no.
we're very picky.
I must have missed it because you know me, I'd hire anybody. I needed bodies.
Well, what I'm talking about, Greg, we're looking for a certain.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Sometimes you can be a little
guys,
too
I
qualified.
think we're looking at it the wrong way. He could have taught us a lot.
Right.
Like if we'd have had him, we would have learned something, and I think that's good too.
Well,
This was his opportunity to mentor us a little bit.
But can you imagine trying to teach us bunch?
No, boy.
Well, I know it'd
You
be
talk
difficult.
about a
but-
classroom to make you go ahead and see how much tenure you got. Is my retirement paid up? Yeah, if I got to go face this bunch again. I mean, just picture
another one
the
didn't make
day.
the cut. Stingray, remember that?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Heard about that? I'm still mad about that one.
Well,
and that's
look,
on him, though,
Greg,
right,
I got
Greg?
spooked. I give it
that
to
was
you.
on
If
him,
you
right,
have,
buddy?
if you have 300 interns in history, you're gonna miss a few.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us. We will be chatting with you some more coming up, but here we are. Do we want to do this? I mean, we're living in a time now where we have so much access to so many things, and that can be good because you can go out and critically think and try to, find information that maybe all the gatekeepers out there try to keep from you. But then it also opens itself up to conspiracies galore, and some of it is just you just want to say tap the brakes. Sometimes I love that term. Which,
Yeah.
hey, yo, whoa, tap the brakes. It's settle. I don't know why this has started. I have no opinion on the matter. I'm so new to it.
Well,
But,
Rick, everything now is a
right.
conspiracy.
I know.
Okay,
I know.
we live on a flat Earth.
Right.
We never landed on the moon.
Right.
There are no sexes.
Right.
It's all everything's everything that is normal now has to be challenged in a bizarre way.
We're looking for, and what gets me about this kind of stuff is we chase all these things when these real problems and real solutions stand right before us, and we have no time for that.
Right.
It's not fun. Yeah. So for some reason, I don't know why, there is now a Damar Hamlin controversy that somehow either the NFL, the Hamlin family, there's some people that are withholding Damar Hamlin from us. I will tell you, one of the things about his condition is something called HIPAA. Unless the Hamlin family wants to tell us his diagnosis and what really happened, we don't get to know. The NFL and the doctors, they can't come out and tell us unless the family allows them to do that. Though, and it has to be certain members of the family, because you declare who gets to know and who doesn't, even on your own medical stuff. But now this new thing, and I'm not making this up, that Damar Hamlin really isn't okay, and he really wasn't at the Bills game, and it's a body double. And now remember, the key to all conspiracies, the key, and I've said this many times, the key to all conspiracies, you must have a narrative you can walk out that is the reason for the conspiracy. You have to answer this question: Damar Hamlin isn't really okay, and the reason why they're pretending he is because of this.
Yeah, what's the end game?
Two
How do we end
words:
this?
the Super Bowl.
Right.
And money.
Yeah, right.
So 4 words.
Right. Now, I will say this. Some of you are quick to shout money. Appreciate that. But you still got to show us that. You got to show us how it's going to cost them money for Damar Hamlin to not be okay. I can hear that the game of football knows that death on the field is going to lead to even more scrutiny of this dangerous game. But, I mean, football has survived this in the past, and there's some people back to pretending they like female announcers on male sports. They'll pretend to care about how dangerous football is, but they're only going to change it so much because they know, back to money, it will no longer be intriguing to fans if we turned it into flag football. People just aren't going to pack 100,000-seat stadiums and coliseums to watch people play flag football. They're just not.
Well, you're going to get a look at that for the Pro Bowl.
Right.
You can actually see how it's going to look.
So we're saying that this person that went to the Bills game, the conspiracy is that wasn't Damar Hamlin.
Well, you have a couple of points of view here. One, it was that it was a body double. The
Body
other
double.
is that it is him, but why are they hiding him from us as far as just why didn't he just look to the camera and wave and say, give a thumbs up, maybe a quick interview, because I understand he has a great personality. Nobody on this staff is saying there's a big conspiracy. It's just that's what's out there.
I'm
now Jason Whitlock,
Adler is saying it.
I'll tell you what's weird. Is there any footage on this day
No.
of him without that on his face?
No.
No matter where he's at.
Real
Now,
cold.
Nobody around him's got it on.
Real
man.
cold.
Nobody around him. It's not
in
cold
the-
inside the suite.
Not in the suite. It's
not in the suite with his little brother who's sitting there with nothing on his head.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
but
I'm just saying that's odd.
It's just strange.
To Bubba's point, though, I've seen people wear these things now.
Yeah, but
driving in cars with
It's
something over their
just-
face.
It's the
I-
style.
yeah.
And being
Nobody
that
else
he's a
around
heart patient, he's probably on some kind of blood thinner, and that makes you very cold.
But when I come inside, I'm not going to go, whoo.
Yeah,
All right,
I got my hood on, my
here's
mask
where
on,
I'm
my
at.
shades on.
Okay, y'all didn't really ask me, but I'm gonna tell you.
Sure.
January 5th, I believe, is when this happened. This country and most of the rest of the world shut down that night, concerned about this, and I just don't feel like we've gotten enough answers.
I agree with you on that.
And because of things like this, it is strange.
I agree with that
We
because
still
I don't
haven't been told what
understand.
happened,
I
right?
understand why their camp or the Bills or the NFL hasn't come out and said, "Hey, the reason why he's covered up, the reason why he's not doing any public speaking is because he's not ready for that now. He's still in progress.
He's gonna walk around
a
like a
process of getting back. He wanted to be at the Bills game to support him, but he wasn't able to talk or what. Why not just come out and say that? Because when you don't, now you leave it open for speculation and conspiracy theories.
And I don't want to do that. I think I know what's going on, but I'm not going to do
Can,
that.
can I say this though, honestly, and I all that I understand, everything you said I understand, but I think also, and this is a mistake, I'm saying it is wrong, but I think that there's still some people that think, can't you figure this out on your own? That he almost died on January the 5th, and he's just now gotten out of the hospital and he's feeble. Do we have to explain that to you? Don't you understand why he's not holding press conferences yet? Don't you understand why he looks feeble? Don't you understand that he's just waving?
He didn't look feeble to me.
You can't figure that out in your own mind that a person had to be brought back to life and has his heart worked on
for 9 minutes, by the way.
in the hospital.
It made more sense to me that he wouldn't show up at all.
Yeah, right. But what I'm saying is, can't you see though that him showing up is a pretty big effort on his part, and he probably isn't going to hold a press conference?
Well, yeah, I don't know that I'd want a press conference. Just you know,
everybody else in
I think
every
there was
picture is
everybody's
normal.
Yeah,
and he's sitting there
Of course,
with
everybody else in the rest of
why
it
you hide
down
his,
the field.
Why you hide
But,
his
I mean,
identity is the big
Yes,
question.
his identity is being hidden, and the broadcast is so strange. Here's like 10 seconds of audio from the broadcast. Why would they say it like this?
Looks like Damar Hamlin is in the building. Yes, if they show him in the stadium in any capacity, it will blow the doors off of this place.
Damar Hamlin is in the building. Yes. Oh, is he really? Is he really?
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. If I'm that little boy that had to freeze out there and go up to that suite and come to the game without him being there, I don't like being part of it.
This is so weird right here. Look at the security, and look, his head is down. He's got sunglasses on. He's got a mask on. Security is keeping him so tight. That is a tight ship, ladies and just gentlemen. Actually,
I'm not saying
just
it's not
gentlemen.
him.
Right.
No, I'm saying
that's just
you
the
know
way it's
what?
being handled.
Rick,
Weird.
they've flown him and shown him the ice wall. That's it.
Yeah.
He's seen some stuff.
Bubba, that's
And
now
the
let's really
snow
make it
makes
creepy.
it even more
Let's show his
dramatic.
silhouette.
Yes, it's just his silhouette. Up
Still
in the
got his
box
hood and
office.
mask.
Winter is coming.
Hey, still
And
got his
they-
hood and mask on. It's probably
And
80 degrees.
They got it to snow to help cover up his
They
identity.
even blew
That's great.
snow.
The snow's not even real.
Body double.
It's a snow machine.
That's the best look we get of him, and he's still covered. Oh, okay. If he can do hearts and whoop his hands in the air, he can talk. He
By the
can
way,
smile.
By the way, do y'all kind of like that the Bengals spanked him anyway?
Boy, did
that was bad.
They didn't follow the script, did they?
I give you that.
I think we've had more than
Nobody throws a perfect game, right?
Yeah, keep in mind now, he's been
But for all y'all know, he's a psycho. Y'all don't know him. I mean, I give him benefit of the doubt. He's probably not, but y'all don't know that.
He doesn't have crazy eyes like that Fresno State woman.
Yeah.
He looks
And
normal.
it's like he's got a Troy shirt on for some reason. You play little ball?
He didn't look crazy.
Greg, now
He don't need to waste his time in here screening calls when he needs to be like doing medical stuff, checking for hernia, stuff like that. He ain't got,
Checking for hernia.
he ain't got no time being here.
Greg, picture this. Picture sitting around going, so you went to Harvard, didn't you? In pre-med? Yes, right. Tried to get on Rick and Bubba as an intern. Really? What happened? I got bumped for bruising.
Bump for Bruce.
I love Bruiser, though.
Oh, absolutely. He was radio gold.
Oh, Rick, I pulled out that one when he that time his buddy when he got that ticket for speeding. because his buddy had to go to the bathroom. I pulled that one out for the best of. That is one of our finest pieces of work right there.
That one when we told us he sang out loud a lyric in a song one time he didn't know was dirty in front of his mom.
He got a whipping for it.
He got a whipping for it
when he's a kid.
Right. All right, I've got an idea. And it's just an idea. If you're listening live, we've got 2 hours left in the show. I say we make him intern for a day, put him to work for 2 hours.
There you go.
See how he does.
All right, and we'll give him a nickname for
That
2
is a
hours,
good
and
idea.
then let him have an experience of being an intern. Are you good with that?
We got to name
Now,
him
that's
right
a
quick.
good idea.
All right.
We've
It's the
already
new mini program.
Yeah.
we've already had one named Dr. Something, haven't we?
We had Dr. Love.
Okay.
We had
How about interns saying elsewhere? We'll go back to the 80s.
Oh, wow, Rick, all the medical shows. There's been a bunch.
Oh, bunch of medical shows.
You went with sane
I thought I'd go
elsewhere.
80s. Look, let me tell you why. Because my kids have bought into what Bubba said. Both of my sons told me the other day that they weep they weren't born and lived in the 80s.
Well,
I cry every day, Rick. At some point in time, I tear up. It may not be openly weep, but I do that about once a week.
They asked me, said, Daddy, how fortunate was it that you grew up in the 80s? I said, oh, you can't put a price on it.
No,
What's the other one?
I'm so thankful every day.
I said, look at this ridiculous time you're growing up
Quincy
in.
Adams.
I feel so bad. Oh, you remember
intern
Quincy?
Quincy Adams.
He was a medical examiner. wasn't he?
Yeah.
That's Quincy. Was it Adams?
Is it Quincy Adams?
Well, not John
No,
Quincy.
Quincy Adams
It
was
was
the
just
president.
Quincy.
It was just called
Yeah,
Quincy.
Quincy.
It was
Heck,
just called
I was in there
Quincy.
with you.
Adams.
You said that, and I went, yep.
You think that's better than saying elsewhere?
I just like
Remember
Quincy.
Quincy Adams.
The funniest thing is you remember Jack
I just
Klugman.
said Quincy, and then he said Quincy Adams. I went, yep.
Listen, no, there goes his lip.
Hey, he can check your lip for you.
Yeah, can you take his stitches out?
Greg, do you remember the guy who played that played the old man before Barney Fife on Three's Company? That guy. What was his name?
Yeah,
and he looked like Jack Klugman.
Yes,
and I saw him on.
He was excellent.
I saw him on the Night Show one time, and it was when Quincy was huge. He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I go down the street, people scream, 'Hey, Quincy!'"
Yeah, I mean, because he did look
like Jack Klugman.
Because you remember on Three's Company when he'd have a good one, he'd look at the camera.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What's that guy's name?
Golly,
Rick, you ain't gonna get
hey,
that.
Quincy.
What about Doogie Howser? We call him that.
That's a downgrade. I don't. Yeah, he's.
Yeah,
We call him Oz.
What's wrong with saying elsewhere?
That's
Rick,
fine.
nobody knows what that is.
Well,
That's fine, Greg.
that makes it funny.
I didn't know.
That's
but
when you know who was on that? Howie Mandel, and he had hair.
All right, would y'all rather call him Chicago Med? Grey's Anatomy? Something current?
You ain't got a lot of time. We got to decide right now.
ER? General Hospital?
I kind of like Quincy.
What if he just wants to
What
hang
about
out with his
Quincy
buddies
Adams?
the rest of the show?
Yeah, what about that? What if you're ruining his trip?
Well, then he shouldn't have told that story.
Yeah. All right, come up here. We'll put you to work.
I wish I could find his email.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Let me tell you something. Right now, speaking of hoodies, I didn't care. Is this what Hamlin had on? The MyPillow hoodie? I don't know. The MyPillow hoodie, it's made of soft cotton French terry for relaxed comfort. It's got the front kangaroo pocket, got accent trim. On the kangaroo pocket, sleeve cuff for added style. Sizing is unisex. Men or women, small, medium, large, extra large, even double X. MyPillow.com/Bubba, only $28.49 a piece. We're knocking off 65% on this great hoodie. You can also get 30% off on the MyPillow lounge pants. Those drawstring pants. Man, I love those. Comfortable, hanging out. Go with your new hoodie. So $34.99 for those. So if you'd like to find savings like this and more, use the URL that we give you. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. That's MyPillow.com/Bubba and let the savings begin. Okay, so Damar Hamlin, this controversy that has started. Again, the conspiracy, why we're pretending that Damar Hamlin is at a game that he's not at. I don't.
Why not?
Yeah, right. Didn't work. If it was to inspire the Bills, it did not work because
nobody let the Bengals in.
Even though we are all thankful and we hope that Damar Hamlin is doing better. Even if he had been on the field, he doesn't block the defensive front of the Bengals.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah,
No.
and
sorry about the Cinderella ending.
Right. Nor does he pressure Burrow, who adapted to the environment and played a masterful game. But anyway, so I don't know what to do with this, but we have Jason.
Yeah, this what we're showing here though is what Damar actually put out, and
there you can't see him again.
Yeah.
Can't see him.
Right.
Why would he not just take his hood off and smile for the camera?
You would want that.
Yeah.
Look at the distance, and you
it.
can't see the face at all.
I don't know.
These things don't help.
No, it doesn't.
Guys, now I have no reason why they would do this. That's just weird.
It's somebody saying clone.
No, that's him. He did it. That was his tweet.
Okay.
Clone.
Why would he say clone?
I guess I don't know. Is he saying he's that same person,
Or is he saying they cloned him?
No.
This is my clone. This is a clone. That's what he's saying.
Right.
That's what he's saying.
Okay. So,
but yeah, no. Jason Whitlock had some commentary as to why maybe he's being kept a mystery, and this is for his marketability and his imaging. But this was what Jason had to say.
Oh, I'm sorry. I still have a bed song playing.
Okay,
and now we're good.
All right.
There we go.
Damar Hamlin, the Buffalo Bills safety, is most valuable over the next year as a mystery, not as a whistleblower or truth teller. The truth about what happened to him on Monday Night Football a month ago is totally irrelevant in comparison to how much money he can earn by telling a story that pleases advertisers. This is the power of television and social media. Separately, they harm the truth. Together, they annihilate truth, reducing it to an unrecognizable rubble and a weapon of mass destruction. The weaponization of Damar Hamlin began this weekend.
wow. He's saying, look, it's just he's more valuable if he just remains a mystery. Now,
I just like to see a picture of him standing there, and there he is.
Yeah, and
without his hood,
Like his face. Yeah, that would be cool. To
well,
see his face.
there's all kinds of people here. So if you go down this conspiracy thing, you have probably the purest. If you're going to be in conspiracy world, the purest one is the NFL doesn't need bad publicity about a person dying on the field. All right, and I'm going to leave that just
But
because
there's no way to get around
my
it.
first one is going to be the violence of the game, even though this probably didn't have much to do with the violence of the game. It doesn't matter. That's how it'll be portrayed. Then there's the other one.
It wasn't a violent hit at all.
Then there's the other one. We forced a lot of people to take an experimental vaccine.
Yep.
And one of
the side effects was fluid around the heart, which can cause exactly what happened and maybe amplified the hit he had.
There's that.
You got to put that in.
I'm not saying that happened. I'm
just saying it's a
you-
possibility.
You've listed two possibilities.
That's just what happened. And then the other is kind of, I think Whitlock is speaking to that, by the way. But I think the other is, I'm just I've become a really big deal right now. Not the way you want to become a big deal, by the way. I wasn't really a star player. I was a good player, but I wasn't even in the lineup till somebody got hurt. Okay, so let's not miss that. I'm not a marquee player. But now I'm becoming one because of what happened. I'm known in every household now.
And I've probably been told I cannot play anymore.
Right.
Keep that in mind too. So now he's got to figure out a way to earn money.
Yeah, because he had come from another team, and then was not a starter until somebody got hurt. So we're not somebody who's got a bunch of endorsement deals lined up before this. Now it's unlimited what he can become. And so there may be the more, like what Locke said, the more we remain a mystery, the more valuable I am, period.
I mean,
and it's just about my brand.
You're looking at a $40-50 million potential deal for a movie, for a book, for interviews, maybe more, maybe $100 million. I don't know. But anything you say or anytime you're photographed, it takes away from the. I mean, this is Kiss with the makeup on, right? I mean,
A little bit.
Until we sit down under the bright lights and talk about it. It's a mystery, and everybody's going to want to hear it.
Yeah, and because Greg made this point, I understand HIPAA, so you don't have to educate us on that.
Yeah.
And I know, but the people, the family could tell us, or tell the doctors to tell us. They could.
Yeah.
They aren't. We don't know why. Maybe they just want their privacy, and that may be. But none of us have been told. We diagnosed Damar, and here's why he fell unconscious. Here's why he had the cardiac event, and here's how we fixed it.
Yeah,
we haven't heard any of that. And again, the family has to decide if we're going to hear that or not. A doctor just can't roll out and do a press conference about your health. So I'm sure they'd be willing to do it if the family would allow them to do it. So, it really does create quite a little mystery, doesn't it?
And then you start throwing all this with it.
Yeah. Now, do I think it's just a guy that's been through a lot of trauma, and he's been tried to get to a game to see if he could fire up the fans and help his team and show some appreciation, and he acted kind of odd because he's been through a really traumatic event? That's probably what's going on more than anything. But it doesn't help when you want, back to what you said, Speedy, whether we like it or not, we're living in a time, because of all the things we've already mentioned, you really need to explain yourself and control your narrative and make things very clear on what is and isn't. If you don't, then everybody just runs wild.
Yep.
This thing, doesn't everybody know? No, not anymore. We'll come up with all kinds of scenarios. So if you don't clear it up, we're more than willing to try.
Yeah.
You don't tell us what's happening, we're more than willing to make stuff up.
Fill in the blank.
Or to start our own little theories with no ill will intended. Just we haven't been told, so we want to talk about it. We want to figure it out. We want to kick it around.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
and it could be kind of back to what you're saying, Rick, about his, I guess his finances, and he, by the way, had signed a 4-year, $3.64 million contract when he was drafted in the 6th round in 2021, but in his contract was the standard split that he would get paid a lower rate if he was placed on injured reserve, which they did do, but they're working that out to where he still get paid. But it could be that he's holding out for a Dateline one-on-one sit-down interview where they're going to offer him millions of dollars for that one-on-one, and so he's not doing any interviews right now, whatever. But I just think a statement, hey, it was great being there. Sorry, I wasn't able to speak to anybody, but I'm not quite ready for that. On my way back, I'm healing up. But something, just make it something.
But I've noticed, because it kind of frustrates me sometimes, it's become mod not to be forthcoming.
Yeah.
Have you ever have you ever seen somebody they'll post something and you'll see it and it interests you? You're like, man, that's interesting, and you start trying to read what they've written so you can figure out what's going on, and they won't tell you. They'll put something like that, clone, just one word. And you're just, I'm not saying use the word clone, but just a word, and you're like, well, what does that mean? People don't want, it's almost like we don't like clarity anymore.
Yeah.
No one likes clarity. I love clarity. I want to know.
Damar Hamlin's legs looking awful skinny in this picture, guys. I mean, it's pretty skinny for an NFL player right there, guys. Who's that, Speedy?
There
Speedy's playing.
Okay, all right, buddy.
Well, I tell you what.
But it's like Sarah McLachlan up in here, you guys. We're building a mystery. Tell you that right now. So for our Damar Hamlin updates, we should probably listen to Sarah McLachlan.
Yeah, sure.
Great song.
That'll make us all feel real upbeat. Phone calls are next. You can weigh in on this or anything. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We discovered last hour that several was it years ago?
No, it's 2017.
2017, Greg was sent an email that undoubtedly he missed of a young man named Blake that wanted to intern at Rick and Bubba University. He waited 6 months, was not accepted, but then was accepted to a little bit of a downgrade to Harvard.
Rick, Harvard
Medicals,
Medical.
Yes, and so
Guys, I'm gonna state the obvious one more time. Is this place like a hospital to y'all?
No, it does not.
Well, then why would he be an intern here? That's all I'm saying.
I know. I got you, Greg.
We got some pre-law kids. You want to get them in here?
Well, we've often talked about our doctors need to be better communicators.
Yeah. I'm just saying when he goes to school and wants that credit, they're probably going to go, that's not
I wouldn't
important."
mind having my doctorate have a degree in common sense.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
we need more.
So
of that.
we're making his dream come true, and he's now in pre-med, which I'm sure is a little bit of a letdown. So what we're going to do is to make his dream come true today. For the next less than 2 hours, he will be known as Intern Medicine Man.
All right.
There he is.
He's now interning, and he's you ought to see him. He had to get a little bottle of water. Got a little overwhelmed. By
He
everything.
did. He is. He's been trained on the Adobe. He's over there running the recording now. He saw call screening. I showed him wide orbit and how the commercials run, and so he's had the crash course during the commercial break on how to do things.
This is where dreams come true, Blake.
Yeah, what's going to be what kind of medicine you going into? Not radio medicine. No, evidently not. Even though we do need it around here.
Yeah.
Here, come right here.
Yeah, that's another thing we got to train you.
Blake-
Always get in the mic.
Let's go.
Blake, you
Medicine
told
Man.
me you were doing heart, right?
Heart.
I mean, I love cardiology. I've had some great exposure in it.
Okay.
But I
Well,
really
if you
don't
love cardiology, you should be interning.
Oh, absolutely.
We might actually need
know.
you.
We can do a lot of case studies here for sure.
Yeah.
We got the defibrillator on the wall back there if anybody goes down.
No, we don't.
Oh, we don't. The battery went dead.
Battery
we never
went
got
dead.
another.
Bubba was going to get on that in 16.
Can I?
Hey, he was trying to fix that before he sent his email.
I know you're wounded. It's fine. I do have a gripe with these defibrillator people.
Here we go.
You know, they make batteries
It's
that
on them.
only work. No, listen. This is just logical, I think.
I got it.
They make batteries that only work in their device, right?
Yeah.
And when that battery goes bad, you have to go back to them and buy a $2,000 battery.
Well, who do they think they are? Apple?
Yeah.
No, but
You couldn't wait.
But here's the thing: by the time it goes dead and you go back, they don't even offer that model anymore.
I know.
And that
Then you gotta
battery,
buy a whole new
so you
deal.
buy the whole new thing.
yeah,
so
that's brilliant.
it's yeah.
It is Apple.
I'm ready to tear into that thing. I think me and Tom can run some jumpers off of it and hook it to a 12-volt battery. It'll be fine.
Why don't we just keep the jumper
The problem
cables in the
is,
battery and
if
just
you
take
need
care
it,
of our own?
none of us are going to know how to use that.
That's true.
Ask you this, why is the battery dead? I mean,
It goes dead over time.
Yeah.
You think it would have a little charger thing built in while it's hanging there.
Well, right. Or that. I'd go with that.
It tells you to answer your question. It tells you, now do this. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
it
It's
says-
fully automatic.
Shave the chest.
Is the way it's hooked up that Bubba's got going, though? That him and Tom are rigging it up?
Oh, no, I don't know about that.
Greg,
That's
Greg,
the whole
Greg,
point.
I figure if that little battery will save you a car battery, ought to really help you.
Yeah.
I don't
It'll
know.
get you back on your feet.
Greg,
I thought Tyler Watts had you hooked up.
go get one of those guys in the golden ticket seat.
See the guys in the back, call them in.
Bring Medicine Man in.
Hurry, he doesn't have
You're
long.
dead as a wedge if you don't get him.
Ask Rick if they ever got that Keyman insurance updated.
Call your agent before applying probes.
Last I heard, I was waiting on a confirmation, never got it. So anyway, I hope it is. I don't even know.
We're having a real conversation through a computer.
Well, this is where we remember things we meant to tend to.
Why do you keep eating food the golden ticket seats bring in? Every
kill
break.
Quick, get a donut. So there we go.
So, Blake, is there anything else we need to know about you before we continue?
Medicine Man, you got any weird hobbies or anything?
Medicine Man.
Put your headphones on. Oh, gosh.
You got to learn all this.
Yeah, and you adjust the volume down there to the left.
He's
Follow
going
the
to change
cord.
his major after today.
Follow the course. Yeah, I know.
It's too late for that.
Greg,
What if he
Greg,
dropped
goodbye
out?
heart surgery. Hello radio.
Hello, radio.
It
You
would
send
be-
one to NASA, too? You might want to fly the space shuttle.
That's good.
Your lip hurts so bad.
That's worth a lip hurt for that one.
It will be interesting to know, compared to heart surgery, how easy that recording device is to work over there.
Do you feel overwhelmed right now?
Yeah, I'm a little all over the place right now.
Yeah, the emotions are high.
It is. It's incredible.
You know, who said in this country you should ever stop dreaming?
You're right.
Journey didn't believe in it.
No.
Okay. You are on fire right
Surprisingly sharp today, fellas.
Yeah.
I know.
Extra medicine? What's happening?
IV?
Did you get extra dose?
Normally by Thursday he's fading.
It's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We will take your phone calls right now, and you can join us. So if you want to dial up, there's room for you. Speedy takes them. Everybody say it. Did we say you was friends? Let's start with Cam in Sweet Home, Alabama. Cam, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
What's going on, guys?
We're good.
Hey, just going back to the Damar Hamlin, if you go and look at the suite up there, he's actually flashing the Illuminati sign.
All right.
And I swear to you, if I'm lying, I'm dying, man. But I'm telling you, he actually,
wasn't that
if
the
he
heart?
ever plays the video again?
Wasn't that the
ever
heart
plays the video
sign
again-
that he also gave from the hospital bed?
No. He gives the heart sign, but then you see his 6 fingers come together at the top and form the upside down triangle. I sent Helmsy.
Yeah, well, we're looking at it right now.
So, okay,
you're
so
talking about the top part.
well, let me ask you this.
There you go. What if
he's
Let's
trying to do the heart?
let's assume you're correct. What does that mean? Who is he signaling that he couldn't text?
No, what I'm saying is the Illuminati thing with Beyonce, Jay-Z, the whole thing. They're in some kind of thing together. I think it's a body double, honestly.
Oh, wow. Yeah, but see, I've got kind of hands that don't work real good because of football either. And if I tried to make the heart sign, I bet I could Illuminati on as well. Yeah. But because I don't understand when you say that. So are you saying there's a bunch of wealthy athletes and entertainers that are all part of the Illuminati and they signal it to us from time to time?
From time to time?
Why
I
would
believe so, and I think he sold out, honestly.
Why would a backup safety? I get Jay-Z.
But if
and
you're-
Beyonce, look what they're getting in return.
We're getting some feedback there. But Rick, if I'm in the Illuminati, secrecy is key. So why would I be flashing signals to anybody when I could easily just call somebody on the phone?
There's Beyonce
or I
doing it
could-
during the what? Super Bowl halftime show? What?
Or Rick, we could just have our Illuminati meeting somewhere.
I know. But what Damar Hamlin's doing is not what she's doing. It looks like he is trying to bend the top hands into a heart, and she's
Like a
not.
heart. Yeah.
I mean, of course, Beyonce's
Over
part
your
of the
head,
Illuminati.
it's harder to do. By the way,
right, it is.
You got to get further.
And
up
I
there.
know a lot of these guys, especially defensive backs, but boy, he does look small, doesn't he?
He does.
Yep.
He does.
And I know. I mean, I've met some
No,
NFL
but Greg, there's
defensive
some
backs, and they're not huge.
There's receivers and DBs that have
Yeah.
skinnier legs that are. Deion Sanders doesn't have big legs.
Yeah, I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
David,
Illuminati, all about it.
David in Georgia. David, go ahead.
Hey, man, I was just wondering, I heard some internet chatter about Putin being dead. Y'all know anything about that? Like he was in ill health?
I had heard people say that he did have
has cancer
There
or
were
something?
there were people that say that the military intelligence was that he was not well. I have not seen any chatter that he has actually died.
No, I haven't either.
But the fact that he might be near death is something that I have heard. Yes, but I have not heard that he died. No.
Okay.
No. So, but that doesn't mean it's not out there. I just haven't seen it.
The U.S. intelligence community believes that Russia's President Vladimir Putin's health is suffering and that he's being treated for cancer, according to the New York Post.
Okay. Jack in Alabama. Jack, go ahead.
They claim he's weak and dizzy.
Yep.
Yeah, I found a song you guys might enjoy. It's a parody song about butter. I don't know if it's Chili Dog's brother or maybe Hunter Busty with a beard.
Right.
But it's Rolling. The channel is Rolling Blue, like Rolling Stones in the color blue. And the name of the song is Butter, the stuff you put on popcorn.
Okay. I don't find myself racing to hear a parody song on butter, but baby.
You know what? I'll jot it down to look at later.
Anonymous, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I was listening to a local Christian radio station yesterday afternoon,
and the song Reckless Love came on. And I've heard you talk about that a lot, Rick, and listen to the podcast episode from this weekend.
Yes.
And I called into the station asking the guy, I have issues with this song because of it saying that God's love is reckless. And he's like, well, the artist isn't saying that God's love is reckless. He's saying that from a human standard it's reckless. And I said, that's not right, because as a Christian, nothing God does is reckless. Right. And he says, well, it's a popular song, so I get what the artist is trying to say, so I'm okay with playing it. I say, well, if that can help you sleep at night, then all I can say is it's inaccurate of God, because like I say, he's a God of order. He has a plan for everything.
Yeah.
And if that helps you sleep at night, then by all means, you have a good day.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things. He is right that it is a very catchy song and is very well done. And I honestly think, I truly do, there's a big difference into being devious and saying, I'm going to try to say something theologically incorrect and I'm trying to fool people and draw them in, as opposed to, I hate to use his word back, I was just reckless and I threw something out there trying to be provocative and edgy. And sometimes just because it's provocative and cool doesn't mean it should be done. And we covered that a little bit. And sometimes it's just lack of wisdom. Do I think the adversary manipulates Scripture and music is one of the easy ways that he could do that? Yes, because he was manipulating what God said from the very beginning. And as we said in the podcast, we start getting warned about manipulation of theology and doctrine early on in the church, and it has been a problem for a long time. So it's not like the problem is new, but I think sometimes it's like someone said, and it's okay. I mean, this is just, but it's just, we just have to be careful. Someone said, well, I like to learn things in different ways. And what they meant is style. And I got no problem with that. And Paul said also, let's not major on the minors. There's some
I think that falls a big category here we need to look at.
But be careful, because calling God reckless is not a minor. And he did say, though, major on the majors. And just because you want to learn something a different way, you still have to stay with good doctrine. You can't leave the major theological truths. And God, being a God of order, is a major. And that the adversary is found in chaos is also biblically true. So there's certain things that we just can't let go because they're dangerous. But we also don't nitpick and major on the minors either. And if you want to say that, sometimes what happens is kind of what you heard there. Well, no matter how many points you make that the theology's bad, I just like it. Okay, well, that's not exactly pointing to Scripture on why it's okay to let it go. If you're going to make a statement supporting it or saying it's a problem, you got to support it with Scripture. And if I was in a courtroom and you were standing here and said, I'm going to convince you that God is reckless, and the other party said, I'm going to convince you he's not, the people who would bring Scripture to the table would win that he is order going away. The reckless people would have a very hard time supporting what they believe with Scripture. They wouldn't win. And so that's the way you got to take it on. You got to look at it. You don't nitpick. You don't major on the minors, but you also don't sit back and say nothing matters. It's just a little different way to do it. You can't be that way either. You can err either way. And we tend to act like being over legalistic is somehow worse than being careless. They're both bad. We don't favor one over the other, but we're always more comfortable talking about the nitpicking more than we are the carelessness, and that's just in our nature. We want God to be something we'd rather him be sometimes, but we got to be careful with that. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I know. Tomorrow's got tanker written all over it.
I've got my 2 days this weekend.
Rick, he walked in this morning, walked around the room, hugged all of us.
Yeah. Told us he loved us.
I walked out, we said, what the hell was that?
Hey, guys, Greg is not lying. That actually took place.
Yeah. That's a pro vigil day right there.
You know, he kissed my ear.
Not that he did.
He did. He went, how you doing?
Rick went by every one of us, hugged us. I mean, he didn't kiss us, but he did tell us he loved us.
You know what? I'm renewing friendship.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
good.
not saying that he normally comes in mean. That's not what I'm
No.
saying. But we were just like, what? What was that? Who was
Well,
that guy?
and he didn't man hug. He was like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3.
Yeah.
Oh, still squeezing.
Oh, wow.
You know.
Oh, wow. How about that?
But I mean,
You
I
can't-
got me fired up.
You
started.
can't even be nice.
You
right?
can't.
It is the only place that you came in being nice, and we're like, what's he doing?
Right. Yeah.
We all did look at each other like,
Where'd that come from?
Daddy's here.
That's right. That's good.
He been drinking.
He's about to hand out money.
You know what that was, Greg? That's post Moscow Mule.
Oh, I got.
He been riding that mule.
You've been riding that mule.
I got beat up about that yesterday.
I bet you did. I bet you got pummeled.
I'm gonna be honest. It was kind of interesting. That sounded like a pretty good little mixture.
Yeah, well,
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
That's why you got
For
empty
medicinal
copper cups
purposes,
everywhere.
Still attending that non-denominational church, are you?
So medicine. So medicine man,
less hassle.
do you have any other skills we need to know about? going into this?
I mean, I spent several years cutting grass
Okay.
in and around Lake Martin. So, I mean,
might
all,
have cut
all I
Bubba's
see
grass.
is concrete around here, so that wouldn't be much use.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah, I'd kind of keep that to myself when people ask for your resume about being a cardiologist.
Well,
You know, when I'm laying there on the slab and y'all shave my chest, so son, what'd you do before this? I cut grass. And tried to get on it, Ricky and Bubba.
I'd go with the grass.
All that fell apart, so I started working on people's hearts.
Did for half a day. They called me medicine man.
well, this is wow.
We're learning. We're learning.
I mean, I picked out a shirt that y'all couldn't make fun of today, so that if this happened, I wouldn't,
That's true, you
get
did.
locked up, and
Yeah.
I'm locked up now.
That's all right. Well, you knew what it was
that's
like to have
funny.
to come in here.
Yeah, oh,
This
yeah.
will just get you ready for life, though.
Yeah. Well,
Now, do you sing too?
oh no.
That's
I
what we
thought you were
heard.
a singer.
We got an email
I
on it.
play guitar, but
Sing us a little something.
I don't sing.
We're asked to ask
Remember
you about
that,
your
Jay?
grandma, too.
yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we were.
How long was this email?
Does she sing?
No, but she.
I understand she was run over by a reindeer.
No. No.
How does she feel about medical school?
Oh, she's excited. She tells everyone at dialysis every day.
That's so rich.
I'm so mad at Greg
so
right now.
tired of hearing about it.
I know. Yes.
Why would we laugh at that?
And they're not subtle at all about bringing these things up.
Oh,
You know,
no.
No.
You know, our parents would say, "You ever heard of Rick and Bubba?" All right, way to be subtle, Mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. You ever had heart trouble? Maybe you need a cardiologist. Well, I can help you.
Yeah. Also, if you need your bushes trimmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's right.
good. Little throwback.
That actually may help. So we'll be back. 15 minutes past the hour. 866. Look, he's moving off the mic.
Yeah, he's going to get the Adobe.
Remember,
don't stop it too early. Remember that.
Got a delay on it.
We'll be back.
Wait for the flat line. We're not talking about your heart.
Yeah.
More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. 866 We Be Big is our number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world on various platforms, included, but not limited to, America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. We got some new ones we're going to be adding here shortly. Also, you can catch us on our TuneIn app, 24/7 Rick and Bubba, live and archived. And you can hear that anywhere you got sale or streaming. You can download that for free, the TuneIn app. Just search Rick and Bubba's Show or link it off our website. Also, we have podcast archives every day, the entire show archived for you. And we also have it live and archived on our YouTube channel. A best of hour available on Blaze TV every day. Those are a lot of ways to get it. And there's others that I'm not even aware of. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Glad to be here. Thank you. Mike up now. Glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the Rick and Bubba Show.
On the Rick and Bubba Show. So we mentioned, this weird Damar Hamlin conspiracy or whatever, but that gets us back into the COVID pandemic, mass vaccine, here, there go, when the good, bad, ugly, booster me, all this. I saw where Elon Musk had made a comment that he had bad reactions to a booster he had, and he won't be taking any more.
Yeah, do we have skin real pale?
Do we have that clip? I think I sent it to y'all yesterday.
Yeah,
you made a comment on it. Do we want to look at it?
Yeah, if we can find it too. But first of all, we want to go to Pfizer CEO Albert. The one that talks in the scary voice that makes us all scary. We have that, and he is now finally being asked to respond to reports of sudden cardiac arrest post-vaccination. Believe it or not, CNBC is actually going to ask him about this twice. We're not going to get much of an answer, but let's at least acknowledge he's finally been asked about it. So here we go.
About the status of the booster in the U.S. There's been a CFTC and FDA investigation into potential safety issues surrounding stroke for elderly people who have gotten the booster. What do you know about that?
No, I think what the CDC said was that they saw a signal in one small database, and as a result, they triggered a very comprehensive review of all databases in existence, and they discovered nothing. So then, just for transparency, we had seen a signal, we tested, we found nothing. The same is with us. We were alerted that they found that. We'll do it. Our own investigation in all databases in Europe, Israel, and the U.S., and we found in none of them anything.
None of them. So are you continuing to look into safety issues? People wonder if it makes people more vulnerable to cardiac arrest. You've seen all the, some conspiracies and some valid.
Yeah, irrelevant from conspiracy or not, we have a team that constantly does this. They are collaborating with major scientific institutions, and they are doing with them and alone ourselves, digging into databases. And we constantly review and analyze data. We have seen not a single signal, although we have distributed billions of doses.
Oh, that is
what a great idea! Give a guy whose accent is so thick that English-speaking countries won't be able to know what he's saying.
Yeah. What is that accent? He's got a little Nadal in there.
I am not sure, Papa. I don't know. I don't even know where the guy's from.
I think
he's German. I thought.
I thought it was
a mix or something.
I thought it was Greek.
Rafael Nadal.
It does sound Greek. It does sound Greek.
It's Greek. You're right. Not German. Greek.
We got two Greeks on the team, and it sounds just like that.
We have looked at our vaccine numbers. We see nothing.
No.
All right, so
I don't think that's it.
That's not it.
But the CDC said they had seen signals and they were looking into it. So he said he didn't even see
signals. Oopa! Oopa! Booba!
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. I see nothing.
Adler, did you find the Elon video that I sent you yesterday?
It was actually
in the group text.
I thought it was just a tweet.
It was a Daily Mail story, and it was just a tweet.
Okay, it didn't have audio with it.
No.
Yeah, but he is saying that he
said he had some side effects from the booster, and
he
wasn't really excited about that.
No.
Now, we do have him
if
talking about...
If I could just see these things solve anything, I might be drawn to them. But when people who keep getting them are getting sick and I'm not, I just,
Yeah.
This brings up another topic, and Rick, I'm gonna claim Profit Star here on this because you've heard me talking about the magnetic poles for years.
Oh, yes, I have.
For years.
Adler, let's listen to 10 right here.
So this is, I remember you've been talking about this on this show, as you said, a minimum
10 years.
Oh, probably more. Yeah. So here is Elon Musk also discussing many ice ages and the magnetic pole switching and the effect it has on climate. So here we go.
You can really go down a deep rabbit hole if you read about ice ages.
Yeah. Really? Like
Yeah,
what?
deep rabbit hole on ice ages.
He can
What's
be
so
on our
intriguing
podcast.
about him? The
Don't tell that
whole
one.
Earth has
That's
just
a good
been through
point.
like the whole Earth is just freezing.
Like I said, there's deep rabbit hole on ice ages. Deep rabbit hole.
Where should we
There's
go?
so many.
Wait, there's so many what?
Wikipedia or Encyclopedia Britannica.
Give us like a little
Britannica.
bit of a tidbit of it.
Yeah, why do you love it?
Why do I love it? I mean, I think it's just interesting.
So interesting. That's
that
crazy.
that how much Earth's climate has changed, and even where the magnetically where the poles are has shifted over time. So, anyway, there's also been times where in the past where our galaxy has like collided with another galaxy. That probably threw things for a bit of a loop at the time.
What, is there like a conspiracy when it comes to ice ages or anything like that, or
Not really, no.
Oh, okay.
When was the last ice age? How long ago was that?
Well, we're technically in sort of an ice age right now, although it depends on what you call an ice age.
What happened to global warming?
Wait.
What happened to global warming?
That was a captivating podcast, wasn't it?
Who are these guys?
Well, I'm gonna tell you because we've talked about having him on, and well, he won't come on our podcast. Hey, did you see that setup?
Yeah.
I mean, that was in a trailer somewhere.
Well,
So,
How did they pull that?
I've noticed the thing of the podcast world is the fact that anybody can do a show now. It's almost like we're creating the bit that Saturday Night Live did, making fun of NPR,
right?
And the way they talk.
Yeah.
Now we've got a bunch of podcasts of people talking like NPR. I mean, it's like, guys, it is okay, even if it's a podcast. It's okay to have a little energy on it.
Yeah.
Bubba and I are very energy sensitive. If we're listening to something, I got to have a little bit of energy. Yeah. I mean, even if you're talking about
fall
something
short too, but
well, no, it's like, and I'm flawed. I'm flawed in this.
I'll tell you, I'd be more jazzed if I had Elon on. Excuse me.
But when I was going through school,
excited.
I was so sensitive to this. I remember one time walking into a class, and this happened more than once, and the minute the monotone professor began to talk, I could see the F already on my paper. I could see the F because I can't function in that setting. Sherry, it drives her crazy. She's even got to the point where she'll reach over and squeeze my wrist a little bit. If I'm sitting there with a monotone low talker, it doesn't matter who it is. I mean, I can't do it. I cannot make it, which is why I can't listen to John Kerry. I mean, these monotone low talkers. How does anybody listen to these people?
That was the Full Send podcast, and they're usually like a bunch of rowdy dudes. And I think it's because of Elon just being kind of in his weird, like pausing, calculating the universe way.
Yeah.
But here's a graphic that shows that the poles have been, the magnetic pole has been changing over time, and you can see as it's creeping around, it went south just a little bit, and then it heads up north there. And it's moving and switching, and as we get to here, we're at a weird spot. And then this is when Trump talked about how it's going to get colder as well. But anyways.
Yeah.
Do y'all remember that when he's sitting there talking to this, and he's like, it's going to get colder. You'll see.
Yeah, well, Bubba's been talking about this magnetic
Well,
pole.
not only it moving around. I mean, we've got ice borings from the South Pole with ground that hasn't been disturbed, and they can go in and look at the magnetic particles in the dirt. And they're at different stages, they're flipped totally opposite directions. So not only has the pole moved, it's actually flipped. The North Pole was at the south one time, and so it kind of screws with our whole thought process about direction. I mean, up is north, south is down, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, and it'll flip again. I mean, it's part of the natural process. But here's what happens. When it flips, the magnetic protection, the force field, if you would, around the globe the Van Allen radiation belts, and all of that protects us. That's why we don't see the northern lights. That's because it goes in the donut hole on the top. It's going to flip too. It's going to move. It's going to actually almost go away, and then it'll strengthen back up. So it's going to absolutely affect climate. It's going to absolutely affect a lot of things with our weather, and there's nothing we can do about it. It's done this before there was a car on the planet, and it's going to do it again.
Right.
And there's nothing we can do, but we're trying to find reasons why this is happening when it's really a bigger issue.
There you go. And that's that part again we keep saying. Nobody's saying climate hasn't changed, will change, is going to change, but what role do we play in it? That's the big question. And it sounds like what you just described plays a major role.
Yeah, it does.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We have the new intern that was turned down, and now he's getting to live out his dream for a few hours. It's now in pre-med, was approved for Harvard Medical School, not approved for Rick and Bubba University. His dream is coming true. Right. Medicine man, and now we're getting emails about him all the time from everybody saying, ask him this, do that.
Yeah,
which is part
Blake's
of it.
a very popular young man.
To make him really be concerned about the society in which he now dwells, we're making him take phone calls. Mm-hmm. So that's happening now. And somebody said ask him about his love life or lack thereof.
Right.
No, his buddies are loving this.
That was an email.
They really lit
tell you
up on
something.
that.
Y'all love that, don't you? So is he having a little trouble over in the love life?
A
Just
little bit.
Yeah. Boy, what a
Yeah,
terrible hand
just a
signal for
touch.
that.
Look, he can't hear. He's like, what?
Yeah, he's soundproof booth.
Yeah.
But
Ladies, turn the volume up for him
Yeah.
so he can hear us making fun of him.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know. We'll we're very helpful with that kind of stuff.
Well, run him back in here and let's ask him.
Yeah,
We'll find out.
Okay, he's on the phones. Let me talk to him. Hey, come back in here. We got to ask you about your love life.
No, I bet that's just
Let's give him the full treatment.
That'll just ensure.
Yeah, we got to get the whole.
He said, "Are you crazy?"
What?
We've got to get the whole intern experience in a very short time.
in a very short period of time. We don't have
cramming it in.
a lot of time here.
Yeah.
This is the stuff we usually unpack over a few segments. But
We're
we
about
don't
to make him stock the refrigerator with all the Coke
The
product.
what?
Refrigerator.
Blake.
Stumbled through it.
Anderson man, come here, man.
I stumbled through it.
You started with cooler and
I thought I could just go right through the speed bump, but it didn't work.
It didn't work out, did it,
No.
buddy? All right, so we got an email said another thing that Rick and Bubba are well known for is relationship advice.
Hey, look at them. Look at them back there.
Things a little rough in the dating world.
My dating life looks a lot like a textbook right now, there, Rick.
That's all you date, textbooks.
It's going well.
Yeah. So you just
They don't talk back.
Have you made any? Is there just no? Is there just no time for it, or
no.
are you not doing well with it at all?
Oh no! I just spend all my time studying. I got to beat those guys. So
Right. So are their love lives is as much trouble as yours?
yeah. Earlier, someone walked by and I was like, "She's cute," and then I realized that every one of them are married or have a long-term girlfriend. So
Okay.
that's nice.
So you guys are all doing okay. How many of you are married? Okay, so 2 of you. What about the other 3? Serious relationships at all? Okay. So,
You're like, oh yeah, sure.
well, so it's just you.
So they're just as busy as you are, but they actually have women.
Yeah, I started to say that. It doesn't sound like a good comparison, does it?
I mean, I'm just looking.
Wow, this is.
Yeah,
Wow.
I got cotton mouth. You all right?
Yeah, I got a little cotton mouth.
Where's your water? You don't go off and leave your
water?
water.
I lost it. Yeah.
Were you sweet, or did you have a girlfriend that worked at a fast food place, maybe that ran the checkout register?
So is this a knock at my? I mean, I fell a man of weight, but
No.
I just
In this room, you're actually quite slim.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but really.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a little baby face on you, but that ain't no big deal.
He's still young.
Yeah.
You can be looking like a young doctor, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. How old are you now?
I'm 22.
Oh yeah. Look, I was able to make captain of the football team work. You can take doctor.
Oh, it's doctor.
Yeah.
You get that white coat on, them women, you'll have it.
Get that white.
You got to get that. You got to work that white coat.
Yeah.
Huh?
Got to pay for it next couple of years, but
Well, yeah, but that's
So when you're doing the stuff you're doing now, you get to wear the white coat some, don't you?
sometimes. Most of the time, I'm wearing sweatpants with a book in my lap, but
Okay, that's not the look we're looking for.
No.
but I
So
mean,
you can't put the white coat on and go walk around the mall or anything?
no.
No, I did that once.
Yeah, you did.
Doctor?
Yeah, and I'm not proud of that. That was It didn't. I didn't take it to the point that it broke the law.
Right. We were just having a little fun.
Now there was one moment where I gave medical advice I probably shouldn't have.
Right.
You know, you're not really prepared for how it feels to be. People think you are a doctor. I wasn't really prepared for that because it was never in my DNA. Or
it's probably why they have laws against
it. Was one thing.
It
It was one of those things that my mom and dad never dreamed for because they didn't want to waste their dreams. We were kidding with Betty when she gave birth to Hunter Bussey, the Bubba and Betty's first, and we thought it'd be funny for me to come in like I was the doctor, and which Betty was thrilled with. So I was dressed up and I had all the stuff. I mean, I had the full deal, and and I wasn't a doctor. Probably shouldn't have parked in doctor's parking. And I got in the elevator and I was leaving after this wonderful event. You know, Hunter Bussey is here and everybody's okay. And the guy was standing there and he said, "Doctor." Now I should have said, "I'm not a doctor. I'm just here visiting a friend of mine."
You got to hit it
Your
out,
ID had a cartoon where the picture.
If
was.
he'd seen
that should have given it away.
He didn't see that. All he saw was it looked like I had some kind of identification. And he said, "I'm a little trouble in my lower back." I said, "Tell me, you little numbness in your legs?" And he said, "Yeah." As a matter, I said, "Nah, sciatic nerve." 22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show. We're back. So one of my fears, talking about low talkers, monotone, low talking people. One of my fears, because I fear to be attacked by a wild animal, is that there's a wild animal outside as I'm leaving somewhere.
Okay.
And a low talker, monotone person warns me about it, and I don't get it, and I never get the warning.
Well, you got to watch out, low talkers.
Yeah, and then I go out there and I'm attacked. Speaking of that, and there may be some pictures out there. Probably would have benefited you if I'd mentioned this to you in the break. But anyway, we have these models. Kylie Jenner, I didn't know was a model, but I guess she is. And they had this presentation from some designer that featured these animal heads on their dresses. Now they want us to know these are fake animal heads.
Yeah.
But they're still in trouble because the animal lovers out there that don't want animals to pay a price for us to do anything. Look at that, though. Look, that's a pretty good line head. That they don't like animals being portrayed this way on these outfits.
Do you wish you had that hanging in your office, Rick?
The actual line head?
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I'm no fashion person, but I don't get the line head.
That is bizarre.
And they have other ones. There's other animals they do in this show too.
Is
But
that
why?
supposed to look good?
Does anybody think that looks good?
You ought to see the giraffe.
Is that one of those things where somebody says, "I'm going to see how weird I can be," and if you think it's weird, it's because you're not mine.
Exactly, and it costs a lot of money because it's
Would
weird.
anybody want that? Can you imagine even trying to hang?
Throw a price tag on that.
You couldn't hang but a couple of those in a closet. The animal heads are too big.
You know, those have been around. You used to see, the queens and things
But
would
look at
have
that.
and they'd have some kind of animal hanging over.
King Joffrey on Coming to America had
Yeah,
it.
that's right.
Her trying to text around the head.
No, that's
funny.
ridiculous. The size of
You
it.
can't see it.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Why would
get
you?
a
Why
selfie.
would you even think that
I
was?
don't know that Jenner.
Rick, now look, there's
Y'all,
somebody that's solid
look
red.
at the
beside
red
him.
person.
That's Damar Hamlin.
Rick
that's
Burgess.
funny.
That's so good. It is.
That's Buffalo Bill Red.
It is. It is.
Take the rest of the week, Rick.
Yeah. Now we're gonna miss you.
Yeah,
know. It's
that
pretty
don't
good
even,
run.
I mean, look at that. That's ridiculous.
Oh, my
I'm
God.
not protesting about the animal head. I'm protesting because you look stupid.
Well, they're getting a talent fee to wear that. How much
A
for you to
lot.
wear that, Greg?
Oh, me? I do it 1,000.
That's it.
I think the woman in red looks a lot more goofy than the lion head.
It's all goofy.
Yeah.
Bubba.
I mean, it's almost like she's trying to be Spider-Man.
Well,
or
the
something.
part that gets me is we have to pretend this is mod and really cool and desirable.
Yeah, that anybody
I
would
wish I
wear
was
that.
in that red suit or that big lion head. No, you don't.
Yeah.
You just-
Animal activists, I don't think you're going to have to worry about many people walking around with that on.
No,
it's
I
gonna
don't
be
think
fine.
so.
Don't worry about
No.
it. Go to your next protest.
No animals were harmed.
Go to the next bass tournament.
Greg, I know we've all been waiting on this. All of us have been thinking, please, please, please let Pamela Anderson write a book.
Oh, boy.
She has written a book, and I think there's even going to be a Netflix or one of those streaming things,
Netflix, yeah.
a documentary about her life. And she made an accusation in the book at Tim Allen for when she was the Tool Time girl, a couple of seasons on Home Improvement, like the first 2 seasons or something, and then she got the Baywatch gig, which took her to a whole nother level. And she claims because when she came on that show, she had already been in Playboy magazine, and that Tim Allen flashed her wearing nothing but a robe backstage, saying, "I've seen you naked, so now you can see me naked," thought it was only fair. Tim Allen has come out to every source that has asked him about it and says that never happened.
Puts a whole new meaning to tool time.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you,
Waiting
Greg.
on that.
Thank you,
One
Greg.
Mississippi, two Mississippi. There it
Thank
is.
you, Greg. Thank you, Greg. Sometimes when things are laying right in the middle of the floor, you can leave them there.
Yeah,
You know,
that's right.
I mean, yeah,
That's right.
But what I'm saying is, what about the fact that Tim Allen? So here's one of those cases where somebody's lying, and he says she is. That she just did that to be sharp in her book. She says it happened. He says it didn't. So
And that's where it's going to be.
Well,
Because
now-
whoever the one that is lying, they've got to stick to that line now. They can't ever not tell
Is she
it.
saying that that he flashed her totally nude?
No, he had his robe on.
But when he did
opened
this,
the robe,
yeah.
he was totally nude.
Yes.
Correct.
It wasn't underwear, shorts,
No.
or something.
No.
Nope.
Yep.
And
Well,
he-
so I'm just curious at what part he would be on the set of a TV show walking around with nothing but a robe.
Well, I'm sure he has
You know-
a dressing room and a shower and changes back there, I would think.
But why would she be back in the dressing room?
yeah,
Maybe
I don't
he thought ahead of time what he was going to do. So he wanted-
You know,
I'm not
Wilson-
saying who's staying.
Oh, wow. So you
but
believe
I'm just
Pamela.
saying somebody's lying.
Well,
and that person, I don't know either one of them. I don't know. You would think I would like Tim Allen more, but I don't want to fall into that. I don't know what Tim Allen.
Well, here's the thing. I know that Tim Allen changed who he was as a human being over time.
Yeah, he got
Which
arrested for cocaine.
Yeah, but at one time he
dealing.
was around her.
Yeah,
So I don't
He was selling cocaine.
I don't know whether she came on the show while he was still around her, or did she come onto the show for the new Tim Allen that had kind of straightened his life out. So
the fact that there's the joke tied to it does make it a little bit more believable.
From
He
a
was-
comedian?
Yeah, he's like, I've seen you. Now you see me.
Now we're
That
even.
Does make.
And
it
she
seem
said it
awkward.
was a quick.
And he overplayed his hand. Thought
Yeah, and it was.
She'll think it's as funny.
Yeah, and she said she did laugh uncomfortably, like at the time.
Now
She-
here we are acting like we know who did.
Well,
it.
guys,
Nobody
Wilson
knows.
came out and said he actually did this, but nobody could see it because his face was the only thing showing over the fence.
He said he did it every week.
Yeah.
No, that's funny. So you and Greg-
that was funnier than what everybody gave.
I know.
that's fine. Well, you got to know who Wilson is.
I didn't know the show well enough.
Yeah.
At one time, I thought it was something to do with Castro.
Well, that's why I went ahead and explained he was the guy that looked over the fence.
So, I never watched that show, and I heard it was really good.
I never watched.
Oh,
Home Improvement.
fantastic!
I didn't
Loved
watch Home
it.
Improvement either.
That was my everyday.
Of course, I don't want to watch some perv show.
Right.
Golly, Greg.
The second sitcom he had was funny too. I haven't watched
was.
all of it,
Yeah.
but what
What,
I've
the
seen
Santa
is very
Claus?
funny.
No,
no.
That one where, the one where he's the conservative and they claim they
Last
kicked him
Man
off.
They got the
Standing.
hardware store.
Yeah.
Or it's an outdoor
Last
store.
man
isn't it?
standing.
Yeah, they're very similar. They're hard
Outdoor
to tell
man.
It's hard
Yeah.
to tell the difference in the two because we got a store. It's manly. It kind of thing.
Tim plays basically the same character.
Did you ever see the movie he was in when that guy slapped him at work in front of his kid, and he had to try to redeem himself?
No.
God, what's that called?
Greg,
Well, you'll just bring something
he'll
up.
remember something like that.
What
in a
was that
second.
called? I had to look it up.
I don't know.
It's pretty good.
How you gonna Google that?
Slap at 5.
Yeah. So if you had to right now, it's not fair because we don't know the truth. You had to pick one or the other. Who's telling the truth, Pamela Anderson or Tim Allen?
Tim Allen.
Tim.
I think it's probably.
Greg wants it to be true.
Oh,
I'm
from
not
the
saying-
get-go, he's believed.
He
Pamela.
has.
It's a
I
believable
can't-
story.
He thinks
I
she's
can't-
pretty.
I can't say Joe
Is that it?
somebody. That's it.
Oh, yeah, Joe somebody.
We'll be
You
right
like
back.
Pamela.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I said that's not my field, so please get a second opinion. But I said, in my opinion, you've got something that is clamping the sciatic nerve, causing numbness down your leg, and that needs to be addressed. Not my field though.
Yeah.
I'm a heart surgeon.
Wow, you know a lot more than I do.
There it is. By the way, I think that was a pretty good diagnosis.
That
Does
was
that sound
good.
right to you?
Sounded
Right on.
At least it's a good
Yeah.
place to start.
Yeah.
You know how I knew that? Because I had sciatic nerve trouble. It's the only way I knew that. Somebody said it to me. Didn't know if I said sciatic right.
Yeah.
But well, look, I think I'm like with Greg. I think if you're going to get in the medical field now, it has to be the right type of woman because you're not going to be around a lot. But I think that surely is a great starting point. You should at least have a shot.
Yeah. Get my foot in the door. I just usually close the door myself.
Right. Is that the part?
Well, I try to talk. It's like this. Like, a lot of goes into it. Then I finally get the opportunity to speak, and then I just kind of shut down.
Yeah.
So that's nice. But
So you admit you're getting the opportunities, you just can't close.
oh, absolutely not.
Okay.
Okay. Well, you'll learn that here too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to spend some time with Speedy in the next break?
Speedy can help you out
Yeah.
with that.
Okay.
Speedy was a legend. But I mean, the mission
It was a long
accomplished.
time ago.
Mission accomplished. You have a beautiful wife, meaning you know what it looks like to go out, find a woman, get married, settle down, which is what Blake needs some help with.
Yeah, I just stalked my wife till she gave up.
Yeah.
Well, I can do that.
Yeah, the laws are different now, but it's you can get away with that. They frown on it now.
We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So you mentioned. It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you for being with us today. All right, so buyraycon.com. That's right. A lot of people going there. Getting a lot of great emails on this. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Save 15%. Look, if you own a company, you could also buy them for your employees or colleagues, buy them for grandparents, teachers, your kids, friends. I mean, they're so inexpensive. They have the same quality. I saw somebody the other day walking around some of the other brands, and I'm like, you don't have to look that ridiculous. I mean, you could get Raycons, and we wouldn't even see them, and they would fit tight, and they would be perfect, and you'll get the same great quality sound, about half the price. then we're getting you an additional 15% off. What else you want? And then you get all the customized options. You can customize the sound profile and what you're listening to. Some of you are listening to us right now on Raycons. Hello. And maybe you can go noise isolation. I want to listen to this by myself. Maybe you're in an MRI and you need that. Maybe you want to go with the awareness mode. I need to know what's going on around me. Okay, you do that too. These are great 50,000 5-star reviews out there of people in love with them. And we get emails. I mean, we get emails every month about people in love with these. Buy Raycon.com/Bubba earbuds. So get yours now and enjoy them. In 32-hour battery life, man, that's good stuff. All right, so Bubba, we got a couple of things we need to run down. One, speaking of animals, we have an ex-NFL player who has tracked and killed a mountain lion that was terrorizing a Colorado community, and hey, it's a big one.
Could you even do that? I mean, is that even legal to do?
Apparently so, because there's a story about it, and he keeps showing everybody a picture of him.
Now, his name, I think, ironically, is Derek Wolfe.
Yeah. When I first saw him holding it, I thought he had one of those dresses he got from Kylie Jenner.
Yeah,
it does. It looks just like
right.
Rick, he tracked and killed a 200-pound, 8.5-foot mountain lion.
Helms, you ain't looking.
That was terrorizing the neighborhood, and he did it with a bow and arrow.
Now, why is the quote in here? It beat me up bad.
He's talking about the whole ordeal.
The ordeal.
You read it.
Yeah, because he
had
to
climb the mountain.
I see.
And all this stuff.
It was hard to go get him.
He had to hike over 9,600 feet to kill it.
Yeah.
Which is pretty high, Rick. That's,
it is.
That's a lot of cheehaws in our world.
That's a big man. That's a big man. Look how little he looks holding that.
Yep.
Wow. That's a big old cat. See, I don't like knowing cats that big are out there.
That's big one, Rick.
I get you.
That's your big. See, what if a low talker, monotone people guys said, hey, be careful, he's out there. I wouldn't hear it.
And then later he got to tell you.
Yeah, be careful, he's out there. I'm going to talk for 1 hour like this.
Speaking of stalking people, California is now considering legislation that would impose a new tax on the state's wealthiest residents, even if they have moved to another part of the country.
Picture that. So they're coming after you.
Assemblyman Alex Lee, a progressive Democrat,
of course, what an idiot,
last week introduced a bill to the California state legislature that would impose an extra, no matter what you got, this will be on top, 1.5% tax on those with a worldwide net worth above $1 billion, starting as early as January 2024. As early as 2026, the threshold for being taxed would drop, you think? Those with a worldwide net worth exceeding $50 million would be hit with a 1% annual tax on wealth, while billionaires still would pay the 1.5%. Worldwide wealth extends beyond annual income to include diverse holdings such as farm assets, arts, and other collectibles, stocks, and hedge fund interest. I don't know how they're going to tax somebody that doesn't live there.
That's kind of hard. That's so because only a childlike progressive would think, what do we do if people leave? What if someone leaves our California and goes somewhere else?
Listen,
couldn't they just leave and not pay it? We'll follow them somehow.
It says the current version of the bill would allow California to impose the wealth tax on residents even years after they have left the state and moved elsewhere.
It doesn't matter how long they're gone. We'll still get them. How? We will. Yeah, how are they going to do that, Bo?
You got to sink your neck in when you do that.
Yeah, you can't get the voice if you.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Protecting my vocal cords.
Yeah.
The
now you know.
Wally, gee, Wally.
I mean,
give me the business.
People are leaving California. You know, they've had the biggest population drop they've ever had.
Well, of course they are.
And, they just don't seem to get it. This is not going to help.
No.
Even if you're considering moving there, you go, no, wait a minute. If I go there, they're going to tax me. And then if I don't like it and I leave, they're still going to tax me.
Right. They're becoming an annoying neighbor that if I go to another state, those neighbors just set up across the street from me. How's that possible?
Yeah, well, what's up with that?
Cut it out, Wally. Take a poke at them. That's but that sounds childlike. How can you even legally do that?
I don't know. I don't know if one state's obligated to collect the tax of another state or something. I don't know, but that just seems bizarre to me. How can California, a state, impose a tax on me if I don't live there?
They need to explain that.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, you can't leave us. That's not nice. We wanted you to take all your money. You're trying to leave us.
So what if you move, say, to New York, which is a high tax state, and they come in there and they're taking 10% of your income just in state tax, it's not federal.
Yeah.
And then California comes in there and wants to throw another 1.5.
Oh yeah. I don't know.
You know, the sad look. There's not a lot of billionaires out there. I got that. I don't know that you'd ever collect a dime with this, but. You know, people with that kind of money, like Elon, you need them to invest in your state. And right now, what's he doing? He's leaving California with everything he's got, going to Texas.
That's not very nice. He probably got his money from ill-gotten gains. They never think you've earned it. They always think somehow you got it.
Sure. Yeah. Well, he's been firing them rockets off pretty good.
He's privileged. Well, we seem kind of privileged. No, it doesn't count against us. So then Bill Gates, another weirdo that has a weird worldview. We've made fun of for years that we just refuse to live in fear of animals breaking wind. We just won't do it. I just don't think that I'm going to burn up where I stand if I can't stop livestock from breaking wind. I just don't. You can't. You just can't get me.
I can't buy that one. Rick.
Don't that fall under natural occurrence?
Yeah, you can't terrorize me with that. Well, now Bill Gates is so concerned. He said, "I'll tell you one thing. Even if we start it coming out one end, what about burping?" So now his company, one of his companies, is producing supplements they hope will keep cattle from burping.
Well,
to save the world.
Oh wow! So we've determined that'll do it.
I think that's just going.
$12 million we're investing in. This
I think
research.
anything that eats is going to burp and poop. You know, I just don't think there's any way around it.
No way around it. You know, I mean, let's face it.
Is that not natural?
Greg,
I mean, they're animals.
I mean, you think animals don't go? Well, I could break wind and waste it, or I could burp and taste it.
There you go.
All right. Beyond me.
Yeah, some good stuff.
Guys, livestock and the consumption of beef is not destroying the earth. Don't let any idiot tell you that. That's just so absurd. It's absurd. And I mean that's the. How can anybody picture me coming into your office right now? I'd like to have a word with you. I'm trying to raise some funds for some research. Okay, what's going on? Some kind of childhood cancer? No. I really would like to try some way to stop cows from burping.
Yeah,
I've already we've tried to keep them from breaking wind. We haven't been overly successful. But if we could get the methane from coming out the mouth versus the derriere, and I need 12 million.
Yeah.
Hey, look.
How would you like to be given the role of that banquet MC?
Oh. Jesus ate meat, good enough for me. Really, no further to discuss it.
Good point,
He
Bubba.
ate fish, and then let me tell you, look. Once we got off the ark, it was a whole new deal, and it's clearly laid out.
Rough 40 days. Cooped up in there.
I've got indigestion. I can't burp. Stupid Gates.
Yeah, they'll probably just explode.
Right. Yeah, now we're gonna make cows miserable. Why are they not letting us burp?
Just milk me.
Like that, it's gonna save the earth. That's stupid. Phone calls. All 10 lines available. Let's chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love for you to join us, and there's lines available for you. Oh, Michael Helms taking the round. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I remember when, this Netflix stuff and the original programming and now the new things you want to see and all this going on. You have these little projects that, become very popular. Stranger Things, started hearing about that, never saw the first season. I understand now from all who like it, that was a huge mistake on my part because I tried to jump in to see the second season.
No, you didn't.
And I didn't enjoy it, and I was told that I didn't enjoy it because I didn't watch the first season. But I'm yet to see the first season, which brings us to Bubba's question.
Well, Stranger Things version 3 is about to come out. Rick.
Is it? So we're going season 3 now?
Season 3. And I saw 1 and kind of was into it, and then I never got into season 2. I don't know. The timing didn't work out. So, I mean, has it run its course? Is it just I don't hear as much about season 2.
Season 2 was good.
Yeah, it was in the fall of last year.
My relationship was weird with it. I've told y'all before, I'm not exactly – a lot of the storylines are a little weird for me, but the characters are really good. and I enjoyed that part of it.
The fact it was set in the 80s is
yeah,
what's
and,
so
and just
cool.
the characters. They're just they're
the greatest
really,
decade mankind has ever known.
You always get a shot from us if you'll place it in the 80s.
Yeah. And that helps. But and I also saw, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't the brothers who have created it, didn't they get in trouble about treating people mean during filming or something? Some people claim, I don't know if it was like
it was
not the
something
actors,
about
but
that.
some of the personnel that work, but they were mean to everybody and all.
I know
this.
they've- I
somebody,
know-
not anything like groping or none of that. I think it was
Right.
just being mean.
Thanks
to
for
people.
clarifying that.
Well, that lately that's pretty all you got.
Right.
But I saw that there are two brothers that have created it.
I
And
know that
I think they're pretty tough to work for. It sounds like
they're adding new characters. I know for season 3, and it should come out. I think they're currently filming it. I think it's supposed to come out again in the fall. I think October.
They may
was when it
lose me
comes
this
out.
time. I don't know because the kids are going to grow up. They got to be looking older by now.
Yeah.
You know. And
Well, I ask you, Bubba, why didn't you go to season 2 if you like?
I don't know. Well, it was weird. I mean,
is weird.
I think it was hard to follow to some degree, even when you were watching it. But this idea of this person that had this vision of, where they were, but at a different time, different place, or another dimension was kind of interesting to me.
I don't do time travel. I don't do upside down worlds. It's too hard to follow.
Well, it was
That's too much-
dimensional
that's
more
too
than
much work.
time, I think.
That's
This
too much
was
work.
weird.
That's too much work.
Sean Astin was in it, and he had a good role. Mm-hmm. He wasn't in the first one, but he was in the second one.
Yeah,
I tried to watch the.
He was He was trying to date.
Yeah, and he was a
somebody.
teacher, and
Yeah.
he wasn't a teacher. He worked anyway. The
Hardware
kid's mom.
store,
He was
wasn't
he was dating the kid's mom, the one that disappeared.
See, on these different dimension things, I tried to dive into the TV show The Flash about the superhero.
Yeah.
Because I always kind of dug The Flash, and because I was so fast. And but one of my kids was really into The Flash when he was little, so he still kind of had. It was kind of like funny. My oldest kid said he went to see, didn't know this SpongeBob live on Broadway now. And he said since he loved SpongeBob when he was a kid, it was so weird to go as an adult and watch it, and he found himself screaming and loving it.
See, that's funny.
So
That's
my
funny.
my soon-to-be 17-year-old wanted to watch Flash, the TV show. Well, they started going into different dimensions. Like there's a Flash in one dimension, and then there's the Flash in the current dimension, and well, that's my doppelganger over in that dimension, not me, and I'm different over there, and I'm upside down, and you can't follow it. I mean, it's just too much. Can we not just stay in current time and have a nice story?
On Stranger Things, the upside down world is the world that looks like there's insulation or cotton candy blowing everywhere, right?
Yes.
I saw it. I couldn't stay with it.
Well, here's the thing.
I gave it 5 or 6 episodes and I was out.
Well, I
jumped in at the second season, which I understand that's a mistake.
Yeah.
I saw 1 and 2, and the problem is with binge watching is you wait for the season to come out, and then you watch it in a week, and you're like, wow, okay, so now I got to wait another year.
I know.
And then I forget everything.
But you at least keep up with the plot lines. When you only watch a show every week or so, you kind of forget what's going on.
Right, yeah.
So did you like it? Give me your rating 1 versus 2.
Well, I mean, I think, I mean, if you liked 1, I think you liked 2, but I think the problem
1
you have,
was better.
Yeah, definitely, it always is in most cases. But I think the struggle you have, and even The Walking Dead and all these other shows that come out every year or every half year is that continuing to write and it still be intriguing because you're like, okay, can we just have drama every single? So
You're
we
talking
got
about, like the TV show Lost.
Yeah,
when they didn't realize it was going to keep lasting long, and they ran out of ideas, and they just went weird with it.
You talk about disappointing.
Right.
Well,
and it's to
I
keep the
think that-
storyline, I think, intriguing enough to keep coming back to it. It's like, okay, we think we've.
We may be heading.
I'm
to
like you.
another
I think
level.
they have a weird idea, about something bizarre, and they do that, and then when they want, more seasons of it, you go, well, we really hadn't planned on that. This was supposed
one,
to be
maybe
bizarre,
two.
and now we don't know where to go with it.
Right.
Yeah,
And
sometimes it. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Let's go. All 10 lines are available, and you can join us right now. Come on. Let's go. Make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Nope. As you're coming in and grabbing lines and Helmsy's helping you, point you to ReliefFactor.com. For $19.95, get 3 weeks' worth of Relief Factor. This is on that list of life-changing products that we've been introduced to over the 29 years and change we've been doing this. And I got to tell you, I love this product. I take it every day. It's 4 botanicals. It's all natural. I've got friends that say, man, so glad I was introduced to this. And then all of you around the country and listening to the show, we hear from you. You know, a lot of the aches and pains of life, if we overuse the over-the-counters, they weren't designed for that. We can have bad side effects. If we get on some of the opioids, the addictive properties there and side effects can be awful. But how about all natural? How about botanicals that have been around forever, and they've already shown that they can help with the body's natural inflammatory response? This product has really delivered, and it has for me, and it most likely will for you. The majority of the people that ordered the 3-week pack, and you'll know in 3 weeks whether it's going to work or not, they order more. So you probably find yourself there because the majority of people, that's what happens. I hope so. Get yours now by going to relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Andy is in Illinois, and he will get us started. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Andy, you're on. Go ahead.
All right, good morning. Just a comment on the cow study there. It comes in 3 phases, and the $2 million in the first phase is just teaching the cow to say, excuse me.
That's good. That's good. What about in some cultures where when you burp, you're telling whoever prepared the meal you loved it?
You know what? I've always heard that. Is that really true?
That is true.
If you
that is
burp
absolutely
and
true.
Toot, that's a
not
good sign?
tooting. I think you added tooting. But
both.
burping. Toot was an ad. There's
But
no
I'm gonna
culture.
tell you, you're welcome.
There's no culture that says bark one off.
There's some burpers in this crowd. I mean, we can make a cook proud, you know?
Absolutely. Perry, Birmingham, 1047 WZZK. Perry, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey,
We're good.
Hey, just had a quick question for y'all, and y'all may have already discussed this, and I may have just missed it, but with these big tech layoffs this week, you know, Facebook letting go about 10,000, Microsoft, I think, is another 10,000. What do you think that means? Kind of maybe we're heading towards a deeper recession, or I just want to get y'all's opinion on that.
Well, I don't know if it's tied to these layoffs, but I can tell you firsthand, speaking to people that we work with that deal with companies, that companies right now are extremely nervous. Yep.
Well, you know, and
they are nervous about the forecast economically,
and they don't know what the crazy government's going to do. I mean, every time they think they get a plan, you know, the government proposes a new tax on them, just like in California now. So, you know, they just don't know. The unknown is a killer to the free market. They want stability, and you know, we've seen a turn down. I mean, it came on the heels of the COVID. And, you know, normally these things are going to run about a 4 to 5 year cycle. So we'll see. I mean, we theoretically ought to be in the middle of it. And I think they're just, you know, trying to protect their bottom line right now.
Yeah, well, you see, Amazon's laid off 18,000, Google 12,000, Meta 11,000, Microsoft 10,000. Yeah, I think, or it also may be that some of the tech world has leveled out a little bit, solidified itself a little bit. It's part of our daily lives, but that boom you had, you know, may be down.
Some of this is probably normal readjusting too, and they usually do it on downturns.
But we've had a large number of requests when dealing with advertising contracts, people asking for things they normally have never asked for, meaning is there an out on this if things go south? You know, trying to get them to commit long term has been more difficult because they're afraid of what's around the corner. Yeah. And that's unfortunate because that, as Bubba just said, that does not – the economy doesn't like that.
No.
They don't like uncertainty.
Business people want to know what they're up against so they can plan and have a return on investment.
To Ben in Andalusia, 1077. Ben, go ahead.
Hey, morning. I spent some years down in Southern California, and going back to the taxes that they're trying to lay on people, I was a mobile mechanic down there, and I was working on someone's car in their own donut shop parking lot. And the city come up and says, well, you don't have a business license, you can't do this. So I went down and paid a fee and got a business license. And even though that was the only vehicle I was working on at the time, years later, I got a letter from the state of California saying, well, you had a business license in this area, so we think you made this much in a year, so you owe us this much in tax.
Oh, my goodness. And even though we ain't got money, I mean, that's why does anyone want to live there?
Exactly.
Yeah, why does anyone want to live there?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
Oh, we understand you worked on a car over here.
And Governor Newsom wants to do for the country what he's done for California.
Absolutely. Wow. Thanks for that update. That's one timeout gone. Only one remains. Sean in Alex City. Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, the cows, cow flatulence or whatever. What about all of the, cows break a bad, but what about all of the billions and bazillions of other animals in nature? What about all that? Well,
it's a lot.
right.
I mean, how many raccoons equals a cow, right?
Thank you. The human why are they coming after us? Why are they coming after us? We all break wind. Yeah, you're right, Sean. It's really. Does anybody ever meet anymore and go, that's not going to be, we sound nuts.
We sound like
that's your
lunacy.
plan? So that's your plan?
Yeah.
If you truly think we're in trouble, and that's your plan?
Whatever happened when things were DOA? Dead on arrival. Walk that right out of this conference room.
Get that out of here.
Let's go to Daniel in Birmingham. There's room for you if you want to get in. 866-WE-BE-BIG as we clear the lines going forward. Daniel, go ahead.
Hey, longtime fan and avid listener. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, I was just wondering, do you think maybe that we've created this issue where we need to take care of their belches because we've stopped them from farting?
Again, you think about if we blocked one end, it's going to go out. It's coming out somewhere.
It's got to come out somewhere.
It's like water. If you stop it here, it's going to just try to go somewhere else. You got to cut it off.
Used water.
Yeah. Well, maybe. Well, I'm sorry. It's the first thing popped in my mind.
Right.
Yeah, because you ever try to stop water from running?
It's going to find a way out.
Yeah, it finds a way, doesn't
water, it? Water is a handful.
It is.
I mean, it can do so much damage. It's so many things it can destroy so fast. Yeah. And it's crucial, like so many things in life. Big things. Oh, it's good to catch it early.
Yeah.
Well, you just need to know. Boy. Ryan in North Alabama. Ryan, go ahead.
Morning, fellas. How you?
We're
great.
We're good.
Well, that was quick.
Boy, that didn't take long at all.
I love y'all.
So, did you hear it though? Did that one have a blunt?
got clipped.
Yeah. What do you think that was?
Change sales. Fell in a bad spot.
Yeah, and it just went well.
Yeah.
His topic was the covering of the shootings. Was that all this? We got going on right now, and a couple of different cities?
California.
Yeah, in California, and of course, I love these people that have committed themselves to updating us on the number of shootings in Chicago over the weekend. I mean, they'll give you an update. I mean, you get an update every Monday, and the numbers are staggering.
Yeah.
But the other one is this guy that's that just did it. What was his beef? The guy that just did this in California.
Not the one that killed 11, the 72-year-old, but there was a 67-year-old Asian man, and I'm not sure about.
It's a workplace thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was two other mass shootings yesterday.
And like a dance studio or something.
Yeah, that was the first. That was this past weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, he went to another dance studio and he got disarmed.
He did
in the lobby of the
some bad
second
dance studios. He's mad about.
And they say the only reason he stopped shooting at the first one is because he ran out of ammunition. Went back.
What is he mad about dance studios about?
He actually attended at this dance studio and he had a large amount of animosity for everybody around him. Paranoia, all that.
Wow.
I heard they were doing the forbidden dance in there.
Lambada.
Greg. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.